Inside the classroom, the teacher stands before the students, who reminds them of the current era they are going through, which is known as the Age of Heroes. It has been 5,000 years since the hero record first appeared in the world, and the lower world has undergone many changes in that time. For example, the Royal School of Dylan has been chosen to host this year's Lumen entrance examination. The teacher is filled with excitement, confident that among the students, some have the potential to become heroes. However, not everyone shares the teacher's enthusiasm. One particular student seated in the last row appears completely uninterested and is instead catching some Z's. This student, of course, is Leo. The teacher is frustrated by his lack of attention. He reasons that if Leo isn't paying attention, it must mean he already knows the material and sees no need for instruction. To challenge him, the teacher asks him to explain the ritual from 5,000 years ago that one had to undergo to earn the title of a hero. Leo finally stands up from his seat and responds to the teacher's question in the most casual way possible. He simply states that if someone made a name for themselves, people would just start worshiping them on their own. By the way, Leo's full name is Leo Plath, a 15-year-old from the prestigious house of Plath. It goes without saying that the teacher is clearly disappointed by Leo's half-hearted answer. So he turns to the class and asks if anyone else would like to volunteer a more detailed response. One of the brighter students eagerly raises their hand and offers an explanation. This student explains that in ancient times, there was no direct way to gain the gods' recognition. Instead, only holy rituals were used to choose who would be considered a hero. A prime example of such a ritual is the ritual of blood. The teacher is thoroughly impressed by the depth of the answer. He's certain that this student, Galvin, will become the greatest magical genius in the kingdom. Galvin hails from House Stratton. Anyhow, it seems like Leo is getting pretty tired of the usual nonsense he deals with on a daily basis. From his perspective, meeting the gods was nothing special back in the day, as it was just a part of life. After all, the gods once gifted the lower world with a miracle to celebrate the great heroes who fought against Erebos, the hero record, but for some reason, Leo can't understand why. He's the only one who's been completely erased from history. Almost 5,000 years ago, humanity was brought to its knees by Erebos, a being known as the genesis of evil, to rid the world of this darkness. 4 great heroes united in the end. All of them perished in battle, leaving only one man standing. Kyle, the last hero who represented human side. Thanks to his friends' sacrifices, Kyle defeated the incarnation of evil and saved humanity. But that was 5,000 years ago. In the present day, history tells a different story, one where Kyle is completely erased from the record. Everyone is taught that it was Licinius's sacrifice that brought about the defeat of Erebos. The genesis of evil, this has gone unquestioned until now. The real twist comes when Kyle, reborn in this era, learns of the tale of Erebos' defeat and realizes his name is nowhere to be found. We will follow the story of reborn Kyle, who after discovering his absence from history, enrolls at Lumen Academy, the hero academy that houses the hero record, determined to reclaim his place in the world. Years have passed since the reincarnation of the hero Kyle. No one seems to acknowledge his role, and it's starting to get to him. Later, the students gather around the windows, all eager to catch a glimpse of the Zerdinger clan. As they march through the corridor, at the front of the group, there's a Lady Celia Zerdinger, a name that piques everyone's interest and curiosity. An announcement rings out, requesting all students to gather in the auditorium for mandatory assembly as the Zerdinger clan is visiting the school. As Leo begins to leave the classroom, Galavan calls out to him. He asks if Leo plans to try and get noticed by the Zerdingers, but Leo, uninterested, simply shrugs it off. He has no desire to get involved in whatever spectacle this is. He just wants to go home. This nonchalance only fires up Galavan. He can't believe how casually Leo is walking away from such an opportunity. In order to look just as cool as our boy, Galavan explains that he himself does not care about Zerdingers either, but he's definitely going to check out Celia, especially since he considers her a fellow rival. Well, we can tell that this is just a lie, as he is definitely looking forward to being recognized by Zerdingers. Later we find Leo in the dojo, visibly worn out after tirelessly swinging his practice stick. He eventually grabs his sword and heads for the exit. Just as he steps outside, he's ambushed by a woman who charges at him with the force of a runaway train. Leo, though startled, manages to block her strike with his blade. It's clear from their interaction that this isn't the first time these two have crossed swords. They have a shared history, one where such exchanges are far from uncommon. The lady is looking forward to sparring with him after so long, and declares that this match to be his final test, before she grants him permission to attend Lumen Academy. As it turns out, this formidable woman is none other than his mother. In an instant, she lunges at him again, and their swords clash once again. While Leo is already struggling to keep up, his mother casually remarks that she hasn't even used a fraction of her full strength. Blow after blow, the spar continues, each strike more intense than the last. Eventually, however, Leo turns the tide. His sheer skill and mastery of swordsmanship allow him to overpower his mother, forcing her to surrender. The woman is left in awe of her son's talent and growth. She stands up and, in a softer tone, asks why he's so determined to attend Lumen Academy. Before the story moves forward, a little context about the academy is necessary. Lumen Academy, the Human Hero Academy, is one of the 4 prestigious institutions of the races that house the hero record. Among them, Leo strongly suspects Lumen Academy is the most likely place to uncover remnants of his past life. As Hero Kyle, with such a compelling reason, it's no surprise that Leo is unwavering in his determination to join the academy. Leo's mother then reminds him that the members of the Zerdinger clan are currently visiting Dale, and they will be staying at the Plav Mansion. Though she personally isn't thrilled about having them in their home, she has a request to make. She intends to speak with Ziz, the vice patriarch of the Zerdinger clan, hoping that he might be willing to teach Leo the Zerdinger aura technique. She believes that with the technique, Leo will become strong enough to be admitted to Lumiere Academy next year. However, what she doesn't know is that her son is determined to be admitted this year. He has no patience to wait another whole year to achieve his goals. Sometime later, we find ourselves at the Plav Mansion, where Celia Zerdinger is being escorted into the grounds. As soon as she steps out of the carriage, she can't help but wonder why her uncle chose to stay in a place like this, where he could have easily rented an entire hotel for himself. As we know already, she is Celia Zerdinger, 15 years old, a sword princess hailing from the Zerdinger clan. Her primary focus is on the Lumen entrance exam, and she's skeptical about how a small family like the Plavs could possibly help her prepare for it. At that moment, Celia's uncle calls out to her. He is none other than Zeiss Zerdinger, the vice patriarch of the Zerdinger clan. He teasingly asks if she isn't at least a little curious to meet Leo, the very boy who boldly declared he wasn't interested in the Zerdinger clan. Celia remains nonchalant and remarks that if Leo is just a hopeful knight who can't even use aura yet, then in her opinion, he's probably not all that impressive. Zeiss, however, doesn't share her sentiment. On the contrary, he seems quite optimistic about Leo's potential. Once they enter the mansion, Zeiss steps forward to greet the heads of the Plow household. He exchanges respectful words with Dade Plow, the patriarch, and Raina Plow, his wife. Both hosts graciously return the gesture, welcoming the Zerdingers to their home with equal honor. Zeiss then formally introduces Celia to Raina and Dade. The young lady promptly reciprocates their hospitality with a courteous introduction of her own. She expresses her gratitude for being hosted in their home. Raina steps forward and takes a moment to observe Celia. She notes that Celia closely resembles her father and uncle, both in appearance and behavior. Celia, in turn, takes note of Raina's striking black hair and red eyes. It doesn't take long for her to realize that Raina is part of the Zerdinger family, which also makes her Celia's aunt. Later, Ziz and Raina, who share the bond of being brother and sister, sit back and begin catching up. During their conversation, Zeiss mentions their recent visit to the Royal School of Dylan, where they had hoped to catch a glimpse of Leo. However, they were disappointed to find that he had already left the school, as he was uninterested in meeting anyone. Raina apologizes on behalf of her son, acknowledging that his behavior may have seemed disrespectful. Zeus then curiously questions his sister about Leo, asking what kind of person he is. Raina speaks highly of him, claiming that Leo is unbelievably talented. Her response prompts Zeus to question whether Leo is truly worthy to inherit. Deserting her flames, Raina's praise of her son continues, but she makes it clear that she's not simply speaking as a proud mother. Leo genuinely has the talent and potential to be worthy of. Deserving her legacy, Zeiss is quite intrigued to hear this. While he trusts her judgment, he feels compelled to test Leo himself before forming a final opinion. Later, we meet Leo sitting quietly, trying to concentrate after finishing his little ritual. He declares to himself that he has finally achieved a vessel, capable of holding everything he needs. Leo reflects on why he hadn't yet learned aura until now. The truth lies in the unique nature of his body. Accepting aura too early would cause it to naturally adapt and specialize in alignment with the aura This would limit his ability to accumulate mana and soul energy, two essential components of his long-term plan. In his past life, he had witnessed the danger of uncontrolled power if he had fully harnessed the abilities, an essence of his fallen comrades. He wouldn't have left behind a seedling of disaster. To avoid repeating history, Leo is determined to achieve perfect control in this life. So the first step in his journey is mastering aura, but he intends to do so on his own terms. Before he can delve further into his thoughts, a familiar voice calls out to him, pulling his attention away. As he turns over, he spots Celia Zerdinger. With a confident smirk, she comments on how he finally seems to have grasped the basics of training, while her words carry a hint of sarcasm. She goes on to offer him guidance in swordsmanship, if he's up for the challenge. Meanwhile, our boy has no idea who the hell she is, so she introduces herself as Celia Zerdinger, the world-class sword princess, if she has to be specific. With the introductions out of the way, Leo gets straight to the point. Although he's feeling quite honored that she thought about it, he has no intention of receiving any guidance from someone he considers less skilled than himself. Needless to say, the girl's annoyed to hear this, because his remark comes off like he's trying to suggest that he's stronger than her, to which Leo clarifies that in a death match, she's probably stronger since he can't use aura himself. However, sparring with only swordsmanship is a whole different game, and he's certain he can handle her like it's no big deal. Celia feels challenged by his statement, so she looks around and grabs one of the swords from the plethora available. She wants to prove that what he has is nothing more than misplaced confidence, and she plans to do that by defeating him in a duel. In her mind, even if Leo learns aura, there's no way he could possibly defeat her. She just wants to teach him a harsh lesson in reality. She further claims that if she wins during her week-long stay here, he will become her servant. Leo isn't fazed at all by the term she's thrown at, and in response he asks what if he wins. To make things fair, she throws back that if he wins, she'll become his servant instead. Now that the bed is set, Leo grabs a practice sword and dives right into the sparring session. He tries to strike her with his unexpectedly impressive speed, but she easily outmaneuvers him. However, she can't help but notice that his speed is actually quite concerningly good. However, Celia is sure that this won't be enough for him to win, as they both charge at each other again. Leo lands a brutally heavy strike, and the sheer strength behind it overwhelms her. She quickly steps back as the force becomes too much to handle. And when Leo's sword collides with the ground, it shatters instantly, but he doesn't stop there. He charges at her once more. The once arrogant lady is already starting to regret challenging Leo, and she's certain she can't possibly block the incoming strike. So she braces herself and takes the hit head on. But to everyone's surprise, she didn't take any damage, because she had used an aura armor in the last moments, even though this wasn't part of the spar. Because this spar was purely meant to be about swordsmanship, this arrogant piece of work doesn't own up to the fact that she couldn't dodge his attack. Instead, she makes an excuse, claiming it was just a reflex. But Leo declares that he's already won and it doesn't matter. Of course, this leaves her in disbelief, as she's not ready to hand in the victory that easily. Leo had expected this, so he throws off the magic weight bracelets he was wearing to hold off his physical strength. In the next hit, he literally shatters her barrier, leaving the girl completely boggled. Meanwhile, Leo shows her no mercy and gives her a taste of his full strength. Later in the courtyard, as Leo walks around, he stumbles across his mother, who promptly introduces him to his uncle Ziz. Leo quickly bows his head to pay his respects, and Ziz reciprocates, introducing himself as well. The two gentlemen then shake hands. His mother then asks if he's met Celia yet, to which Leo recalls how she had fainted after their battle. Due to fear before Leo can explain to her what happened, a knight approaches Zeus with a report regarding the lady. Zeus is fascinated to learn that Leo defeated Celia, with a body that hasn't even learned aura yet. He personally expresses his admiration for Leo, saying it's nothing short of impressive. But Leo claims that she just underestimated him. Zeus then questions what Celia lost in the bet, to which Leo happily responds that the loser was supposed to become the servant of the winner. So basically, Celia is his maid for the next week. As much as Ziz dislikes this idea, he understands the importance of keeping one's word. Still, he makes it clear that Celia is from the Zerdinger house, so he can't possibly order her around to do maid's work. He hopes Leo will rescind the promise, and in exchange, he offers to personally reward our boy with something far more valuable, but Leo refuses the offer right away. He lets his uncle know that this was a wager between Celia and him, and as long as she retains the Zerdinger name, she needs to take responsibility. The uncle then questions him if he's also willing to let go of the opportunity to learn the Zerdingers. Aura breathing method. Leo once again responds with a sassy jab. He believes that an aura breathing method, given with the objective of preventing a niece from being humiliated, holds no value in being learned. Since Zeiss has no other way around this predicament, he decides to get a little offensive. He questions the boy directly, reminding him that he just declared he would use the direct lineage of the Zerdingers as a servant, and that the Zerdinger aura breathing method is worthless. Leo remains unhinged and unafraid of the consequences about to surround him, simply claiming that what his uncle just said is indeed true. Out of the blue, Uncle's mood softens, and he politely questions our boy if he does not think that what he just declared is impudent. And impolite Leo, once again, makes it clear that he had no intention of insulting the Zerdingers. He claims that if you're being given the aura breathing technique as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have gladly accepted it. However, he has no intention of accepting it as a bribe, just so she can escape the consequences of her loss. You see, if his uncle doesn't want to recognize Celia's defeat, it means they believe she is better than him and simply lost the duel by mistake. But Leo makes it clear that even if Celia had sparred against him in earnest, he still would have won. This leaves Leo's mother even prouder. Her brother is equally fascinated to hear such judgment from Leo. The fact that this kid rejected the offer because he didn't like the way his uncle behaved only highlights how outstanding a child he is. He wishes that a child like this were a Zerdinger. Zeiss then gestures to his knights and orders them to send Celia to the maid's quarters. He turns to Leo and grants him the right to address his uncle without any honorary titles. After that short conversation, Leo parts ways and Zeus turns to his elder sister, proudly telling her that once he gets back home, he'll make sure to convince their elder brother so they can teach Leo the mighty technique. Phoenix breath later, the scene switches to Leo's room. The first thing we notice is Celia's totally embarrassed face. She's going bonkers with embarrassment as she claims herself as Celia. The maid will be in charge of Leo for the next week. Leo is literally enjoying the heck out of it when she calls him like that. Who could have imagined that her usual fancy style would actually suit Playmate clothes so well? And this dress just looks like fire on her. Celia seems annoyed by the way he's praising her, as she knows all too well how beautiful she is. Leo apologizes as he wasn't intending to offend her with his words, but he admits that he had a certain friend who praised beauty way too much, and that habit must have rubbed off on him. He recalls how that particular friend used to say that the beauty of eternity is unparalleled, and if peace ever returns to this world, he'll spend the rest of his life spreading beauty to everyone. The friend he's talking about is none other than the Dwarven Master, Smith Dueno. Suddenly, Celia's eyes take note of the book Leo is reading, and she curiously inquires about it. Leo explains that he used to read it a lot when he was younger. It's the book known as the Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia remembers how she used to read this book when she was literally 5 years old, seeing how much he likes this particular book. She walks over to the bookshelf and pulls out another one, mentioning that there are a lot of books about Kyle. In response, Leo claims that many of the great achievements in history are difficult to attribute to any single hero. He believes that many of these accomplishments, which are attributed to one hero, might actually be the result of the collective actions of multiple heroes over time. In short, he is trying to imply that Kyle's achievements have also been attributed to other heroes. But Celia dismisses such thoughts, claiming that Kyle was probably a scammer who tried to take credit for the achievements of the great heroes. At least that's what most people think. And of course she's one of them. Naturally, Leo isn't thrilled to hear that all people consider Kyle a phony scammer with zero contributions to the world. He then pushes aside all the talk about Kyle and decides it's time for breakfast before starting his training. Celia quickly gets into character, and just like any maid would, she humbly asks her young master if she could train with him. Outwardly, she's all pleasant and polite, but inwardly the girl feels a lot of toxic thoughts toward him. Still, she has to play along because she wants to uncover the secret behind his strength. Leo promptly starts walking toward the training hall to fulfill her request. A while later, we see an exhausted Celia on her knees, breathing heavily after this first round. Leo gives his feedback during fighting. When her stamina reaches its limit, her reaction speed slows and more gaps appear between her movements. And when that happens, she leaves herself open. And the same happens with her right now. But Celia isn't sure that abusing her body like this is actually helpful for training. Leo responds positively because he thinks that young people these days are just too weak. You see, compared to the past, Aura techniques have developed considerably, and that must be why people stop caring about body training as much. Aura allows one to enhance their body strength, and if you train your body, the aura is also enhanced as well. The girl simply doesn't want to be labeled as weak, so she gathers her guts and stands up for another round. Before diving in, she warns Leo that he'd better stop underestimating her, but her reckless charge backfires when Leo just flings her away with one swing, and she crashes to the ground. At this point, she's just frustrated. After taking one humiliating defeat after another, Leo then offers her a bracelet, which she quickly extends her hands to grab. Little does she know this bracelet is imbued with weight magic, making it insanely heavy meanwhile. Leo flashes a sinister smile as he reveals his sinister intentions. He apparently plans to make her train while she wears this bracelet. From this point onward the next day, we see Zeiss also watching them both train. After seeing how much Celia is struggling, the uncle is sure this is going to be a good experience for her before going to Lumen. It might be good for her pride to crumble at least once. He then calls out to Leo and gives him some good news, that he's thinking of asking the patriarch to allow him to inherit. Phoenix Breath, the mention of Phoenix Breath, catches Leo off guard, because as far as he can recall, that's basically the Zerdinger family's origin for the aura technique. He's heard that only people who are recognized within the family can inherit it. Celia also raises her opinion that her father won't allow it that easily. But it looks like Zeiss has figured this much out already. He proposes a condition to Leo. If he passes the Lumen entrance examination, he'll be allowed to learn the technique. Of course, this remark doesn't sit well with Celia, because in her eyes, Leo is just a brat who can't even use aura. And since the Lumen entrance examination consists of actual fights, it's going to be very dangerous for him. Well, Leo doesn't shy away from claiming that he doesn't have any real fight experience, but we all know that's only the case if he doesn't take his previous life into account. Zeiss awaits for Leo's opinion, to which our boy quickly agrees, as long as his parents are okay with this decision. A week passes by, and the day of the Lumiere entrance examination finally arrives, when they see the prominent figure of Celia Zerdinger among the participating students. Everyone is in awe. Meanwhile, Celia throws a jab at Leo, asking if he's feeling nervous. It looks like after spending so much time being a personal maid, Celia has lost herself in the character, because she's still referring to Leo with a master title. As they stand there, Galvin's unmistakable voice shatters the tense atmosphere. He is, in fact, here to court the attention of Celia, but his arrogant expression falters when he sees Leo standing by her side. This pompous fool immediately casts a disdainful sneer at Leo, convinced that our hero is utterly unworthy of being here, a mere commoner who has yet to even awaken his aura. Simultaneously, he attempts to offer a formal greeting to Celia. However, the unfortunate soul is completely snubbed by the pair, as if he were nothing more than thin air. He stammers awkwardly, trying to remind Celia that he is Galvin Tratton, and that he had the honor of greeting her at their last encounter. But to Galvin's utter mortification, Celia has no memory of his name, and swiftly takes Leo's hand, intending to exit the area immediately. Suddenly, another voice commands their attention. Two new figures, a pair of siblings, now grace the stage. The taller of the two is Abad Llewellyn, a proud scion of the Llewellyn family, a 16-year-old with an air of nobility. And the shorter young woman at his side is Chelsea Llewellyn, 14 years old, who shares his prestigious family name. While Celia clearly recognizes this formidable pair, Leo remains completely oblivious to their identity. Celia explains that they are the infamous Llewellyn siblings, descendants from the very same heroic bloodline of the Lord Ren Empire. They're the children of the illustrious Llewellyn family. Celia is visibly agitated, as she is far from pleased to see these two particular rivals. She issues a stern warning to Leo, informing him the Llewellyn siblings are also competing in the exam with them, so they must not, under any circumstances, lose to them. She absolutely cannot allow the Zerdinger clan's honor to be sullied by the Llewellyn family. But this is hardly Leo's battle to fight. After all, he represents the Plow family, not the House of Zerdinger. When the two siblings greet Celia formally, she has no valid reason to refuse their salutation, and graciously returns the gesture. She also makes a point to introduce Leo from House Plow, a noble house within the great kingdom of Dalag. Upon hearing that Leo lacks any grand title attached to his name, Abad Llewellyn immediately writes him off as a non-factor. The two arrogant siblings then turn on their heels and begin to depart, tossing out a chilling warning that they will undoubtedly seize the top position. It is an understatement to say that Celia despises the Luluan siblings' arrogance, and she eagerly anticipates the chance to utterly crush them in the trials that lie ahead. Suddenly, a figure representing the esteemed Lumen Academy ascends the podium, instantly seizing the unwavering focus of all who are present. The man announces himself as the one and only Albizer, a professor at the legendary Lumen Academy, while Celia's expression transforms into one of utter astonishment. At the sight of this revered figure, Leo remains entirely unfazed, primarily because he has no idea who this man is. Celia is visibly exasperated that Leo doesn't even recognize an individual of Albi's legendary status. She seizes this moment to enlighten him and clarifies that Albi Zaren is officially listed within the hero record, a hallowed roster of individuals officially recognized as heroes of the modern age. Leo takes a brief moment to scrutinize the professor with intensity, and his sharp eyes detect something highly unusual. An immense concentration of mana swirls within Albi's left eye. Professor Albi then moves to address the assembled aspirants. He starts to lay out the structure of the entrance examination. According to Albi, the trials are comprised of two primary challenges: one-on-one duels and large-scale monster subjugation. Conventionally, the candidates would proceed through these tasks sequentially. However, Albi immediately makes it clear that he views such protocols as painfully slow, and he wastes no time in demonstrating his point. In a flash, he incinerates the parchment he was holding, symbolically casting aside the entire conventional exam format. And in its place, he produces a thick, ancient-looking grimoire. As he opens it, the teacher invokes the first chapter, ominously titled Prologue, The Wild Forest. In that very instant, a colossal reality-warping glyph begins to pulse with power, materializing directly beneath the feet of the entire student body. The stage has now been set, and not a single soul has any idea what the professor's next move will be. But one fact becomes terrifyingly clear. Albi Zaren holds an absolute contempt for inefficiency. He declares that he is merging all of the trials into a single, unbroken gauntlet, and that they will all proceed at once. To grasp the gravity of this situation, we must understand that the hero record is not just a chronicle of history. Its true power resides in its capacity to manifest the hero's world, a realm containing the condensed experiences of past heroes. By venturing into this world, one can inherit the might of a predecessor. In simpler terms, it is akin to a divine hero training system. Every single student has been forcibly teleported into this hero's world, a domain known as the Wild Forest. The professor proclaims that their one and only objective is to survive, whether they choose to forge alliances or eliminate their rivals. They are permitted to do whatever is necessary to remain alive. Those who wish to withdraw can shatter the orb they hold and retreat. Those are the only rules. After a few moments of surveying the new landscape, it does not take our hero long to identify his surroundings. It appears exactly as it does in his ancient memories. You see, this was once a vibrant elven forest before it was conquered by the witch, Queen Salatna. Meanwhile, some of the weaker students are already looking for a way out, especially since they naively believe this realm is nothing more than a grand illusion. But our hero does not share their foolish optimism, as far as he can discern. While this world may have been born from the examiner's own memories, everything that is about to unfold here will be terrifyingly real. The lethal dangers lurking here could easily claim a life, if one is not exceedingly cautious. With the very thought of danger, Leo's senses detect an approaching presence, and he is immediately targeted by a deadly arrow that literally pulverizes the ground beneath his feet. Upon impact, thankfully, he is unharmed, but when he peers toward the arrow's origin, he identifies his assailant as the girl from the Lulin family, Chelsea. It appears that she has wrongly identified him as a member of the rival Zerdinger family, and because of this misconception, she is determined to eliminate him. But Leo swiftly clarifies that he belongs to the House of Plath. Chelsea, however, only grows more hostile, believing he is lying since she witnessed him with Celia earlier. Without a moment's pause, she invokes her magic whimsical. Leo appears intrigued as he observes her weaving a spell that did not exist in his previous life, but he also perceives that the fundamental principles of this spell are not so different. Meanwhile, Chelsea is infuriated by his calm and collected demeanor in the face of her attack. To shatter his composure, she unleashes her formidable power upon him. But Leo simply parries it effortlessly with a single, casual swing of his sword. And a mana-infused blade she launched at him dissipates harmlessly. This leaves Chelsea deeply unnerved. From her perspective, he didn't even manifest a shred of aura. So how did he deflect her attack with such impossible ease? Our hero proceeds to rub salt in her wounded pride by nonchalantly stating that her assault was far too elementary. He invites her to join his party, as it would be to her distinct advantage. He reminds her that the one who endures the longest will accumulate the most points. So as a sorceress, she should at least attempt to pass one trial before being eliminated. I don't even need to tell you what her predictable response is. She immediately retorts, boasting that she is not some run-of-the-mill sorcerer. She is a battle mage. She is deeply offended by his comment, where he called her technique simple, feeling the sharp sting of his words. She summons all of her power to obliterate him on the spot, just to prove she is not the weakling he perceives her to be. But all of her subsequent attacks prove to be entirely futile, as Leo is no longer even standing in the path where the mana blades are converging. What's even more terrifying is that she can't sense a single trace of his mana, so she has no way of pinpointing his current location. But her eyes soon lock onto Leo, who is now directly in front of her, his fist clenched and ready. We are not shown if that punch connects with her terrified face or not. But one thing is certain. Her legs lose all strength to support her. This is a clear and undeniable sign of victory for our hero. Leo, however, once again, reminds her that his offer to forge an alliance is still available, should she happen to change her mind. Before we hear her reply, the scene shifts to the faculty of the prestigious Lumen Academy, who are observing the spectacle through a scrying window. They are thrilled to see that the brutal battle is finally escalating. Returning to Chelsea, it seems she is being shown no mercy. Leo has bound her securely to the trunk of a tree, and the sinister look on his face clearly indicates he does not have the best of intentions for this poor young woman. He also takes the time to kindle a small bonfire, since the darkness of night is now descending. The fire grows in intensity, and the flames begin to creep toward the damsel in distress, who is tied to the log. The sight of the approaching flames causes her to panic, but she could escape this fate if she would just consent to cooperate with Leo. But alas, this lady is as stubborn as they come, and she refuses his offer outright. She makes it clear that she needs no one to form an alliance with her, save for her own brother. She attempts to conjure some wind magic, but her struggles prove to be in vain, because Leo has already cast a binding that suppresses all magic, though internally he reveals to us that he lacks sufficient mana to sustain this particular binding, so it will not hold for much longer. The young lady finally gives in, thinking she doesn't require magic to escape this predicament. But that is precisely why Leo remains here. He is more than prepared to maintain a close watch, to ensure she doesn't attempt any sort of trickery. Without any hesitation, he amplifies the intensity of the flames, and soon the fire begins to catch on her clothing. Even her fine garments start to smolder. Well, that is the final straw. The young woman finally breaks and agrees to forge an alliance with him. But of course, a few simple words are not enough to persuade Leo. He demands that she swear a solemn oath on her family's name. The girl immediately complies with his demand, swearing upon the Juan family's honor that she will cooperate. At last, Leo releases the ropes that were restraining her. But before she can tumble into the roaring inferno, he catches her securely in his arms. The scene transitions back to the watchful teachers, who are intently observing the student's progress. Thus far, Albizarin has yet to witness a student who can meet his exacting standards. The idea that the majority of the students opted to compete and battle one another seems utterly naive and absurd. The only ones demonstrating true potential, to the point where it is truly remarkable, are Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn, who are now collaborating closely. At the very least, this offers him some small comfort, that there is still a glimmer of hope for this generation. Then, his gaze shifts to Leo and Chelsea, who are also now working in tandem. His eyes are especially focused on Leo, although the fire ordeal he subjected Chelsea to was quite childish. Forcing the proud Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate at least earns him a passing mark in Albi's stringent evaluation, especially considering he lacks the raw power or noble grace of Celia and Abad. However, it seems this is where the professor is gravely mistaken, because our hero defeated Celia without even breaking a sweat. Regardless, Albizarin now views Leo as an unforeseen dark horse in this contest, after cutting down a swath of monsters in their way. Both Leo and Chelsea resolve to press onward. It appears that Chelsea has at last begun to understand that forging an alliance with Leo was not such a dreadful choice after all. She then inquires about the nature of the aura he is wielding, as she has been unable to perceive any mana signature from him. To her utter disbelief, Leo casually reveals the shocking truth that he does not even know how to use aura. Unsurprisingly, this revelation leaves her shocked and bewildered. While they are engaged in this exchange, a monstrous creature lurks just beyond the foliage, observing them with predatory intent. But Chelsea's keen senses quickly detect the monster's presence, and she unleashes a magical assault instantly. Not gonna lie, this attack was far too powerful for such a pathetic creature. Even Leo concedes that she does indeed possess impressive power, but the manner in which she wields it is completely inefficient. Suddenly, Leo senses something amiss and commands her to cease her movements. He has spotted something strange upon the ground. As he kneels down, he discovers parched earth and the desiccated corpses of people. Without warning, a massive explosion erupts, but Leo leaps away with incredible speed, carrying Chelsea safely in his arms. The cowardly fiends who laid the trap finally reveal themselves. It turns out to be none other than Galavan and his cronies. We all know he harbors a grudge against Leo, so it is no surprise he is here with the specific intent of targeting him. He orders one of his lackeys to charge forward, and the poor fool complies without a second thought. Tragically for him, he is met with a jaw-shattering strike from Leo, leaving him unconscious and sprawled upon the forest floor. Leo stands tall, radiating an aura of pure Giga Chad energy, and coolly instructs Chelsea to simply watch his back for a moment. Chelsea is left speechless, seeing how effortlessly he has now rescued her twice in a row. But she quickly recovers and takes up a position behind him, prepared to face the remaining assailants. Meanwhile, Galavan does what he does best, runs for his pathetic, cowardly life. He callously abandons his own team, desperately, trying to create as much space between himself and Leo as he can. The only thought racing through his feeble mind is to find a new ally, and fast, as if guided by destiny. Celia happens to spot him from afar, rather than giving chase. She calmly proceeds toward the direction he is fleeing from. When they finally reach the scene of the conflict, what they witness is absolutely staggering. The entire area is strewn with the corpses of monsters and the defeated bodies of students who had foolishly tried to challenge them. Naturally, Chelsea's face lights up at finally being reunited with her brother. Meanwhile, Celia casts a suspicious glance at Leo, demanding to know what in the world he is doing with Chelsea. Leo proudly proclaims that it was his own decision to form an alliance with her. Celia, however, finds this incredibly hard to swallow. She would sooner believe him if he claimed to have witnessed a cockroach performing backflips than believe he actually persuaded Chelsea, that stubborn goat, to willingly form an alliance. To this, Leo casually and with a sinister air states that he simply convinced her. His wicked smile unnerves even the great Celia, who starts to ponder what extreme measures he might have taken to persuade her. In any case, our hero moves to assist the students he just defeated, helping them back to their feet. Witnessing this, Abad questions why Leo is providing aid to their adversaries. Our hero quickly dispels the tension, stating that there is no reason to fight amongst themselves. Instead, uniting to overcome the true threats of this world is a far more prudent strategy than fighting out of selfish pride. Since Abad and the others seem oblivious to the challenge he is alluding to, Leo directs their attention to the nearby desiccated corpses, implying a far greater threat is looming. Seeing the lifeless bodies on the ground, one of the students notes that it appears as if their very life essence has been drained away. Leo clarifies that this is not the only strange phenomenon here. He points out how this area, out of nowhere, seems completely barren of any monster activity. It is as if the lesser monsters are terrified of something, as if a high-tier predator has emerged and scared away all the other creatures in the forest. As the pieces of the puzzle begin to connect, Abad finally comprehends the situation they are in. Based on his knowledge, the hero Albi's very first legendary feat was defeating a high-tier monster. Just then, they all hear a terrifying, massive roar from the distance. The sound of something immense and malevolent stirring deep within the woods. The roar saturates the air with a palpable tension, a clear signal that the true monster has finally chosen to reveal itself. Meanwhile, Galvin stumbles blindly through the forest alone, clutching a pathetic torch in his hand. He looks utterly terrified, and despite his grave situation, his weak mind is more consumed with seeking revenge on our hero than with his own survival. Suddenly, he spots a desiccated corpse at his feet. And there is something else lurking behind this veil of darkness that causes him to trip and fall to the ground. The thing he glimpsed in the shadows is a colossal monster. The monster resembles a giant spider, and it appears to be quite famished. By now, it is painfully clear that Galvin is as good as dead. Let's check in on what's happening with Professor Albie and the other proctors. It is revealed that a shocking 500 students have already failed the exam. The true issue is that the selection criteria mandates the selection of at least 100 successful candidates, but only 50 of them remain active in the trial, rather than forcing himself to choose. The professor is adamant that he will only select worthy candidates who meet his lofty expectations. After all, the headmaster entrusted him with this task, knowing full well he would only pick the absolute best of the best. Albie is a firm believer in discovering true heroes during times of immense adversity. He has developed a particular interest in Leo Pla, a dark horse possessing unexpected and profound talent. The only question is, will this dark horse be able to conquer the brutal final exam? Returning to the students trapped within the trial, they are moving with great speed, but are having difficulty navigating through the oppressive darkness. Celia causes her blade to glow with power and proclaims that she has spotted something in the distance. Her sword's crimson light reveals the horrifying visage of the giant spider, which is currently in the process of devouring its latest victim. The sight strikes terror deep into their hearts as Abad rushes to invoke a powerful spell to neutralize the threat. However, Leo is quick to halt him and instead advises Galvin to shatter his crystal. Of course, Golovin is currently becoming breakfast between the spider's massive fangs, so he can barely even move. He manages to smash the blue crystal, unleashing a surge of electricity directly into the creature's mouth. With their preparations now complete, Abad charges his devastating Wind Fang spell and unleashes it upon the terrifying monstrosity. His powerful attack succeeds in wounding the monster, but it ultimately fails to deliver a fatal blow. The four of them are horrified as they grasp the true level of the threat they now face. This creepy crawly is the Spider Princess Tarantula, and she's anything but cute. One foolish student charges in with the vain hope of a melee attack. He is humbled far too quickly by a single, brutal strike to his body, which sends him hurtling to the ground. Next to step up is Celia, who arrogantly presumes that she can end this fight with a single, decisive attack. Activating her most prominent spell, she projects a sharp and destructive beam of pure red energy, impaling the creature's body and sending waves of agony through it. However, the spider is as resilient as a fortress and recovers quickly, rendering Celia's powerful attack ultimately useless. Abad seizes this opportunity to talk down to her, proclaiming that a mage's and a knight's destructive capabilities are incomparable. He unleashes his own wind spell, Raphael, to slice the spider within an endless, violent spiral. However, at the conclusion of his attack, he is horrified to see the creature still alive and well, staring him down. Sensing her brother is in mortal danger, Chelsea casts her Windbreaker magic to provide him with cover. Still, Abad suffers a deep gash from the spider's razor-sharp claw. Though his sister's attack did manage to cushion the blow with her magic, she rushes to check on him after he narrowly escaped without losing an entire arm. They have thrown everything they have against this monster, but its incredibly rapid regeneration makes their efforts completely futile. A deep despair begins to settle in their hearts as the Queen Tarantula closes in to finish them off. Leo steps in and explains that this creature is the progeny of the witch queen Salatna. She was a notoriously deadly monster within the ranks of Erebos' army, and was personally responsible for the incineration of the entire elf forest. Furthermore, Leo reflects that the mana he detected within Professor Albie's left eye bears the telltale signs of the Fairy King's own mana. The tarantula held dominion over the cursed wild forest. Not only did she completely obliterate the forest that belonged to the elves, but she also devoured the most trusted companion of the Fairy King, who dared to rebel against her at the time. Leo had always believed that Luna had single-handedly defeated the tarantula, but it now seems that reality was quite different. The tarantula managed to survive by consuming the Fairy King's assistant, who was in possession of the source of infinite life energy, in the form of an incredibly precious artifact, none other than the fabled Ring of Life. Abad is as stubborn as a mule, and believes that it is his duty to defeat the monster alone, if it is truly a part of the official exam. Both he and Celia decide to launch a barrage of consecutive strikes, in the vain hope of defeating the creature on their own. The tarantula weathers their combined fury, but Leo knows it is all for naught. the creature will simply continue to regenerate endlessly. In truth, they will be the ones to exhaust their mana reserves first. In a final, desperate move, Celia asks for his expert opinion on how they should deal with the monster. Leo explains that it will require the coordinated teamwork of two, but his suggestion is instantly met with staunch opposition from Abad, who is selfishly hoping to conquer the monster by himself. The same can be said for Celia as well. With both of them behaving like petulant children, our hero steps forward to deliver a harsh dose of reality, that if they do not cooperate to defeat this monster, they will all surely fail. His words finally seem to penetrate their thick skulls. Abad considers the possibility of them working in concert, but believes that it will still require a significant amount of time to coordinate a joint attack that can slay the creature in a single, decisive blow. The problem is, since no one besides them can stall the monster, it's going to be extremely difficult deciding to step up and take charge of their struggle. In a haunting flashback to the past, we witness an elven child running in terrified tears. Tragically, the monster Tartaros ensnares him with its web, with the boy completely trapped within the creature's sticky net. There is absolutely no hope of escape remaining. The massive spider quickly approaches, prepared to devour him whole. The boy cries out for his mother's aid and awaits his certain doom, until a single, radiant being materializes like a savior, a being of pure light that prevents the creature from harming the child. Luna was enraged by the creature wreaking such havoc upon her homeland, and going so far as to consume the contractor, who served as the right-hand man of the entire elven forest. Luna releases a devastating light attack aimed at the fanged creature. Her magical assault completely enveloped Tartaros, caging the monster before calling down a pillar of holy thunder. Luna had not anticipated that Arabos' army would have come and overrun the elven forest. As well at that time, Leo, in his original life, was the one responsible for freeing the child, helping him to escape from the constricting webbing. Let's return to the current scene, where he now stands with a heavy axe in hand, ready to buy precious time for his teammates. Still, he cannot accomplish much without the aid of his aura. Requesting Chelsea's assistance, Leo instructs her to employ her elemental magic, targeting him directly with her conjured weapons. He evasively dodges a strike, thanks to his immense speed. Chelsea is worried that he might get caught in the crossfire at this frantic pace. However, Leo insists that he will be perfectly fine, so long as she acts with haste. Chelsea activates her magic, ready to conjure any type of weapon for him to wield. Leo is fine with anything, as long as it is effective. She manifests a new weapon for him, while he correctly guesses that she is preparing a scimitar and a bastard sword. With both of these new weapons in hand, Leo unleashes a veritable storm of slashes, hacking away relentlessly at the giant spider. As each conjured weapon shatters, Chelsea immediately sends another one flying in his direction. He catches a dagger and a heavy battle axe. Leo's shocking and overwhelming physical prowess has shaken Chelsea to her very core. So much so that she now believes he is a master of martial arts. Even the arrogant Abad can't help but acknowledge his strength. Still, it's not as if he is completely invincible, as a sharp claw manages to graze his face. Leo thinks that if he cannot even stop this pathetic spider here and now, then his fallen friends will never cease mocking him in the afterlife. He ramps up the intensity and continues to cut down the spider, while requesting another weapon from Chelsea. Unfortunately, Chelsea has completely exhausted her supply of conjured weapons, which comes as a great shock to him. Thankfully, however, Celia has already completed her preparations for their ultimate strike. She unleashes a roaring spiral of incandescent fire, completely incinerating the creature and defeating it once and for all. The legendary ring of life drops, freed from its monstrous body, and the monster has been subjugated at long last. Celia collapses to the ground, immensely relieved that the terrifying ordeal is finally over. All eyes were fixated on Leo's godlike performance, managing to hold back the monstrous Tartaros for 5 whole minutes. Celia prepared to offer her own praise, but was swiftly outpaced by Chelsea's eager words. She had instantly become his most ardent admirer, proclaiming that his incredible display just now was worthy of the most legendary heroes of old. Leo himself didn't think it was a big deal, but this girl was absolutely losing her mind over him. As she aspires to become a battle mage specialist, she passionately begs to be taken as his disciple. Amusingly enough, Celia secretly hopes Chelsea gets that exclusive training from him, so she can experience what true, agonizing suffering really is. Our protagonist then moves to claim the Ring of Life, which summons forth Prince Silid in the form of a fairy. He awakens the prince's dormant memories just by speaking his name. Upon hearing it, The prince retreats into the ring, finally accepting Silid as the true fairy king. This miracle was all made possible by Professor Albi discovering the Eye of Mana. The final countdown for the testing grounds now begins. Conquering this stage has granted them the ultimate reward, the Fairy King's Pledge. Just before they are transported away, Leo spots a familiar face, a ghost from his long-forgotten past life. We now jump to the office of Kalian Badian, the esteemed principal of the academy, who is currently poring over the exam report from the Western Territory. His aide wonders just how many students the notorious Albi actually passed, given his impossibly strict grading standards. The headmaster himself is rather astonished to see 40 students actually cleared the grueling exam. While this still isn't a particularly high number, the headmaster is far from disappointed, because this man had predicted only 10 students at most would make the cut. This is still considered an incredible accomplishment. He expected Celia and Abad to be the leading candidates based on their lineage. The principal also heard that someone was specifically recommended as the representative for the entire year. It's shocking enough that Albi, of all people, would actually recommend a student. They're almost completely certain it must be either the prestigious Zerdinger or the Llewellyn candidate. But as fate would have it, this chosen candidate is an unknown name that no one has heard before, a name whose performance eclipsed even that of Celia and Abad. We cut to Professor Albi's perspective, who is meticulously dissecting the young man's potential. He personally recommended the student, Leo Plav, as the representative of the entire Night Division. The headmaster expresses his profound shock for the cynical professor to speak so highly of this brilliant student. He went so far as to describe this candidate as boasting the talent of a true hero. Now that the brutal entrance examination is finally done and over with, our hero is enjoying a well-deserved respite in a steaming sauna. He basks in its comforting warmth. The grand prize for conquering the exam was the legendary Fairy King's Pledge. Normally, when it comes to clearing a hero's living world trial, there shouldn't be any kind of conventional reward. But bizarrely, he was given one as a special exception. Leo cannot comprehend the reason why. He looks up to see his mother standing before him. She confronts her son, asking if he understands why. She was cast out from the great house of Zerdinger in a desperate attempt to save a fallen ally. She ultimately lost her composure and unleashed the cataclysmic flames of the Zerdinger clan, but she has never come to regret that decision, not even for a moment. Focusing her gaze upon her only son, she wants the boy's astonishing talent to be guided down the correct path. Also, she is beyond delighted to congratulate him on his acceptance into the academy. Setting foot inside the glorious city of Lemuria, the new students are instructed to gather all of their belongings before they pass through the academy's main gate. Lemuria stands as the shimmering centerpiece of the entire world, and its most treasured jewel is the prestigious Lumini Academy. As Leo finally sets foot in the city, his uncle appears to welcome the young man and offer his heartfelt congratulations for passing the exam. Leo wonders why his uncle is even here, and soon learns that the House of Zerdinger is currently embroiled in settling a never-ending internal debate that has raged on for at least an entire month's time. He quizzes the boy, asking if he can guess the reason for the conflict. Leo speculates, wondering if it's connected to the inheritance of the Phoenix breath. His uncle confirms that is precisely the case. And while his own older sister is no longer part of the Zerdinger clan, Leo is undeniably her son and carries her blood. Then there is the undeniable fact that the elders of the clan are incredibly impressed by the boy's conquest of the Western exam, which is notorious for its extreme difficulty. Leo is handed a special enchanted subspace key, which he decides to activate immediately. By chanting a command word, it unlocks access to a sacred book. His uncle then instructs him to stain the tome's pages with his own blood. Leo dutifully follows his instructions, biting his thumb and letting the crimson drops fall upon the page. Now that he has offered his blood, he alone has access to the powerful information within the book. No one else will ever be able to read it. And while it is not an easy feat to master the techniques of the Zerdingers, his uncle has unwavering faith in the boy's talent and believes he will master it in almost no time at all. With this ritual, he officially welcomes him into the House of Zerdinger. After their meeting concludes, Celia requests to meet Leo at an undisclosed location. Suddenly, a young girl haphazardly bumps into him, causing them both to stumble and for her to drop her glasses. The flustered girl quickly scrambles to gather her books, profusely apologizing for her careless and rushed behavior. She hurries away just as Leo notices her ID card. He picks it up and learns the name Chloe Muller, who is also a freshman attending the academy. Leo opens the designated door to find an irritated Celia, who reminds him that they have a great many things they need to shop for, and he is already running quite late. He apologizes, explaining that he unexpectedly ran into his uncle before arriving. Now beaming with excitement, Celia curiously asks what transpired. To answer her burning, unspoken question, our hero summons the legendary flames of the Zerdinger family, casually asking if he's performing the technique the right way. Seeing this, she is left in a state of utter disbelief. The impossibly confident Leo managed to master the secret technique in less than a single month. His unbelievable achievement causes her to stumble backward in shock, leaving her to wonder if he was even a mortal being. Later on that day, the Sword Princess and the forgotten hero are observing a large ship docking nearby. A certain Professor Inolandio introduces himself as the lead instructor of a night class. He demands the students board the vessel immediately, as they will be departing for the True Lumen campus soon. The long journey commences with the students casually enjoying their time. Leo and Celia now look almost like a couple, which prompts a self-assured young man to make a comment that clearly gets on Celia's nerves. This is an alchemist hailing from the kingdom of Moira, and he's a traveling merchant with nearly everything for sale. He tries to conduct some business with the pair in case they need supplies. At the school, Leo introduces himself using his formal student identity and clarifies that he belongs to the kingdom of Delad. Thomas is visibly taken aback upon hearing this, because that kingdom was assigned the brutally difficult Wester exam. Leo wants to address the massive elephant in the room, as he is finding this entire situation a little too peculiar. It all seems far too peaceful, even though Celia believes this is the standard treatment all freshmen should receive after conquering the entrance exam. The boy then directs his wary attention to their instructor. While Thomas agrees with Celia's assessment of their situation, all of a sudden, the entire ship lurches as a colossal tentacle erupts from the ocean. It nearly flattens the terrified Thomas, while the other students scream for their instructor to intervene. Casually sipping his fine wine, their teacher scoffs at them for even daring to ask for his help. He coldly reminds them that the students of the legendary Lumen Academy are always expected to perform at their absolute best in times of crisis. So this is merely a new challenge for them to conquer on their own. They now face a truly grotesque Leviathan from the deep. A giant, terrifying kraken glares down at the students. Even in this incredibly tense situation, the forgotten hero maintains his unshakable composure and effortlessly slices the creature's tentacle with a flash of his blade. Celia is also faring quite well on her own, unleashing the searing, fiery attack of the great Sword Princess. The Kraken retaliates with a powerful blast of water, completely drenching a very annoyed Celia. The monster then grabs Thomas, who is screaming his lungs out. Seeing this, both Celia and Leo surge forward at full speed to cut the creature down. With the alchemist's life on the line, he still manages to express his shock. He had fully expected the renowned Sword Princess to perform well, given her fearsome reputation. But he never anticipated another student would be just as ferocious. Poor Thomas is nearly crushed again, this time by a frozen tentacle, and he yells at the person who could have accidentally killed him. It's Chloe, the glasses girl that bumped into our protagonist earlier. She is commanding powerful ice magic and holding the monster at bay herself. She talks down to the panicking alchemist, who is needlessly becoming a massive burden in this fight, instead of simply staying out of the way. Thomas retorts that people like her don't give a damn about those they consider weaker than them. Trying to assist, another piece of tentacle is obliterated. We now get to see the dynamic duo of Abad and Chelsea arrive on the scene. They still haven't moved past their bitter rivalry between the two clans. Still, the young battle mage only has her eyes set on our boy, despite being beset by numerous monsters from the lake, swarming them on their voyage to the academy. The instructor muses that this is the perfect welcoming celebration for the new freshman. Savoring his wine, he comments on the top-performing students: Chun, Celia, Abad, Chloe, Walden, and finally, Duran Mora. The captains from each respective region are performing exceptionally well against this dire threat. However, beyond even them is a single student who has completely overshadowed their efforts. An unknown freshman with no dominant reputation in any region. His swordsmanship is the very definition of absolute perfection, and he moves as if he's predicting every single incoming attack. The instructor is pleased that he will get to witness this boy unleash his full, unfathomable potential in his classes. Anyway, the useless alchemist is rapidly running out of his precious potions, just as they finally arrive at their destination. Disembarking from a ship, the instructor expects the students to get used to this kind of monstrous treatment, since they're going to be dealing with it quite often It is now time to explore the glorious entrance hall. The Lumini Academy's training facilities are simply extraordinary. Many of the upperclassmen are hoping for the freshmen to put on a good show. The grand entrance ceremony is about to commence. The Ninth Division is gathered together by their instructor, who demands the regional captains to come to the front of the formation. The headmaster of the academy himself oversees the grand announcement, expecting great things from the new hero candidates of this year. Kalen emphasizes to the assembled students that if they truly wish to become powerful heroes, they must be willing to risk their very lives and will always be expected to shatter their own limits. Slamming his fist powerfully to the ground, the headmaster passionately believes that if they cannot perform the bare minimum of what he just demanded, then they have no place in this prestigious institution. And then, a second later, he transforms into a gentle grandpa, acting as if he didn't just intimidate the soul out of them. Kalen points out and asks why they've all gone dead silent all of a sudden. His radiant and fearsome image as the brilliant swordmaster seems to get a little more tarnished with each passing day. Next on the agenda is a speech from the freshman representative, a name that all the first-year students are eagerly awaiting. It's not Celia, Abad, Chloe, or any of the other captains. Only Leo Plav's name is called from the podium, coming as a complete shock, even to him. He quickly glances toward the professor and instantly realizes that he must have been the one to recommend him. Leo confidently approaches the podium and addresses the professors and upperclassmen with his speech. While this is all happening, many students are whispering about this completely unknown representative. They have no idea what transpired or even who he is. The speech reaches its dramatic and exhausting conclusion as Leo Plav is questioned about his personal goals. As the official representative of his entire year, he realizes their true objective is to intentionally provoke the finalists standing behind him. Leo delivers his words in an exceptionally polite and professional way, drawing the focused attention of the other instructors. They think this is going to be a very formal and reserved ceremony until our protagonist snaps and boldly proclaims that he is ready to accept any of them who dare to challenge him for his esteemed position. This hostile and audacious announcement immediately provokes the top rankers, but Leo doesn't seem to care in the slightest who he has to go up against. With the declaration now settled, the students are dismissed to their assigned dormitories. Starting tomorrow, exploratory classes will commence for 1 full week. This serves as a special grace period for students to try out any class, which will later assist them in choosing 3 subjects to major in. The students are strongly encouraged to get some rest, so they don't risk being late on their very first day of class. Leo's room is conveniently designated right next to Thomas's, who is already buzzing with excitement for his first class tomorrow. They exchange a brief goodnight before Leo collapses onto his bed. His mind is already hard at work, wondering what he is truly meant to accomplish within this academy. Having secured his place in the world's greatest institution, he desperately hopes he can finally find his long-lost hero record. The very next day, at the bustling cafeteria, Thomas asks if he can share a table with our protagonist, who, not really caring either way, approves the request. Leo suddenly receives an annoyed-looking visitor, someone with whom he is not at all familiar. This guy is Duran, the captain from the Central Region, and he is here to confirm if the bold challenge he made during the formal announcement actually carries any real weight behind it. Leo understands that his speech was provocative in the extreme. After all, it invited a complete stranger to challenge him in an aggressive way. Duran seems to think he's some kind of big shot from the Central Region, but Leo simply doesn't give a single ounce of a damn and continues to calmly drink his fruit juice. Furious at being taken so lightly, Duran lashes out, unleashing a thunderous and powerful kick, sending the entire table flying into the air. However, Leo's god-tier reflexes kick in, helping him snatch the airborne ingredients and perfectly reassemble his precious cheeseburger. This man is the very definition of pure class, as he just created a meal out of the chaos. Leo taunts him, stating that he just couldn't bear to see free food go to waste like that. Duran, on the other hand, is now in the mood to murder this guy with his bare hands. He believes the freshman representative is far weaker than him, a fact that his massive ego simply cannot tolerate. Intervening in the brewing fight, their instructor casually drapes both his arms around the 2 angry students. He politely mentions their respective ranks as the representative, as well as the captain of a major region. The instructor hopes they are both prepared to receive their due punishment for starting a fight. On the very first day, you can just see both their faces crying out for help. Let's jump ahead and visit the very first exploratory class of the night. Department. For some strange reason, Celia is worried about why Leo is not yet here. He finally appears, completely exhausted and out of breath. His ragged condition immediately captures Celia's attention because she suspects that he just fought with someone. Leo chooses not to reveal anything for the time being. As class is about to begin, Ein introduces himself as the instructor for all the first-year night classes. Thomas notices that Duran is already on terrible terms with Leo, while their teacher, Ein, lectures about the three main powers that are derived from mana. The first of these is known as magic energy. The second is referred to as soul energy. And finally, we have the power of aura. Of the three, aura is widely considered the most difficult to master. Celia adds that this is because aura requires sacrificing mana fluidity during the difficult conversion process. Her answer is perfectly spot on, as both magic and soul energy tend to utilize mana in its raw, natural state. But aura, on the other hand, absorbs the mana and fundamentally converts it to suit the user's body. He demonstrates what an aura truly looks like, and then wonders if any of them know how to wield the processed aura from their bodies. Gathering her thoughts on matter, Celia struggles to come up with a logical and reasonable answer. The freshman representative finally breaks his silence and explains that utilizing an aura's inherent power requires the burning of mana. He has arrived at the correct conclusion, as promptly pointed out by the instructor, which then prompts him to ask about the single most crucial aspect of the process of burning mana. Leo swiftly responds, stating that it is, of course, stamina. Deeply impressed by the boy's profound understanding of aura, Ein asks if he has ever formally studied the concept before. It turns out he has not, which is yet another astounding feat. A person who has never even properly studied aura somehow extensively managed to grasp its one true essence, deciding to finally put an end to the theoretical explanations. Ein thinks it's about time they perform a little practical exercise using his own aura. He cast a wave-like platform called the aura step. This technique fundamentally relies on concentrate one's aura power directly into their legs. Ein gracefully descends back to the ground and excitedly mentions that the possible applications of aura are practically limitless. Some of the other students begin to experiment and spar with each other, while Celia playfully teases our protagonist. She's ready to teach him how the aura step technique works, so long as he agrees to call her sister. Leo doesn't feel any critical need for her assistance, as he is perfectly fine with just knowing the principles of aura. Noticing Duran sulking off to the side, the instructor thinks this is a good opportunity to address the commotion he witnessed back in the cafeteria. Some students, like Chelsea, have no idea what actually happened, and Thomas stokes her curiosity even more with his dramatic commentary. Both Leo and Duran are summoned to the front by their instructor. First, Ein confronts Duran and demands to know what ticked him off so much. After hearing Duran's arrogant and dismissive reply, the instructor decides to offer them the perfect suggestion. He wants the captain of the Central Region to properly square off against the official freshman representative in a high-stakes running competition, all to determine the student most fit to lead the entire class. Ein outlines that both students are openly permitted to use their aura, with absolutely no restrictions holding them back, which seems like a perfect and massive advantage for Duran. The day of the fated competition has arrived. Thomas, ever the expert businessman, is already busy hosting a high-stakes betting system. The first contestant is the celebrated genius of the House of Moira and the fearsome master of the lightning aura, Duran. Facing him is the mysterious dark horse with no special background, a man who leaped ahead of even the prestigious captains of the regions and became the official freshman representative, Leo Plath. The students are expecting great things from the freshman representative, but after all that, they're extremely underwhelmed to discover that he can't even perform a simple move, like the aura step. They all believe his position is completely undeserved, and that someone like the captain of the Central Region is far more fitting for the honored role of a representative. Realizing that this is the perfect moment to begin, Ein lays out the rules. The first to cross the finish line will win, and their opponent must accept the results of the outcome without fail. The race is now about to begin. Even Celia thinks this competition is a massive stretch for Leo to win. Duran is a master who specializes in speed, not to mention his unbelievably fast lightning aura. Even when facing those overwhelming odds, Celia is still holding out hope for Leo to subvert everyone's expectations by somehow pulling off the impossible. As soon as the professor shouted go, the two racers blasted off the starting line. Duran Moira instantly cloaked himself in a crackling lightning aura, supremely confident that his speed would leave Leo choking in the dust. With his flawless running form, Our boy was completely unfazed by the pathetic trash talk near the starting line, just as the crowd had anticipated. It looks like the cool representative of the Central region is going to make short and easy work of this track. On the other hand, the official freshman representative is already lagging far behind. Leo began to infuse just a tiny bit of aura into his feet to kick things up a notch. The audience quickly labeled him a fraud, a cheater who scammed his way into the representative role. In the midst of this hostile crowd, which had unanimously turned against him, a solitary, beautiful flower is cheering on for Leo. Chelsea Lilland's passionate and hopeful shout of support stood out, completely focused on crushing his opposition. Duran continuously lived up to his family's signature, powerful attribute. He really is as fast as lightning itself. Seeing him cross the halfway point in such an inhumanly short period of time had Thomas starting to worry about his new buddy. It seems like Leo will surely be on the losing end if he doesn't step things up. So the young man casually glanced around the entire track. Much to everyone's absolute shock, he did not push himself to go any faster, but actually decelerated instead. Once all of his momentum was gone, Leo started running completely off the track and straight up the walls. While it's true that Celia Zerdinger still has faith in him, there is simply no logical explanation for his bizarre actions. He looks like a complete idiot, as everyone watching was baffled, utterly confused, and totally lost. Leo was focused on increasing the aura density within his feet with multiple successive and totally inhuman jumps. He went completely off the track and into the nearby grass, and finally leaped powerfully up into the spectator stands. He turned around and nonchalantly watched as Duran stretched his lead. With his opponent's consistent speed, Leo's aura density reached its absolute peak. The fiery, concussive force in his feet began cracking the stands he stood on. With one single, powerful leap, he launched himself back onto the track with an immense momentum. It was so staggeringly and unbelievably impactful that the jump left a small, fiery explosion in its wake, distracting the arrogant Duran for just a moment. From that very explosion, Leo came streaking forth like a crimson meteor, blazing his way through the rest of the track. The cheeky devil even had the audacity to taunt his opponent as he flew past Duran, calling the arrogant and cocky brat a slowpoke. The speeding meteor rapidly approached the finish line. His powerful and graceful landing was a true sight to behold. Duran watched from a few meters away, completely dumbfounded. His crackling, lightning cloak has been utterly vanquished. This is a clear and absolute humiliating loss. Leo craned his head back and flashed a confident, winning smile. He had won, but the damage inflicted on the stands was quite severe. It was completely worth it, though. The crowd that was talking so much smack just a second ago was now bewildered. They knew that whatever incredible feat they just witnessed was no mere joke. As far as they were aware, Duran is the fastest among all the first-year students. To even think that anyone could possibly beat him is just absurd. Moreover, he lost to a kid who hasn't even properly learned aura yet. Among everyone else in the stunned crowd, one of the very few who grasped what Leo truly did was Celia. She knew deep down that he didn't just use a simple aura step. What he just showed the world was a full-blown phoenix step. Since Leo had won, Thomas and Chelsea were brimming with pure joy, full of nothing but compliments for their incredible friend. The professor quietly and carefully deliberated what he had just witnessed. Duran had used his special technique, the lightning aura, and increased his speed. That much was to be expected, but the incredible speed that the young boy displayed was still mind-blowing. Meanwhile, Leo Plav was significantly slower in the more traditional sense, but he was far better at handling and manipulating his aura. He gathered and focused his powerful fire aura into his feet to blast off, and he created a single unbelievably formidable aura step in the process of doing so. It was a flawless and masterful application of a seemingly simple concept. Being the true sportsman that he truly is, Leo walked up to Duran and offered his hand, while genuinely telling him that it was a good match. He even honestly admitted that if this had been a long-distance race, the final results might have been quite different. Still incredibly salty about his humiliating loss, the arrogant brat refused to shake his hand and even bumped his shoulder aggressively on the way past. The professor is now positively certain that, among the current generation of young disciples, a truly formidable and legendary hero might finally be born once again. As soon as Leo reached the corner where his friends were waiting, Chelsea immediately began to shower him with excited compliments. He was so incredibly cool that she expressed her passionate desire to train with him. Thomas asks Celia why Chelsea is so into Leo and not him, when a real answer is so painfully and blatantly obvious. Since the class was now officially over, Thomas invited everyone to the cafe, even generously offering to treat everyone. Leo apologized, as he couldn't tag along for such a leisurely activity. Without uttering another single word, he quietly began to walk away from his new group of friends. When they asked where he was possibly going, he simply answered that he was going to listen in on the summoning classes. Confused, his friends had to ask why a dedicated knight student would ever sit in on a summoning class. As is usually the case, the reason is for his own research purposes. There's still something that Leo can't quite wrap his head around. Why did the Fairy King grant him the pledge as a special reward? As far as he is aware, the rewards of a hero's world are directly connected to the world owner's own unique power. The reward he received seems to be related to the art of summoning. But Professor Albie is a pure magician and not a summoner at all. By that same logic, Leo should have received a magic-related ability. Furthermore, in order to make contact with any kind of fairy, one must first travel to the mythical fairyland. Whatever strange reward he got will likely be of no use for now. While Leo was patiently waiting at the site of the summoning classes, a familiar and friendly voice asked if he was also a summoning student. It turned out to be the Eastern captain and the exam's top scorer, Chunxia. Unlike the other captain he had just raced, this young lady is exceptionally polite, cheerful, and incredibly kind. They exchanged some friendly pleasantries, and she insisted that he just call her Gia from now on. She was certain that Leo was a proud student of the Night Division. So, seeing that he also had a keen interest in summoning was very unexpected. He asserted that he is simply very interested in spiritualism. If that's truly the case, then they're likely going to see each other much more often in a lot of classes. When he asked what kind of spirit she had made a contract with, Sia summoned a truly beautiful water sprite out of thin air. Unfortunately, Leo still hasn't made a single contract just yet. The ever-gracious Sia insisted that should he ever require aid in the profound art of spirit summoning, she would be more than honored to lend her expertise. Leo is not one to foolishly refuse help and powerful connections. Then, our hero committed the cardinal sin of social etiquette, inquiring about a lady's age. A knowing smile graced her lips as Sia revealed she was 17 years old. She was also well aware that Leo was her junior at only 15. In Leo's mind, he was simply marveling at how youthful Sia appeared. She looked even younger than the fiery Chelsea. Sia, however, noticed his momentary hesitation and challenged him, asking if he was thinking something disrespectful, which Leo, of course, vehemently denied. That's right, boys will always deny it. Anyway, she had actually approached him to express how deeply moved she was by his race against the formidable Duran. She had been in the crowd, witnessing it all. The very image of him blazing across the track had been seared permanently into her memory. With a newfound determination, she requested that he accept her challenge for a duel one day. Amused, Leo flashed a smile and accepted without hesitation. After encountering so many over-the-top personalities, it was a refreshing change to meet a genuinely normal person. And with that, the Summoning Division's exploratory class was officially underway. From the very outset, their location was highly unorthodox. Instead of a lecture hall, they were assembled out in the open fields. A few particularly notable figures were in attendance. These two possessed distinct faces and striking white hair, so they were clearly important characters, not just background fodder. Leo surveyed the gathering, noting the surprisingly low number of students present. Sia had anticipated as much. Summoning is hardly a popular specialization. After all, just as he was pondering why the class was being conducted outdoors, the answer descended upon them from the heavens. A colossal, scaly form with wings that blotted out the sun soared majestically over the students' heads. The creature landed, revealing its terrifying visage for all to behold. It was a magnificent black wyvern. Some of the weaker-willed students lost all strength in their knees the moment they saw the fearsome beast. Then, the woman perched atop the wyvern flashed a confident smile and declared that her wyvern seemed to have taken a particular liking to this new class. She leaped gracefully from her mount and introduced herself as Yura Marin, their new summoning teacher, who would be instructing the freshmen for the entire academic year. Yura was a grade A beauty with her long, flowing white hair, a perfectly toned body, and undeniably devilish features. The hormonal students already wanted to become their teacher's personal summoner. At this point, Leo mused that if the pervy Dueno had been here, he would have absolutely lost his mind. at the sight of a woman possessing a different kind of allure than Luna and Lucinus, he would surely be inspired to create even more cultured art. Getting straight to the point, Miss Yura addressed her new little greenhorns. The mere fact that they were in this prestigious program must signify that they possess some raw talent in the field. The freshmen responded with a resounding yes. Miss Yura was pleased with their overflowing confidence, so they would be heading to the practice area without delay. She summoned Carlo, the first year, summoning class's associate professor, to bring forth the griffins. Miss Yura explained that they would be flying together, in groups of 2. They had enough griffins to accommodate every single one of their asses. The only problem was this was everyone's first time handling a creature as temperamental as a griffin. The moment she heard a single word of complaint, Miss Yura's eyes turned sharp and hostile as she questioned if they wanted to heed her lesson or not. Leaping back atop her massive black wyvern, she proclaimed that anyone who thought they couldn't ride a griffin should just give up and go home immediately. Her scaly companion mirrored her sheer intensity, letting out a roar and flapping its powerful wings, taking to the air while asserting its absolute dominance. While the entire class was left shaken, a single lone student stood there, proud and completely unfazed. Associate Professor Carlo interjected with a lighter tone, urging the kids to hurry up and follow their professor. Once they had overcome their initial wave of fear and doubt, most of the students discovered that the griffins were far more docile than they had imagined. Some of these four-legged birds were very challenging to manage, though it was simply the luck of the draw. Leo and Sia decided to partner up for this activity. She politely asked if she could take the reins, and Leo gladly conceded. And so, the students were lifted into the air, 2 by 2. Those who adapted quickly were able to match the professor's swift pace, bypassing the vast sea by taking to the skies. They never expected to be allowed to do something so audacious as riding a griffin on their very first day of class, as was expected of Lumine's legendary top-notch programs. Everyone's initial apprehension regarding the griffins was practically gone. Some students were even arguing over who should be holding the reins. Sia and Leo were soaring effortlessly through the air with Sia at the helm. She was a bit apprehensive, but the griffin they got was a true sweetheart. But it was still wise to remain cautious. Griffins are notoriously difficult to control for novice riders, seeing that everything was proceeding far too smoothly. Miss Yura decided to shake things up a bit and produced a strange whistle. She blew into it with all her strength, unleashing an imperceptible sound that only the griffins could possibly hear. The moment the four-legged birds heard the piercing tune, it was as if some primal instinct had been violently awakened within them. Their powerful talons protruded in full, menacing display, and all of the birds began to behave with extreme volatility. The weaker-willed students turned to their professor for assistance, not realizing that she was the very reason why. The beasts were now going completely out of control. Miss Yura reasoned that those who couldn't even manage an out-of-control griffin had no right to call themselves a student of the Great Lumiere Academy. Even Sia, a reasonably skilled and experienced young summoner, was struggling mightily with their own bird, while she was trying to wrestle the beast with the reins. Leo grabbed her hand and her waist to steady her in the seat. He warned her that griffins are incredibly prideful creatures. Trying to dominate them with brute strength would only cause them to act out with even more ferocity. He was surprisingly gentle with his touch. Leo finessed her fingers in a subtle, yet masterful way to bring the rampaging mount back under their control, taking over from behind. He shifted gears and made the griffin fly faster than ever before. They were moving so quickly and so smoothly that they eventually passed the professor and her bewildered associate. Miss Yura praised his absolute mastery over the beast. She turned to Carlo and confirmed, if the first-year representative was truly an applicant for the Night Major, according to all official records, that should have been the case. He's riding so well that she wondered if he possessed a personal griffin back at his home. However, according to Carlo's comprehensive records, Leo did not hail from a noble house that could afford such a luxury. That could only mean he was operating purely on raw talent alone. It was still very early in the class, but Miss Yura was optimistic that she might have just discovered a hidden, priceless little gem. After that sky-high debacle, every single student finally reached the fabled island of summons, every summoning major's sacred practice grounds. A great many of the kids were throwing up on the beach after such a nauseatingly wild ride. On the other hand, Leo was just casually roaming the sandy beach in search of a suitable and ripe fruit. When he finally located one with the perfect size and ripeness, he moved to pluck it from the tree and noticed a single burnt feather. His mind immediately began racing with various possibilities, but he kept his thoughts to himself for the time being. After securing the succulent fruit, he fed it to the waiting griffin, as a token of his gratitude for bringing them to the island unharmed. With every student now accounted for, Miss Yura called for everyone to assemble. From this point forward, they would be undertaking a practical examination, on their very first day, no less. Some of these kids had only wanted to check out the exploratory class, period, but now they were facing an impromptu and difficult exam. Miss Yura clarified that compared to the other two majors, the path that summoners must tread goes much, much further. Everyone should already be fully aware of that fact. For summoning, merely having control over one's mana is not nearly enough. In order to forge a proper contract with a suitable spirit, one requires the proper spirit affinity to command your summons with skill. An adequate and refined taming ability is an absolute necessity. The path is incredibly hard and exceedingly complicated. That is precisely why the number of summoner heroes is vastly lower than that of the other two more traditional classes. However, compared to other heroes, summoners who rise to claim the title accomplish far more than the vast and overwhelming majority. Great summoners have deeply and indelibly etched their names into history. That is the true allure of being a summoner. Every student here dreams of becoming that kind of legendary figure in their own right. Eliza Herjen, from the renowned summoner hero family of the far north. The powerful Herjen clan stepped forward to face the challenge and inquired of the professor what sort of exam they must now face. Miss Yura explained that, as the island's name suggests, the island of summons is absolutely teeming with beasts and spirits. Since a summon is considered a form of living weapon for a summoner, the exam would test every single student's innate taming ability. With that in mind, the requirements of the test are brutally simple. They just have to tame a summon from within the forest and bring it back successfully to the beach. After successfully taming and forging a contract, they are free to keep their new summons. The students erupted into a joyous celebration. It is not every day that one gets an opportunity to tame their very own beast, while everyone else was eagerly rushing into the woods, excited to discover their new pets. Leo just calmly strode into the daunting forest. Surprisingly, the proud Eliza followed him from the entrance. The rumors of his stunning victory over Duran had already spread like wildfire. Seeing him now in the summoner class, she couldn't help but go over and say hello. The other prominent students in the class took careful note of this particular interaction. Leo simply waved Eliza off and nonchalantly insisted that he was just doing the best that he could. Seeing him dismiss her as if she were some random commoner completely infuriated the proud Eliza. Observing her students from afar, Miss Yura could already identify the key players of her new freshman class. A few minutes later, quite a number of students had already initiated the taming process with their chosen beasts. None of them, however, managed to capture Leo's attention. Some of the other students observed that the freshman representative was venturing a bit too deep into the ominous forest. Some were even praying for his ultimate downfall, thinking that he would fail to tame a single summon, receive a 0, and run back to being a barbaric knight major. Completely unbothered by all the commotion, Leo followed the trail as deep into the woods as he possibly could. His guiding light was the mysterious feather he had seen on the orange tree earlier. A few minutes ago, its tip had been badly burned, but now it had returned to a pristine and perfect condition. He discovered a clearing in the very heart of the woods, and after ensuring that he would not be disturbed, he summoned the powerful Zerdinger fire from within him and scorched the feather, reducing it to mere ashes. Feeling an oppressively hot sensation emanating from behind him, his deep suspicions were finally confirmed. Back in Leo's distant hometown, life had slowed down considerably now that the kid had flown the nest. Reina was cooking some Ghibli movie quality food out in the open. Even so, she was still deeply worried about her little boy. It was technically his first day of school, so there should be no reason to be so worried and worked up, right? If only Reina could see what her boy was currently getting himself into, then she would know that her worry was not at all unreasonable. She tried to reassure herself that Leo would be just fine. He is, after all, a very strong boy. Meanwhile, that very same boy was being cooked by the most intense heat imaginable. He was being enveloped by the fire of one of the 3 great summons, the legendary Phoenix, with a voice that commanded the very flames. The Phoenix was confused to see a mere child, wielding the sacred flame of Zerdinger. The legendary beast had only appeared because it smelled Reina's flame. Hearing his mother's name, Leo asked the Phoenix how it could possibly know his mom. It seems the majestic Phoenix showed up just in time. Then, the legendary beast revealed it was surprisingly acquainted with Leo's mom. It asserted that it owed Reina a truly great debt. This was Farina, one of the three mythical and legendary summons, the elusive phoenix. She formally introduced herself, affording Leo the respect worthy of Reina's direct bloodline. Leo Plav returned the respectful introduction with one of his own, and asked for Farina to elaborate on her relationship with his mother. The phoenix then confessed that Leo's mother had once saved the life of Farina's own summoner, Ellen Lunda. Hearing that name made him jump with fright. Ellen Lunda is a well-known and proper hero. The incident had occurred while Ellen was clearing a dungeon in Syria. She had lost all of her comrades and was in grave danger of losing her own life at that very moment. Then, Reina Zerdinger arrived, scorching hot, to save her life. She was a truly dignified knight, but in the process of saving the young hero, Reina lost her own blazing aura. If it had not been for that fateful event, Reina would have surely reached the coveted and hallowed seat of the heroes. This was Leo's first time ever hearing the entire story, but his mother had always told him that she did not once regret what she did. On that fateful day, Farina then laughed, knowing that Reina really was that type of honorable knight. Changing the subject abruptly, Leo asked why a legendary phoenix would be present on the Isle of Lumen. Unfortunately, she could not tell him the entire reason. Farina was also quite confused as to why a little knight would be on the sacred island of summons, when he professed that he was also taking summoning lessons. Farina was prompted to take a much closer look at the young boy, after sensing such a rich and powerful aura residing within him, almost as though he were not a mere child. Farina roared with deep laughter, deeming their unexpected meeting as nothing less than fate. She could finally repay the immense debt that she owed to his mother. Farina urged Leo to reach out his hand and hold her sacred flame. The fire danced playfully around his palm and eventually coalesced into the shape of an egg. Inside was the child of a mighty phoenix. Farina hoped that one day, when he becomes a truly great summoner, Leo would forge a contract with her precious child. It was unfortunate that the summoner was arranged to be given the egg, but Farina much preferred Leo. When the young man asked if it would be possible to hatch and tame right now, the phoenix almost dropped to the ground in utter surprise, before she could even stop him from attempting to initiate the process. A fiery, brilliant light had already appeared around the boy's entire body. Farina tried to warn him that it was far too soon to be doing this. If things were to go wrong, he might even forfeit his very life. With an unshakable concentration, Leo had already reached the point of no return. Farina was forced to accept that. His unwavering willingness to challenge the truly impossible without even flinching was a trait he had undoubtedly inherited from his mother. All she could do now was to wish him luck. In the difficult process of hatching the egg, it was as though it was only him and the living fire inside it that existed in the entire world. Leo reached out his hand, completely enamored by the beautiful blaze. The very instant his palm touched the small fire, it erupted into an unstoppable and wild flare. Leo panicked and quickly pulled his hand away. The intense heat was beginning to make it impossible to even breathe. This was the true caliber of the Phoenix Flame. This trial must have been a way for him to experience what the mythical and legendary beast goes through as a result of burning their own bodies to emit such powerful flames. A phoenix must endure an unbearable pain every single day. They live with their flesh constantly burning for all of eternity, while continuously regenerating at a truly monstrous rate. Even if it was just a little, Leo could finally understand their pain now. So he ceased fighting the pain and instead fully embraced the fire. It completely swallowed him whole as he joined the phoenix in its pain. The blaze had reached its absolute tipping point, rampaging violently all around his body. Suddenly, the egg he held in his hand began to crack and shatter. Leo finally opened his eyes. A newfound wisdom and acceptance for the agony now imprinted on his very soul. The fire that had been burning his flesh slowly coalesced around the egg, hastening the hatching process by a great deal. Farina curiously asked if he had actually succeeded, and he confidently replied that he most certainly did. She smiled and branded him a true and undeniable genius for managing to pull off such an utterly insane move. If a legendary phoenix tells you that you will be the world's greatest summoner, you better believe that shit. Before the egg could even fully hatch, Farina was already offering her congratulations to the young man for forging a successful and powerful contract. The remaining eggshells burned away into fine ashes, and what remained was an adorably tiny little chick that he named Fiora. Farina was so overjoyed that she transformed into her beautiful human form, as she formally entrusted her precious child to Leo. By all known accounts, Fiora just looked like an ordinary little red chick. She was really cute though, By midday, the vast majority of the students had already made their way back to the beach. Almost all of them had brought back completely inoffensive summons that could be easily found in the very outskirts of the woods. Miss Yura turned to her associate, Carlo, and asked how much time the remaining students had left. Well, those who had not yet returned had only 5 minutes remaining to do so, and just as she had expected, the only ones who remained were the 4 standouts she had singled out. From deep within the woods, a loud rumbling could be heard. A giant fucking bear came barreling out, bulldozing the trees and everything else in its destructive path. On the back of this cuddly predator was none other than the scruffy Chunxia. She had managed to tame an aqua bear cub. As a prospective knight, that was a truly impressive feat. Her grand entrance was quickly overshadowed by the dark shadow that was cast over her newly tamed beast. The quiet dude had bagged a massive shadow crow as his personal summon and was now aura farming by riding on one of its massive talons all the way to the beach. Even the most famous summoner families would find taming a shadow crow to be incredibly difficult. He had only managed to tame one, but had not yet made a contract. He was more than up to par with Miss Yura's high expectations, though he had already done more than enough. A minute later, the students started to freak out at the sight of a flawless and massive white serpent crawling its way onto the beach, with the proud Eliza riding on top of it. Eliza, haughtily, asserted that she went ahead and contracted this Gorgon snake just because they didn't currently have one in their family's collection yet. She's just out here farming for the Pokédex. Carlo finally called out the time, signaling the official end of the brutal exam. Thankfully, the very last student reached the beach at the final second. Compared to the grand and dramatic entrances of the other 3, Leo just casually strolled his way onto the beach, with a tiny little chick nesting comfortably on his head. If his classmates had inspired fear and awe, his image simply exuded pure and unadulterated cuteness. His dumbass and mediocre classmates immediately burst out laughing at the sight. They reckoned that he had just tamed a chicken, after sensing his own complete incompetence in the art of summon. While everyone else was busy chortling, Miss Yura felt a sudden chill run down her entire spine. She could not help but curse out this absolute son of a gun who had just brought back a literal phoenix from the very first practical exam. By sunset, the freshman summoning class had officially come to an end, and the students were all escorted back to the main academy. While everyone else's day was now officially over, Leo still had some very important business to discuss. He fixed his tie and knocked firmly on the office door. A sweet and melodic voice beckoned for him to come inside. As he slowly opened the door, he was greeted by the pleasant sight of Professor Yura in her more casual attire. The beautiful light of the setting sun was highlighting her features. She immediately set aside what she was currently doing and invited the young man to come in and take a seat. Miss Yura then confessed that today was the very first time she had ever laid eyes on a baby phoenix. In fact, she didn't even know that there was such a mystical summon on the entire Summoner Island. A freshman forging a contract with a phoenix is simply no laughing matter. That is a completely unprecedented achievement in the entire long history of the academy. Miss Yura closed in on the unsuspecting young man, trapping him against the chair, and with an inquisitive look, she told him that she finally knew what he really was. Leo nervously swallowed his saliva. Maybe he had flexed a bit too hard and had unwittingly revealed his true identity. But all of his worries immediately dissipated as soon as Miss Yura pulled him into a very tight and warm hug and called him an unprecedented and undeniable summoning genius, the likes of which have never been seen before. While she wanted to praise and acknowledge what he had accomplished, the professor thought that they should keep his contract with the Phoenix a closely guarded secret for the time being. If such a massive piece of information were to be revealed, things would become very noisy very, very quickly. For now, she wanted him to make absolutely sure to choose summoning as his main major. The very day the exploratory classes finally come to an end. In her expert eyes, this young man possesses the raw and untamed talent to become a summoning hero, who will surely be remembered for all the ages to come. By the way, I know exactly what you're thinking, guys, but reality is harsh, and there is no way for you to become her personal summoner. The very next day, Luminy Academy and all of its residents awoke to a truly beautiful morning. Chloe walked slowly through the grand halls, still sleepy and yawning from not getting nearly enough rest. Thomas caught her in the act of yawning and teased her that her mouth might just tear if she kept it up. Chloe felt and looked extremely tired since she had been staying up late, reading ancient magic books, seeing the girl that he had bumped into a few days ago. Leo pulled Chloe Miller's ID card from out of his pocket and returned it to its rightful owner. She thanked the freshman representative for saving her from the considerable hassle of applying for a brand new one. What she found to be odd was the fact that Leo was also planning to listen in on the magic classes. He reasoned that since they were still in their exploratory period, he might as well attend as many different lectures as he possibly could. Chloe, on the other hand, was only ever interested in magic, so the only classes she ever attended pertained to that very subject. Thomas quietly whispered to his buddy that this Chloe chick, this veritable ice woman, was aiming for the top of the entire magic division. You see, Thomas's mouth does not possess a volume control, so Chloe Muller heard every single word of that. Thomas immediately noticed the temperature in the room drop as soon as she fixed her gaze upon him. Just as he was about to try and wriggle his way out of trouble and move to the back, a massive pillar of ice stood directly in his way. It was a perfectly crystallized pillar that nearly trapped Thomas inside an iceberg, with nowhere left for him to go. Chloe dragged him into the front seats to force him to behave and pay proper attention to the upcoming class. The very next second, another familiar face showed up in the lecture hall. Two of them, in fact. Unsurprisingly, it was Abad and Chelsea Llewellyn. The prestigious mage family were also, of course, present for the magic class. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the entire atmosphere of the room instantly shifted. The very moment he walked through the door, he effortlessly commanded everyone's undivided attention. As he walked to the podium at the front of the entire class, the girls immediately began to blush and murmur, talking about just how handsome their new magic professor was. With a clean, slick-back look, a dapper tie, and an overall immaculate and stylish dress, Len Horas introduced himself as the first-year Magic Division's lead professor. He had brought with him a very thick stack of paper. Before starting today's exploratory class, he intended to do something rather drastic. With a simple flick of his finger, the stack of paper on his desk flew all over the entire room, and eventually found themselves neatly arranged on top of each and every student's desk. For their introduction, everyone would be taking a magic theory exam right from the very get-go. Of course, everyone was utterly surprised to find they were being tested on magic theory before they had even had a single lecture. Professor Len Horas asserted that any students who failed to meet certain high standards would be permanently banished from his classroom. Since all of them were now Lumen students, this much should be considered the bare minimum standard. Upon completing the exam, they were to hand in their paper to his assistant, Anna. Contrary to the sheer intensity of Professor Horace, Assistant Professor Anna was like a warm ball of sunshine. The one who was screwed over the most by this first day exam was without a doubt Leo. All it took was a single glance at the first question, and Bro immediately knew that he was completely cooked. He was utterly clueless when it came to current magical trends. The increasingly complex formulas on his exam paper were simple and utterly indecipherable to his eyes. While the clock ticked down, every student tried their absolute hardest to squeeze out the last bit of their remaining brain juice to answer the highly intricate questions. As the grains of sand fell to the bottom of the hourglass, the tensions rose. Their very futures as magic heroes depended on this one exam. When the time was finally up, the students began to discuss how surprisingly easy the exam had been, but none of the best and the brightest had managed to answer the final, most difficult question. Compared to them, Leo was extremely stressed. He had only managed to answer a single question, even though he had truly tried his absolute hardest. As he shakily submitted his nearly blank paper, he deeply regretted not learning more about modern magic before arriving here. Thinking that it was completely hopeless, he immediately left. He could not stand to remain in the lecture hall out of sheer embarrassment. He reckoned that he should just study magic on his own time. For the past 100 years, magic has evolved by tremendous leaps and bounds. Magic that had once required a perfect and deep understanding of complex concepts could now be used just by memorizing mind-numbing and tedious activation conditions. Professor Horace quickly began to check the submitted papers. Bro didn't even require any supplies. He was raw-dogging it with just his fingers. Meanwhile, Leo concluded that magic's development towards simple memorization has worsened the overall skill level of magicians in the current times. After checking all of the exams, the professor flexed his considerable magical muscles to his students a little bit. He summoned a brilliant and bright orb of light. strange runes, and otherworldly concepts swimming around. This was the very essence of the magic he had personally forged, from beginning to end. He had constructed this magical algorithm brick by brick. The ultimate goal of his class was to forge students capable of researching and creating their own unique brand of magic. That was precisely why he had subjected them to such a test. On the very first day of their exploratory classes, there were 49 questions, each worth a single point, based on the simple memorization of increasingly difficult magical concepts. The final question, however, was worth a staggering 51 points, and it analyzed the true, fundamental essence of magic itself. Professor Horace hoped that in the future, his students would one day become magicians, capable of actually solving that final, profound question. Chelsea let out a quiet sigh of relief. Now, she could rest easy knowing that no one else had solved the final question correctly. She hadn't even known where to possibly begin solving it. She looked up and saw that Leo's seat was now empty, with his exam paper laid neatly upon the desk. Thinking that he had simply given up, that realization truly disappointed her. It would have been nice to attend the magic classes alongside him. After the professor's deeply impassioned speech, his assistant rushed up to him and whispered something with great urgency. Anna quietly informed him that there was a student who had solved the 50th question correctly. This revelation completely shocked the stern professor. The stoic and unyielding Len Horace completely vanished. He let out a hearty laugh right in front of the entire class. Upon hearing such wonderful and unexpected news, he asked his class who among them had just made history as the very first student to figure out the 50th question in a single attempt and achieve a perfect score. Professor Horace was visibly blushing and practically salivating at the prospect of molding a generational magic genius. But Anna quickly had to correct him and stated that the student did not, in fact, get a perfect score. That was fine, too. He didn't let that minor detail bother him. He simply surmised that the student must have missed a few items due to spending so much time on the final, most difficult part. Then, Anna just dropped the bombshell with another quiet whisper. The student who got the final question right only solved the last question and had left the other 49 completely untouched. The professor immediately demanded to know the student's name, and Anna handed him Leo Plav's official student file. Professor Horace called out Leo's name in a loud voice, commanding him to stand up, but it was already too late. Even his closest friends hadn't noticed him. Slinking quietly out of the classroom after shamefully submitting his work to shatter the awkward and heavy silence in the room, Chelsea cautiously raised her hand and explained that Leo had left right after he had finished the incredibly difficult test. His final test score was a complete and utter anomaly. He had technically scored the highest out of everyone else by solving only the last part and absolutely nothing else. The very subject of the magic class's uproar was already in the cafeteria, casually hanging out with Celia. He shared with her what had just happened, and she laughed directly in his face for completely fucking up the exam. He got a cute baby bird in the summoning class, and he completely crashed and burned in the magic class. In Celia's honest opinion, Leo must now realize that he's doing something fundamentally wrong with his school life. She insisted that he should just focus entirely on his swordsmanship. He was, after all, a knight major. Well, he asked if she would like to do some hellish stamina training. She immediately and awkwardly changed the subject. Their friendly and light-hearted conversation was interrupted by a ghastly presence, zooming in directly behind Leo. Professor Horace was absolutely fuming. He believed this knight major kid had just made a complete fool of his class. He confronted him about leaving after answering only a single question. He demanded to know if the other questions were so pathetically easy that they were simply not worth his time to answer. Leo stood up and respectfully cleared up the major misunderstanding. He confessed that he had genuinely believed he had zero chance of passing that particular exam. For him, every single question, except for the last problem, was far too difficult, and he had absolutely no clue where to even begin with any of them. He sheepishly explained that he had studied magic entirely on his own by reading ancient and outdated magic books, so he was not at all up to date with any of the modern formulas. A thought suddenly began to form inside the brilliant professor's mind. He then proceeded to pick the young man up off the floor, as if he were nothing more than a stray cat or something. When he finally let go, Leo had never been so utterly confused in his entire life. Meanwhile, the professor's eyes were gleaming with pure joy and endless possibilities as he forcefully urged Leo to follow him. For just a brief moment, Leo didn't even have the chance to refuse or to ask where they were going. Professor Horace grabbed him by the collar and proceeded to drag him out of the bustling cafeteria like a hyperactive child who had just found their new favorite toy. Celia was completely frozen in her seat, This was her very first time witnessing the Academy's famed professor of magical theory, and he had certainly made quite an eccentric first impression. Poor Assistant Anna, Mr. Boss, by only a few seconds. Poor Assistant Anna, Mr. Boss, by only a few seconds. She had failed to ensure that Len Horace didn't do anything strange. The poor lady didn't even have a chance to catch her breath as she tried to desperately chase after the madman. The professor brought Leo directly to his private office, started scribbling complex magic theory problems on his chalkboard, and then asked the young man to solve each one of them for him. He reckoned that if the boy had not solved the final question, out of sheer dumb luck, then he must already possess his own established magic system in his mind. Professor Horace stood patiently on the sidelines, eagerly waiting for the young man to show him a new, revolutionary magic system through his solutions. But not even 10 seconds had passed, and Leo had already finished writing his final, conclusive answer on the board. Shocked and just a little bit frightened, he asked if Leo had mentally solved all of the questions he had just presented. That was more or less exactly what Leo did. The professor had just hit the absolute jackpot. After all these long years of endless mediocrity, he had finally discovered a seedling worth cultivating into the highest and most sacred echelon of heroes. Professor Gojo Satoru was right outside, minding his own business and calmly walking through the halls. Unbeknownst to him, his calm and peaceful day was about to be pestered by his overenthusiastic colleague. Professor Horace came running up to him with a broad, innocent smile and eyes that were absolutely full of life. Bro was not having any of it. He knew that whatever his co-worker was smiling so much about would certainly ruin his perfectly calm and peaceful day. So he turned around and began to walk back in the direction he had just come from. Len Horace grabbed his feet while repeatedly thanking him, like an overstimulated and excited dog. Professor Albie had to use his magic just to keep him away. This was not the first time he had seen Len Horace act out like this, but he was going a bit too far. Today, Professor Horace didn't give a damn, even if he was currently suspended in midair. He just wanted to express his profound gratitude for discovering the genius. That is Leo Plov. Albie was completely confused. Why would this magic fanatic call a knight in training a genius in the art of magic? Hearing him mention knighthood and Leo in the very same sentence made Professor Horace truly irate. He insisted that the kid must become a sorcerer at any and all costs. He would not stand by and allow such incredible talent to rot away while simply wielding dull metal sticks. Finally, his assistant and part-time babysitter, Anna, finally caught up with her errant boss. While he was still ranting about how sending Leo to the Knights would be a grave insult to the entire field of sorcery, Albie dropped him unceremoniously to the ground. At least the professor was very appreciative of Anna for catching his fall. After running all over the entire campus, the sunshine and rainbows, demeanor of the poor assistant was completely gone, as she insisted that they now return to their class. Speaking of the devil, Leo walked past the entire commotion, and Professor Albie gave him a knowing and reassuring smile. The young man reckoned that sorcerers have not changed one bit at all, even with the passage of time. Even to this day, they are all complete and utter lunatics. A week after the magic theory debacle, the exploratory classes had finally reached their conclusion. Leo was just chilling peacefully on the roof, reading his book, far away from any drama and over-the-top commotions. As was his custom, he was researching his own forgotten legacy. Today, Kyle, the supposed hero of the beginning, is now widely known and regarded as a common fraud. Seeing how the world had moved on without him, and the complete change of perception was still weighing heavily on his mind, while he was quietly contemplating the relentless passage of time on the rooftop. The first year, professors were currently running around the campus halls without even knocking, and had barged directly into the principal's office with their various complaints. In Professor Elon's hand was Leo Plov's official application form. Listed on the kids' chosen major courses were knighthood, sorcery, and summoning, all three of the major hero disciplines. After witnessing the kids' immense, untapped potential in every single field, the professors were now engaged in an all-out war to get him onto their side. Moreover, a single student taking on every single major discipline was completely unprecedented in any hero military academy in all of history. They believed that their students must fully devote themselves to only a single major. Principal Baidan just laughed at their childish squabbles, saying that Leo reminded him of that fictional hero from all of those grandiose and epic storybooks. Hearing the principal's words, made the professors pause their chaotic debates. Principal Bay decided that the 5th grade hero, also known as the legendary hero of the beginning, Kyle, was the only person who had allegedly mastered all classes in known history. Meanwhile, Celia and Chelsea were currently panting with sheer exhaustion as they ran endlessly around the track. Thomas found Leo lounging casually under the shade of a nearby tree and asked why the girls were training so incredibly hard on a weekend. Chelsea had asked Leo to train her, and he had graciously obliged. That didn't explain why they were just running in endless circles, though. Leo simply answered that, above all else, and even more important than any weapons, a true hero must possess an unlimited and boundless stamina. This grueling cardio exercise would enable just that. Even Chelsea had completely bought into the idea. That stamina was the most crucial aspect for a skilled battle mage. During their break, the girls flocked to Leo as he handed them water bottles to rehydrate. Surprisingly, Chelsea seemed to genuinely enjoy training her stamina on the weekend. She wanted to continue running with Leo. As soon as Celia heard the poor girl say that, she spat out her water, as the deep trauma of her own training with Leo resurfaced in her mind. Since he was already planning to run anyway, he might as well personally direct the young ladies. But Celia had sworn a solemn vow to never run with him again. Noticing their peculiar interaction, Thomas asked Celia and Leo what was going on between the two of them and why they seemed to be so unusually close. He had even thought that they were dating at first. Celia ended the confusion by dropping the massive bomb that they were nothing more than simple cousins. Leo was her paternal aunt's only son. The stunning revelation that Leo had Zerdinger blood running through his veins utterly and completely shocked Thomas and Chelsea. Leo finally got off his ass and began to stretch, preparing to join the ladies for the next round of hellish cardio, not one to waste his precious time with training. Thomas quickly made his exit. He was planning to explore the great Lamaria city a little bit more. Celia attempted to tag along with him into the blissful city, but Leo had already grabbed his stubborn cousin by the hair. Today was a designated training day. Thomas could not help but think that every single noble within his circle didn't possess a single ounce of dignity. Time passed, and the much-anticipated class assignment day finally arrived. Leo walked calmly to the classroom he had been assigned to, which was namely Class 105. Inside, he saw Thomas already sitting down, calling his buddy over to take the empty seat beside him. The sly and resourceful businessman was the very first one to arrive, since he already knew which class he was going to be assigned to. Say whatever you want about Thomas. That boy is exceptionally good at gathering information. There was another familiar face within their new class. Chelsea was in her seat. It was hard to tell if she was dead or alive. After the hellish weekend of intense training with Leo, Thomas asked what kind of hell Leo had put the poor girls through, and he answered that they had just gone over the basics. Suddenly, a pair of lowly extras peeked their heads through Class 5's door, also known as the Class of Anguish, and mockingly wondered how many of their pitiful juniors would still remain. After the very first semester, a lazy voice interrupted their childish jeer. He asserted that these two seniors, who were mocking the freshmen, were much more pitiful in his own eyes. The pair of lowly extras turned around and immediately felt their blood run completely cold. A man with uncombed, dark hair and an unkempt beard stood there before them. His powerful aura was suffocating and absolutely overwhelming. He is Harold Edmund, the homeroom professor of Class 1 to 5, also known by his infamous nickname, the Wailing Wall. This dude told the extras to form a chair with their own bodies, and they complied out of sheer and utter fear. He sat down on his new human chair and addressed his new students as worthless dregs. Class 1 to 5 is the class designated for failures, for those who score the absolute lowest among the incoming students. Professor Edmund was pretty sure that the kids had already heard the rumors about him. He then asked his class if any of them knew why he had chosen to assign himself as the personal advisor of this truly cursed class. Thomas carefully raised his trembling hand and answered that the Wailing Wall must have stepped in to help everyone improve their pathetic grades. The professor already knew Thomas by his full name. His answer was fitting for someone who was ranked dead last in the entire academy. Professor Edmund then changed his question and asked if anyone in this inferior class understood the true duty of a lumen. Academy student Chelsea bravely raised her hand and answered that it is their duty to conquer the hero's world through various practice missions. That was indeed the correct answer. But all the professor could see were the faces of kids who would likely die a few minutes after entering the treacherous hero's world. So, wouldn't it be better if he just expelled the pathetic little bugs, who would only serve to hold their comrades back? This was precisely the reason why he had taken over the dreaded Class 5. That was also the reason why he was so widely known as the Wailing Wall. While he was busy scaring the living shit out of his new students, Leo stood out as the only one who was completely and utterly unfazed. The professor quietly assessed that this particular kid would probably be just fine if he were to be dropped into a hero's world. Right now, he then ordered everyone to change into their exercise attire and to head to the drilling grounds immediately afterward. It was the very first day of classes, so it was time for some much-needed combat studies class. Class 5 followed his directions and quickly assembled on the track. While his poor students were being exposed to the harsh and unforgiving sunlight, the professor had set up a huge umbrella, a lawn chair, and even some tasty-looking drinks to relax with on the sidelines. It was now time to fix the rotten and pathetic mindsets these kids had developed since joining this prestigious and hallowed academy. He then asked another probing question. He questioned what would possibly save them out in the real world, where life is so incredibly fragile when push finally comes to shove. Nella Carvin, a timid knight major with a rare healing attribute aura, meekly answered that she would be saved by her fellow comrades standing by her side. That was the wrong answer. Professor Edmund asserted that their only saving grace would be their own individual ability. Only when they have honed their skills in the very face of danger can they even begin to think about lending help to their comrades. As a follow-up question, he then asked if anyone here was truly confident in their ability to protect their comrades. A jolly, fiery, and poised voice rang out loudly from the assembled crowd, asserting that she was completely confident in her own capabilities. To further explore that answer, the professor asked the young girl to create a simple fireball so that they could see if she was an adequate and skilled magical knight. The girl in question was the spunky and upbeat Eliana Layden, a dual class and highly skilled magical knight. After she displayed her impressive fireball, the professor was not at all convinced that she had what it takes. He even went so far as to insult its size and overall intensity, telling her that it was not even enough to kill a single ant. Challenged and provoked by the professor's cutting comments, Eliana injected even more of her mana into the powerful spell, creating not one, but 2 fireballs, while simultaneously warping her surroundings into a veritable pool of flame. Not only had she increased the total number of fireballs, but she had also managed to double both of their original sizes. Professor Edmund sarcastically called her new spell impressive, while casually sipping on his little juice box. He then summoned a little orb of pure wind and asked Eliana to try, and hit the little fellow with such an amazing fireball. That orb of wind eventually transformed into a tiny wind spear and swiftly flew up into the air with a will entirely of its own. It flew very close to Eliana and mockingly laughed at her impressive fire, while playfully touching her on the nose. The easily excitable young lady was, naturally, incredibly pissed. She started dishing out fireballs to the left and to the right, desperate to finally clip the annoying and evasive wind spear. After she had wasted all of her mana with attacks that couldn't even make contact, the professor finally interjected. What is even the point of increasing the number and size of an attack if you cannot even hit the enemy? This entire exercise was to make his students truly feel the one thing that they lacked the very most: the ability to use their skills effectively in actual practice. They must constantly hone their skills and push far past their own limits. That is the true hero's way. The Wailing Wall then smiled and announced that the class would not be dismissed until one of them finally caught his little wind spirit, Sylph. Leo was just listening quietly. The professor's words may have been incredibly harsh, but he could confirm that all of it was absolutely true. Maybe he should try his hand at this class a little and try catching the Sylph. While his entire class was running aimlessly around the track, Professor Edmund's eyes were now fixated solely on Leo Pla. With all of the conversations surrounding this kid, he was determined to sniff out if he was just completely full of shit, like the fictional and disgraced hero Kyle. Unfortunately, even with the entire class participating in the Great Hunt, the Sylph was simply running circles around all of them from a safe distance. Leo began to emit his aura, controlling and directing it to focus on his feet. With one single, mad dash, he launched himself forward, like a scarlet-red cannonball, leaving a path of destruction in his way. His speed skyrocketed to its absolute limits. His focus was truly impeccable, Maybe he really was the first true all-class hero to be born. Thomas and Chelsea were already completely winded after trying in vain to catch the unreasonably fast wind spirit. Then came our boy, his feet and his body clad in a powerful, burning aura. Using the enhanced concept of the aura step, he made his way directly into the skies, the only true blind spot of the unruly and evasive sylph. With the help of gravity and the momentum from his aura step, he launched himself downwards like a missile, leaving little to no window for the sylph to possibly dodge, or to get out of the way. His first attempt ended in a fail by a mere millisecond. It appeared as if he had botched his very first attack, but the confident and knowing smile on his face said otherwise. He suddenly manipulated the streaks of aura still lingering in his hand, forming a thin thread that attached itself directly to the sylph's tiny foot. This effectively held the powerful wind spirit in place, ready to be grabbed. Unfortunately, none of the Class 5 students got to the stunned and captured sylph first. It was captured instead by the lightning-fast brat, Durant. Just as was expected, his speed was truly and undeniably outstanding. But he had only managed to capture the sylph due to Leo's cunning aura thread, restricting its lightning-fast movements. Nevertheless, the smug and self-satisfied look on the brat's face was still annoying to look at. Another person then walked onto the field, while cheerfully and enthusiastically clapping his hands. This pompous-looking man was Sijuan, the homeroom professor of the elite class 1-to-1, right? Now, he was ranked second in the graduating voting class. He took this opportune chance to flex the incredible talent of his own class, even offering to teach the lowly class 5 a thing or 2. Meanwhile, Professor Edmund wasn't even looking at the field. He was as snug as a bug in his comfortable chair while sipping on his juice boxes. He then asked his esteemed colleague to take over his class for the rest of the day. While Professor Sejin was ranked number 2 in graduating class vote, this chill and lazy guy was consistently bagging the number 1 spot. Every single year, the students, and especially Thomas, were hyped to see the legendary clash of the 2 great pillars of Lumiere Academy. These 2 professors had worked together at the academy for over 2 long decades. Professors Ein, Yura, and Lin had all been apprentices of these 2 men. Overhearing his incessant yapping, the adorable Nellicart asked Thomas how he knew so much about the academy's internal affairs. Unfortunately, this boy possessed no riz at all and was prone to scaring away the host. Professor Sejin let out a hearty laugh. Well, I didn't know what his old rival was currently scheming. By taking charge of the absolute worst class of freshmen, Sejin was extremely eager to find out. So, he requested a formal competition between classes 1 and 5. As for the main event, they were going with Lumine's historic and traditional ball sport called Batera. Professor Edmund stood up from his chair and called Sijuan a veritable genius. He shook his bro's hand and added that learning through direct, practical experience is always the best. After formally accepting the challenge, he slumped right back into his incredibly comfy chair and left all of the officiating and supervising duties to Sijuan. Professor Sijuan couldn't possibly fathom just how he kept on losing the graduating class vote to this lazy-ass man, while his students were looking at him with utter pity. At least the Wailing Wall addressed his class one more time, saying that this Bastyra match against the elite class 1 was an invaluable opportunity for them to practice their own skills. And one last thing, he warned them that if they should lose, everyone in the entire class would be immediately expelled. Hearing that, even the students were utterly shocked, since it was their very first class ever with him. Not to mention that their opponent was the infamous Class 1A, a class with 3 powerful captains on their side. Harry didn't care one bit about their pathetic excuses and told them to simply try even harder. In that case, also, he thought there was very little for them to actually worry about when they had the official freshman representative of all people within their very own class. He instructed Leo to choose 6 willing candidates for the upcoming competition. Contemplating his teacher's strange request, Leo was absolutely certain that he was being tested. For some reason, it was not coming from a place of simple disgust. Rather, the kids in his class had all completely lost their fighting spirit after just a single week of their enrollment. With their spirits completely and utterly crushed, Leo thought that Herod wanted to use him as a means to lead the defeated and demoralized students of Class 5, since they had lost all hope already. Class 1's teacher used his magic to create the massive arena, while Leo thought that there had to be some kind of a way. Out in this Batera competition, a way to help his new classmates out of their despairing and hopeless situation. Lumen Academy's absolute top brass were now facing off against the lowly Class 5. Even the brave Chelsea was sweating bullets of pure fear. She tried to explain the complex rules of the Bustera game, because Leo didn't know a single thing about it. The game was a brutal combat sport that had truly stood the test of time at the Academy. Based on that single description, it didn't sound any more special than just a simple ball game. Thomas explained that it wasn't nearly so simple as that. In reality, it was much more threatening than any simple game. The Sword Princess, Celia, egged on Chelsea for looking pale with defeat. Her deliberate provocation ended up with Chelsea lashing out in pure anger, refusing to lose and asserting herself. Leo, on the other hand, was as cool as a cucumber and urged them all to just relax, since they would not be losing this match anytime soon. Celia was pissed and wanted to show him the results of her intense training soon enough. As for Chloe, she was hell-bent on scoring a decisive win against the freshman representative, unlike their previous one-sided outcome. Anyway, Sejin told the participants to approach the designated arena. Leo looked to his classmates to ask who was going to join him. Two of them immediately stepped forward, those being Chelsea and Eliana. The stakes were incredibly high, as losing would guarantee their expulsion, which was why they were willing to do whatever it would take to win. Thomas and the others also quickly followed their suit. As Leo signaled to the professor that their class was ready to begin, Sejin whipped out the ball and tossed it high up into the air. Each and every participant from both of the teams had their eyes set on the ball. The game began with Duran and Leo both reaching for the ball, but the Lightning Boy was a mere second faster and managed to snatch the ball. Seizing the initiative, the game had literally just begun, and this man, Leo, decided that now would be a very good time to finally learn the rules. It turns out the rules were actually quite simple. All he had to do was to infuse the ball with his own aura and shoot it into the goal without ever using his own body. The first team to reach a total of 11 points would win the entire game. Duran was on a complete rampage and released the ball at a thunderous speed, causing Leo to have to evade it at the very last second. As for Thomas, he couldn't even see the ball as it cut right past him and scored directly into the waiting net. The very first goal had been secured by Duran of the elite Class 1 and had already caused an even greater despair for the students of Class 5. The entire team was feeling the intense pressure and thought that they were all going to be expelled at this alarming rate. So now Leo wanted to know how one could possibly acquire the ball. There were basically 3 different ways to accomplish that. They could do it if the ball were to go out of bounds during their opponent's turn, or if someone could physically catch the ball. As the team was about to explain the final and most important method, their conversation was abruptly interrupted, with Eliana getting brutally taken down by Celia's devastatingly explosive throw. The Sword Princess mocked them for so carelessly talking, when they should instead be focusing entirely on the match. The situation was looking really bad for poor Eliana. Players could not directly attack or physically block the opposing players. So the third way to win was to cause the participant to be unable to continue. The only way to do that was by directly attacking others with the powerful ball. Leo had heard more than enough and immediately seized control of the ball. With no chance to retaliate, Eliana is swiftly incapacitated. This devastating blow leaves Class 5 with one less warrior to fight. From the sidelines, both professors meticulously observe the clash. Sejin reflects that any squad blessed with the fire element's advantage typically wields an almost insurmountable power in these contests, and when the name of House Zerdinger is invoked, their legendary flames burned the absolute hottest. He cannot fathom why Herod would entertain such a dangerous challenge. Fully aware, the formidable Sword Princess resides in Class 1. He reasons there is simply no conceivable way for Herod's class to triumph. In response, the seemingly careless professor lets out a dismissive yawn, as if his colleagues' concerns were utterly insignificant. Addressing Sejin, Herod recalls a distant memory of his very first disciple from the legendary house of Zerdinger. That woman is now revered as the Empress of Batara, an absolute monstrosity on the battlefield. Herod is delighted to reveal that her very offspring is fighting for Class 5, a revelation that jolts Sejin's focus straight back to the game. Inside the arena, Class 5 is acting like a defeated rabble, already counting themselves out and lamenting their choice to ever enroll in this harsh academy. Celia witnesses Leo finally conjuring his flames and grasps that he is finally unleashing his true power. He channels a spiraling, ever-burning sphere of fire, then launches the ball with such a terrifying velocity that it compels Chloe to summon an icicle mountain to halt its fury. She stands with an air of absolute superiority, believing she has flawlessly nullified his fearsome attack. But to her utter shock, Leo materializes right beside her, having predicted her every move like a grandmaster. Leo boldly proclaims that he will claim the point regardless of her defense. He leaps skyward and smashes the blazing orb with his bare fist, obliterating Chloe's barrier as if it were mere parchment. Even the veteran Sejin is astonished by the boy's tactical brilliance. A roar erupts as Class 5 rallies behind their freshman champion. The professor of Class 1 now comprehends. The real battle has only just begun. What follows is a furious exchange of scored goals, driving the scoreboard to a nail-biting 9 against 10. Numerous combatants were left unable to continue the fierce match. In a climactic moment, the lightning-swift Duran unleashes his final strike, convinced this single throw will secure their victory. But in a heroic stand, Thomas offers his own body as a shield, pouring his very essence into stopping the ball from passing. He successfully seizes the ball at the very edge of mana depletion. Ultimately, the mighty Thomas collapses from exhaustion, leaving both warring classes on perfectly even ground. Yet a grim reality remains. Class 5 has only Leo standing, while Class 1 still boasts all 3 of its powerful captains. It appears to be a truly overwhelming disadvantage for their side, at least in terms of sheer numbers. The Ice Mage Chloe is poised to claim her long-awaited vengeance. Following her humiliating defeat in the last examination, she manifests countless duplicates to bolster their defensive line. Leo is set to make his final, desperate charge against Celia and Duran. His feet explode from the earth below. He vanishes with truly godlike velocity, stunning the 3 captains with how quickly he disappeared from sight. Leo executes a flash step at such an unbelievable tempo that he weaves past Celia before she can even perceive him. He has absolutely no desire to confront them directly, which can only mean he's gunning for the goal itself. This gambit leaves the entire defense resting on Chloe's shoulders. She frantically tries to pinpoint the one true Leo among his phantoms. Merely deciphering this advanced spell leaves her completely breathless. As the real Leo blazes past her, Chloe crumbles in total defeat, wondering, how could a simple human possibly command the sacred magic of the elves? In the astonishing climax, not even the 3 captains could halt his charge, and the undeniable victor of this epic confrontation is Class 5. Leo's name echoes through the arena as Class 5 celebrates their triumph. They were terrifyingly close to facing expulsion. Sejun is floored to realize that Herod pushed them to the brink of death, all for the sake of winning this one match. The 3 captains, on the contrary, are left completely broken by their loss. Sejun understands he must console them and moves towards Chloe, gently asking if she's disheartened by their defeat. He reminds her that despite the outcome of a battle, they must honor their adversaries as per sacred tradition. He praises their valiant struggle to uphold Class 1's prestigious honor. Sejun is genuinely proud of every student who fought relentlessly, and even of those who screamed encouragement for their comrades. His warm, inspiring words of praise capture their hearts. But Herod, as always, is neither kind nor elegant. He bluntly calls them failures and mocks them for their loss. Both classes truly demonstrated their peak performance in sport. Class 1 succeeded in showcasing their immense natural talent, while Class 5 brandished their unbreakable will and battled fiercely to the end. Sejun points out their incredible capacity to shatter their own limits, which ultimately allowed them to seize this victory. He wishes for both competing classes to grow from this experience. In a show of genuine sportsmanship, they extend their hands. Celia provokes Chelsea, who fires back a volley of insults of her own. Thomas, on the complete other hand, is excessively spirited with his handshake towards Duran, who can only stare back at him like a horrified specter. Chloe is brought to the absolute verge of tears and humiliation. Leo offers his hand, genuinely praising her magnificent performance. He suggests that with only a bit more training and combat experience, she could truly ascend to a legendary level of power. She initially interprets his words as a form of mockery, but witnessing the young boy's truly sincere expression, she has a sudden change of heart. Chloe declares that she will surpass Leo one day and accepts his handshake. A full month has now elapsed since that day. Our heroic trio is in the middle of a meal when Thomas suddenly brings up the topic of their club choices. Rather than simply enrolling in an existing club, Leo reveals his interest in establishing his own. This declaration causes Thomas to completely lose his mind. Chelsea, acting as his #1 devoted supporter, is immediately prepared to pledge her allegiance to it. The ambitious club he wishes to forge will be called the Hero Research Society. It's a peculiar name, to be sure, but Leo holds a grand ambition to uncover the truth of the forgotten hero, Kyle, who is now dismissed as a mere fictional legend, with no true significance in the annals of history. Thomas scoffs that nobody will ever join a club like that, but Chelsea is proving to be a true ride or die with how quickly she volunteered to join. Suddenly, some kind of disturbance erupts nearby, which makes Thomas instantly recall the special event happening today. This is the day the revered 5th-year seniors make their grand return, after conquering a perilous dungeon. Because the fragments of the hero's record are strewn across the globe, they occasionally manifest and create dangerous dungeons from their power. These are known throughout the world as hero dungeons. The most elite students of the academy venture into these hero dungeons and bring back the sacred fragments. They are expected to be gone for a minimum of 2 weeks, and sometimes even for entire months. Leo surmises that his own mother must have endured similar dungeon expeditions. Just then, Chelsea spots the approaching senior classmates and understands that they are truly the pinnacle of the academy. Introducing the powerful Eastern warrior, Lejamua. The stunning southern beauty beside him is Toru Ayan. She believes he'll figure it out once he arrives there. So he heads there, seated in a location that seems bizarre to Celia. And then we behold the sword princess leaping to embrace her brother. Yes, you understood that right. Reese is her sibling and is ecstatic to meet Leo, the boy aiming for the top of every class. They all enjoy a delicious dumpling feast together, but for some unknown reason, Celia is quite apprehensive, having never tasted them previously. She takes a single bite and is immediately enraptured by the flavor. Her big brother had been planning to bring her to this establishment ever since her arrival. But more importantly, he's deeply fascinated to finally meet Leo, whose own mother held an immense reputation within their family. He also recalls how famously notorious Leo's mother was known to be during her own legendary school days. She was the kind of student who went to extreme lengths to achieve legendary status. For instance, she brazenly insulted the quality of desserts served by the academy. She once rallied the entire student body to lay siege to the principal's office. Celia is utterly astounded to hear about her role in that now infamous legendary incident. The powerful brother-sister duo chat with one another in sheer delight, while Leo finds himself deeply impressed by Reese and believes he is truly worthy of being called the academy's finest. Before much longer, this man is fated to rise as a true hero. Reese declares it's now time for them to enjoy some dessert. He tells them to head outside while he settles the payment. As the others are departing, Reese is shocked to discover a mysterious object tucked inside his blazer, with no idea how it got there. The scene transitions back to Professor Harold's classroom, where a desperate Eliana is burning to ask him a question. This man immediately dismisses her unseen question as pathetic, even before she can utter it. He has absolutely no chill. Eliana demands to know the reason. They still haven't appointed a class representative for Class 5, since all the other classes have long since made their choice. Herod treats the suggestion with extreme indifference and nonchalantly confesses that he completely forgot to choose one, being the profoundly lazy man he is. He literally just appoints Leo to be the new representative. Eliana and another student, Tide, are forced to remind this buffoon about the proper democratic procedure. However, they very quickly realize why it's best to remain silent. Harold wants the newly appointed representative to manage all class notes, so he doesn't have to bother working through a magical transmission. The students are then instructed to attend the Hero Studies joint class. All first-year students have been summoned to the main auditorium immediately. Leo questions if they should depart without any delay, and his sensible suggestion is affirmed by the professor. They converge within the grand auditorium, where Leo and Thomas happen upon a completely drained Chloe. This poor girl looks like a walking corpse and is desperately begging to buy some recovery potions from the alchemist. The transaction is complete, and she acquires all the potions he possesses. Leo worries that she might be overexerting herself, especially since it is only the beginning of the year. Chloe quickly downs the potions and rejects Leo's well-meaning advice, considering she's the top student in all of magic theory. She is incredibly paranoid about maintaining her position. After all, it is merely a matter of time before Leo masters modern magic and completely demolishes her score in that exam as well. Thomas being a simpleton, doesn't comprehend what's so terrible about second place. Chelsea is forced to remind this oaf about Chloe's noble stand as a magician from the tower. Battle mages never need to fret about falling behind in theory. But for a prodigy like Chloe, it's her entire world. The art of magic investigation and research is the very soul of the magic tower. So, for her, this is a matter of profound personal pride. Chelsea is getting annoyed and genuinely questions if the alchemist is even a magician. At this particular moment, meanwhile, Chloe still doesn't seem to be in sharp condition, despite the potions, and she senses something peculiar just then. We see the esteemed headmaster, Kalian, carefully examining the bizarre reaction of the damaged heroes page. Reese has delivered the mysterious heroes page and reports that it had a strange reaction to something. It ended up being damaged to such a severe degree that it should have never been able to react at all. And yet it did. There wasn't even a relic nearby to trigger it. The headmaster questions if it responded again after the initial incident and is told that it did not react a second time. Kalian falls into a state of deep contemplation and has resolved to investigate this enigma by himself. He instructs Reese to get some rest, as he just returned from mission. The headmaster then asks his trusted assistant, Elena, to deliver the damaged hero's page to the main auditorium, inside the hallowed Hall of Beginnings. He demands that it be present during the first year's joint class meeting. We soon come to understand that fragments, even ones as tiny as this, are capable of reacting if the person named within the hero's record makes physical contact with it. In this particular instance, it is Leo, but none of them are aware of that critical fact yet. Within the Academy's colossal auditorium, the first-year students are having their very first joint class session together. There's an incredible amount of noise, which is why the adorable professor, Artian, must plead with them to please maintain silence. Completely ignoring her polite warnings, they continue to chatter carelessly. Artian is utterly fed up and unleashes her terrifying, fiery wrath, reminding them with a blood-chilling threat to shut their mouths, unless they are actively seeking death. Her normally sweet and timid disposition instantly transforms into one of cruel and murderous intent. She curses the absolute hell out of them for acting like morons. Artian experiences a sudden jolt after realizing they've all fallen dead silent. She reverts to her dainty and bashful persona, behaving as if nothing out of the ordinary just occurred. While the rest of the terrified students are sweating profusely, they've simply been forced to accept that she's as terrifying as hell when the situation calls for it. Leo has analyzed her incredible power and identifies her as a spiritualist, a class that was exceptionally rare even during his previous existence. Artian commences the class session while holding a dagger. She speaks about the manifestation of the hero's record and what exactly triggered the hero clans to emerge in the beginning. In order to unlock a hero's personal world, a special object holding deep sentimental value to that hero is necessary. Essentially, a catalyst or medium of some sort. That is precisely why it's far easier for the hero's own descendants to access a hero's world, often with very little difficulty. It is also why this very academy safeguards the hero's records, deeply cherishing the ancient bond built between their families. To provide the perfect analogy for this, it is much like the sacred relationship between a key and its treasure chest. Leo is greatly impressed by this clear explanation and is hanging on her every word. Artian goes on to stress the immense importance of hero studies, which is absolutely vital for discovering clues about a hero's world and deepening their overall understanding. As the students continue to advance through their school years, they will ultimately select a hero from whom to draw their strength and conquer their record pages. The professor's lecture is abruptly interrupted by Elena's sudden arrival. She presents to them a genuine hero records fragment, one that the fifth-year students just recently acquired. Upon seeing the mystical artifact, the students erupt in a wave of excitement. She cracks it open just a bit before sealing it shut again. Artian wants to ask them something important before they get to witness what it is like to see the fragment. She wishes to know their deepest intentions for after they become heroes. Celia boldly steps forward, declaring that she desires to become the most powerful knight in her entire family's noble lineage. Artian is visibly impressed by her grand and ambitious declaration. Meanwhile, Chloe expresses interest in authoring her own spell book, one that will serve as a chronicle of her unique magical creations. Many other students then share their ambitions, all very similar. Thomas wants to take on a crucial supportive role for the hero candidates. At long last, Leo rises to announce his utterly audacious objective. His ultimate goal is to completely annihilate Erebos for all time. This stunning declaration grabs the attention of not just the students, but also every one of the professors. Ardian struggles to transition smoothly, despite being shaken by his proclamation. The remainder of the students from the other classes are now whispering about his ridiculously ambitious goal, convinced that they are nothing but hollow, meaningless words. As for the professors, even Herod is somewhat taken aback, knowing full well that Leo does not just say things without purpose. It has been 1,000 years since Erebos was shattered into multiple pieces and subsequently sealed away. However, he has also been resurrected through similar methods in recent years. Even a single fragment is capable of unleashing unimaginable destruction. But this boy just declared the truly impossible. He doesn't simply wish to vanquish one fragment of the Demon King, but the complete and entire being of Erebos itself. Ardian desires to help them explore the hero's record. Finally, she wants to offer each class a turn to guess the hero's page, before she continues on to her explanation of how one can successfully clear a hero's world. She also cautions them regarding the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, reminding them the professors will be constantly monitoring them, so they should not be acting recklessly or without care. The students are buzzing with excitement and anticipation to at last feel the thrill of touching a real hero's record. Ardian believes it's only proper to summon the representatives of each class to come and step forward. Celia from Class 1, Leo from Class 5, then a boy named Chun from the other classes. There were, in fact, 2 separate fragments recovered from the dungeon, but simply for the sake of their current lesson, they will only be interacting with a single one. The second discovered piece is rather small by comparison, but it's still here to demonstrate the wide variety of shapes. First to approach is Leo, who moves to interact with the fragment, causing the ancient hero's record to spring to life. The hero's true name and chapter are both mysteriously concealed, but even the professors are alarmed that the ancient record is responding so violently. All of them are instantly dragged inside the nameless hero's world, completely stunned to find a landscape of utter chaos and destruction. The chosen class representatives and the supervising professors have been transported to an alternate world. The sight that greeted them was a mountain of slain monster carcasses, strewn about what could only be described as a cataclysmic battlefield. Attempting to get a handle on this sudden, chaotic development, Professor Edmund shouted for everyone to prepare themselves for battle, for they were now trapped within a dangerous hero dungeon. Professor Sejin, with his remarkably sharp intellect, spotted a distant landmark they could utilize to orient themselves. A colossal fortress wall located far from their point of entry. In a bizarre twist, Leo Plav recognized this place from the Age of Catastrophe, the final bastion of defense for humanity's last city, the legendary walls of Gardas Island. If his line of reasoning proves to be accurate, and if the timeline here is correct, then Leo is the sole person here who understands what is unfolding. From far away, he heard a familiar voice calling out his former name, Kyle. The voice regretfully admitted that her unfulfilled ambition was, in truth, a rather foolish one. The voice was that of a woman that modern history hails as a living legend. One of the first heroes and Kyle's sworn comrade, Lachinas. As naive as her wish may have been back then, she truly believed with all her heart they would ultimately save the world. And in the end, they did. Seeing a dear friend who lived thousands of years ago ignited all sorts of powerful emotions deep inside. Now, confronting Lachinas on this desolate, crumbling battlefield was something beyond even his most vivid imagination. Her radiant smile illuminated the entire hero's dungeon, shattering the illusion and yanking everyone back to the material world. This sudden and strange event was triggered by Kyle, touching the tiny piece of the unknown hero's record, which was intended solely for demonstration purposes. A worried Chin anxiously asked the professors what in the world had occurred, but none of them had any idea what to do. With a completely exasperated expression, Professor Edmund hastily announced that all classes were now suspended. He commanded everyone to please remain calm and to depart the auditorium in a structured and orderly fashion, while the rest make their bewildered and confused exits. Leo remains at the podium, still clutching the tiny scrap of torn paper, lost in deep contemplation. He was absolutely positive that what he was now holding was his own page. Kyle's page, right here in his hand, is the single greatest clue for his quest, a tangible piece of his very own record. Watching Leo in such a profound state of thought greatly intrigued Professor Edmund. Once the initial chaos finally subsided, the students dispersed to occupy vacant classrooms to pass the time, as the remainder of classes had been canceled for the day. Inside one of the said classrooms, Leo relayed that they had briefly witnessed the legendary Lacinus, the fabled king of wisdom. believing that the Academy had finally discovered Lysinas's hero record. Chelsea's eyes began to sparkle, as this signified a monumental historic discovery. Eliana slammed her fist down in sheer frustration, bitterly regretting that she had not fought for the class representative's seat more fiercely. If only she had, she would not have squandered such an enormous opportunity. Tide shot her a look implying she never stood a chance in that contest. Noticing the blatant mockery in his gaze, Eliana justly unleashed a flurry of punches upon the unfortunate boy. Alerted by the new commotion, Professor Edmund stormed into the room to reprimand them for being so disruptive. He presented them a choice, either quiet self-study or immediate expulsion. With his bizarre personality, it's impossible to know if he is serious or not. After the annoyed professor departed from the room, the students didn't dare to create another disturbance, just in case. Deep in contemplation, Leo asked himself, why had his own hero record been degraded to a complete disaster when compared to all the other hero records? It was in such a dilapidated condition that even he struggled to recognize precisely whose world it was even meant to be. The initial prompt also concealed the actual name of the world, as well as the specific chapter of the record. It was almost as if some sinister force intentionally sabotaged his record to potentially wipe out his entire legacy. Since hero records are sacred relics from the past that enable one to inherit a legendary hero's immense power, sabotaging a particular one means that someone does not wish to witness the rise of a new hero. The only plausible suspect with both the motive and the capability is none other than the Demon King, Erebos. He might be shattered into countless minuscule fragments, but his dark power is still truly limitless. This entire incident just ignited a raging fire in Leo's soul to uncover why his own hero record had been reduced to this sorry state. Following the Great Hero Record incident, an entire month of relatively quiet school days went by. Let us now shift our focus to the magic department's classroom. Inside, the impeccably dressed Professor Horace is detailing the requirements for their midterm practical examination. The first-year students are challenged with forging their own original magic. Hearing the words unique magic and questioning what possible business a mere freshman could have within the sacred tower of heroes. Leo, completely unfazed, answered, stating he was there for an audience with the student council president. Witnessing his unwavering confidence, Terua's interest was clearly sparked. She dangled a tempting offer, insisting that if he focused solely on magic, he would be granted immense privileges concerning the hallowed tower. She was relentlessly persuasive, despite him already being enrolled in the magic department's classes. Terua finally ceased her meddling and retracted her obstructing leg. Leo proceeded on his path, thanking her for her supposed understanding. With a subtle trace of a threat, she restated her wish for Leo to declare magic as his primary specialization before the current semester's end. Her message was crystal clear, and it was entirely up to the boy to decipher her intentions. Leo simply replied with his signature, impeccably polite smile. Upon arriving at the pinnacle of the grand staircase, he encountered a few more seniors ascending even higher via an elevator. He stepped inside with them and reached for the 9th floor button. To his utter embarrassment, the button stubbornly refused to activate. No matter how many times his finger pressed down, he continued pressing again and again, and the defiant lift continued to relentlessly test his patience. Leo might have been stranded indefinitely on this floor, if not for the sudden intervention of a friendly voice, calmly explaining to him that the control buttons only respond when one channels mana into them. The powerful voice belonged to yet another senior who recognized Leo. This one had a far more cheerful and polite demeanor than Torua. This kind-faced, powerfully built man is Lisa Mua, another fifth-year prodigy from the esteemed night department. He offered the rumored freshman class representative a brilliant, toothy grin. Once again, Leo gave a respectful bow to his senior and offered a polite greeting. Just like Terua, Lee questioned his purpose for coming to the Tower of Heroes. Upon hearing that he had business to discuss with the student council president, a wide smile spread across Lee's face. His interest clearly piqued. It is incredibly rare to encounter a freshman in the entire academy who isn't the least bit terrified of the president, let alone an individual bold enough to march directly into the student council president's office completely alone. Greatly impressed by his unbreakable mental fortitude, Lee strongly suggested that Leo should genuinely consider making the night department his primary area of affiliation. Exhausted from having this exact same conversation repeatedly, Leo could only offer a weary, dry laugh in response. Finally, after numerous interruptions that had already drained him before the true discussion had even started, Leo at last arrived at his destination. He knocked firmly on the grand door, announced his identity, and requested entry from President Reese. A warm and inviting voice from the other side of the door beckoned him inside without any hesitation. It appears that President Reese is buried deep under a mountain of paperwork, even as the sun begins its final descent. But he still greets Leo with a welcoming smile, without squandering the president's time any more than necessary. Leo cut directly to the heart of the matter. He made his bold request, permission to enter the Academy's forbidden library. Hearing such an audacious demand instantly shifted Reese's demeanor to one of seriousness. He knows that Leo is not one to make such requests lightly, so he willingly explains the immense gravity of this appeal. You see, there are only two paths for any common student to access the sacred forbidden library. The first and most direct method is to successfully conquer a hero dungeon, a feat that is far easier said than actually done. Following a triumphant dungeon expedition, it is tradition for the victor to personally deliver the recovered pages back to the hero record, which is stored within that very library. Understanding he was a long way from gaining access through that path, Leo inquired about the second available method. President Reese leaned in closer, a cunning smile on his face, and he promised to reveal the secret of this second path. Once Leo finally agrees to join the student council, several days after being cornered by seniors and the student council president, the day of the night department's practical exam finally dawned. For the inaugural day of this monumental practical examination, held within the Academy's massive open-air stadium, a massive crowd of students and faculty members alike had gathered to witness the spectacle. Being the natural entrepreneur that he is, Tide rolled out an entire popcorn stand to sell his wares to the spectators. His sales pitch was remarkably effective and direct. One simply cannot enjoy the coming battles without snacking on some popcorn, right? Seeing their friend bring out the big guns. Chelsea couldn't decide whether to be impressed or mortified. Eliana, on the other hand, mused that Tide would have already become obscenely wealthy if he weren't a student trapped here at Lamani. Leo took his place in line with his fellow freshman night department peers and quickly surveyed the massive crowd. Sure enough, Chloe had not bothered to come and spectate. Professor Ein stood menacingly on the track, staring down his assembled students, to impress upon them the sheer gravity of this impending assessment. Without any further delay, he summoned the very first pair, who would be clashing in the first spectacular opening match. The first combatant is Class 1's Hall Snake, a serpentine-looking young man with eyes and a grin that could not be trusted. His challenger is none other than our protagonist, Class 5's own Leo Ploff. The two warriors stepped onto the stage, electrifying the entire arena. Up in the stands, Tide was frantically searching for more potential buyers, and his sharp eyes locked onto Professor Sejin's location. He cheerfully bounded over towards the perpetually grumpy professor, desperate to make a little more money, with delicious samples in his hands. He asked Professor Sejin if he'd care to purchase a popcorn and drink combination to enjoy with the match that was about to begin. Being the incredible snob that he is, he scoffed, as if the very notion of eating popcorn was beneath him. He asserted that only unrefined slobs, like Professor Edmund Harlan, would ever purchase such a vulgar thing. Sensing that he was not going to persuade the professor so easily, he glanced toward Class 1's section for some backup. Thankfully, the cunning Celia was there. A single glance was all it took for her to know what Tide required. Unleashing her own secret weapon, she dialed her adorable charm all the way up to 11 and asked if the professor was buying the entire class some of that delicious-looking popcorn. With the trap now set, all that remained was for Tide to encourage the rest of Class 1 to cheer for their professor's magnanimous generosity. Hearing his beloved students chant his name with such intense fervor, Professor Sejin's iron defenses began to slowly disintegrate. He may be an elitist, but he's also a dedicated professor who secretly craves his students' adoration. The great and mighty professor finally caved and instructed Tide to distribute to his students a popcorn and drink combo, but he strictly limited it to only one per person. While Tide is busy raking in the profits from his booming enterprise, the combatants for the much-anticipated opening match have now assumed their starting positions. With a confident, almost arrogant smirk, Leo declared his opponent fortunate to be the very first to fall before him. Hall Snape could immediately sense that. The freshman representative did not consider him a worthy opponent. He became determined to make Leo regret his arrogance. This snake-like boy, Hall Snape, is a scion of the heroic family of the Snape bloodline. Before this first round officially commences, let's hear the tactical assessment and basic structure from our favorite resident popcorn vendor. You see, the midterm Practical examinations for the entire night department are comprised of a straightforward series of one-on-one duels. Those who can secure 5 total sparring victories will earn a passing grade. An unmistakable air of uncertainty filled the spectator stands. Although everyone is aware that Leo is the first-year representative, only a very small handful of them have actually witnessed him fight. Since Leo is also majoring in a staggering 3 different departments, they assume that he must have a skill gap compared to those who are focused exclusively on a single discipline. Not to even mention, Hall is the 3rd strongest in Class 1, behind the absolute titans, Celia and Duran. His chosen weapon is the formidable spear, and his personal aura exudes a sharp and venomous quality. Wielding his spear with truly impressive precision, Hall put his incredible skill on full display. In his mind, he only sees Leo as that arrogant upstart, who is constantly seen lingering around the beautiful Celia. Professor Ein delivered his final, stern reminder that the one who renders their opponent completely unable to fight back will claim the glorious victory. And they are to treat this sparring match as if it were a life-or-death battle. The very instant the starting signal was given, Leo was momentarily stunned when he detected a sinister aura he had not sensed in a very long time. Astonishingly enough, that dark and ominous aura did not originate from the enemy before him, but from the distant direction of the Lumen campus. Instead, a slick and corrupting dark energy seeped into his mind, and it spelled a truly deadly premonition for what was to come. Unbeknownst to Leo, this disturbing aura is emanating from the library, where Chloe is burying herself under countless tomes of magic in desperate preparation for the magic department's midterm examination. The intricate formula she's scribbling joins the many discarded pages of underwhelming concepts she devised. The immense pressure is finally starting to break the Ice Queen. No matter how intensely she tries, she cannot seem to manifest a victorious and unique magic spell. With her current abilities and knowledge alone, having reached the end of her rope, she unleashes her frustration upon the books now scattered across her desk. The specter of Leo's immense talent is now living rent-free in her head, and it is slowly but surely consuming Chloe from within. Her absolute refusal to lose to the boy wonder is pushing her to her very limit. As she glanced at the books that she had strewn all across the vast library floor, one particular volume stood out as if it were calling out to her. It was the forbidden grimoire she had been secretly carrying for some time, with absolutely nowhere else left to turn. She truly believed that this dark artifact was her only remaining hope for victory. With her desperate desire and need to maintain her #1 rank in the department, her mind was left completely vulnerable and susceptible to foreign influence. Her inner turmoil and the dark energy radiating from the grimoire were so intensely palpable that they caught Leo's attention in the middle of his first duel. Noticing that Leo was momentarily distracted by something, Hall seized the golden opportunity to shorten the distance and punish his opponent's grave carelessness. He thrust his spear forward, aiming directly for Leo's head. Thankfully, our hero snapped back to reality and dodged in the absolute nick of time. Pulling back, Hall unleashed his family's signature secret technique, transforming his spearhead into a venomous, serpentine blade that reeked of pure toxicity. His snake-like spear moved with an unpredictable, deadly grace, eventually snaking its way ever closer towards Leo's own chest. Maintaining his absolute composure, Leo caught the incoming spear with his completely bare hand, without so much as flinching or even blinking an eye. Hall Snape was utterly flabbergasted. The sheer power necessary to halt his attack must have been astronomical. By making the fatal error of being surprised, Hall lost his grip on his weapon as Leo wrenched it from his hands. Refusing to surrender his weapon, Hall was dragged along with his spear. Unsure of what to do, he looked like a complete and utter fool. Once he was pulled in sufficiently close, Leo compounded the humiliation by planting a kiss on Hall's cheek, using his hardened, iron-like fist. It sent the unfortunate snake boy rocketing across the track like a rag doll. He may have been distracted for a fleeting moment, but a seasoned combat veteran like Leo would never commit the error of being careless in a true battle. Deeply insulted by the humiliating first exchange, Hall Snape pushed his powerful aura to its absolute limits, blanketing the entire arena with a toxic green gas. He demanded Leo stop showing off, as the true duel was just beginning, continuously pumping the sinister green aura from his body. The entire perimeter was soon shrouded in a thick poison mist. Hall confidently reckoned that, since rumors swirl that Leo cannot even properly use aura. He could easily capitalize by relying on his own unique strength. Even if Leo possesses superior physical might, it's impossible to overcome such a fundamental disadvantage. Seeing the insidious green mist wafting through the air, Leo finally summoned his own blazing, fiery aura, while marveling at just how rare poison auras truly are. As the toxic mist attempted to breach his effective range, Leo effortlessly incinerated the poison without any real trouble. Still supremely confident in his supposedly superior technique, Hall intensified the output of his powerful aura. He foolishly believes that unless those flames are on Celia's level, he will eventually emerge victorious in this battle. While the snake-like boy was busy stroking his own ego in the middle of the duel, Leo had already closed the vast distance between them completely unscathed. It was now time to make this arrogant boy pay for his carelessness. Leo crossed the remaining gap between the two of them with a truly menacing swagger, his flames utterly annihilating the pathetic poisonous mist. Seeing the magnificent, colorful display of auras in the arena, the audience was completely electrified. As they devoured their popcorn from the Class 1 spectator seats, Duran observed the battle with his eternally furious expression. Celia was completely speechless, while Chelsea cheered wildly for her man. Everything that Leo does seems impossibly cool in her eyes. Celia never would have imagined that Leo had already amplified the power of his flame aura to such an absolutely terrifying magnitude. Poor Hall Snape also felt the unexpected power of Leo's inferno as he drew ever closer to him. By his own terrified estimation, Leo's blaze was already on par with Celia's, the undisputed #1 knight in their entire year. Who could have possibly guessed that a boy, who's tackling every single major in the entire academy, could be this proficient as a pure, dedicated knight? Still, Hall managed to steal his result and prepared to unleash a secret move that he'd been saving, in the faint hope of one day defeating Celia at the opportune moment. He never could have predicted that he'd be forced to use it against Leo Plav in the opening match of midterms. He molded his powerful aura into the visage of a giant, poisonous serpent, summoning a snake prison and launching it towards his opponent. Intrigued by this unusual technique, Leo allowed himself to be ensnared by the snake prison, standing perfectly still while analyzing the serpent's form with keen interest. Hall genuinely believed he was achieving something truly incredible, even casting a longing glance towards Celia in the stands as his cheeks flushed. The poor, deluded boy had been honing this skill to finally catch up to Celia's legendary flame, and he was incredibly optimistic about its grand debut. In direct response to his pathetic, timid blush, Celia let out a sigh and gestured to the opposite side of the arena. Hall's fleeting moment of pure arrogance distracted him from the grim fact that Leo was already boiling, his precious snake prison alive, causing the serpent's very body to bubble and hiss under the intense heat. With one final decisive push, Leo completely obliterated the pitiful aura construct without much effort. Hall's eyes bulged in disbelief. The technique he had toiled on was incinerated, as if it were some kind of garbage tier spell. Frustrated, he abandoned his aura completely and raised his spear for a final attack. Throughout this entire decisive battle, Leo had not once even drawn his own sword. When he finally did so, he parried the desperate spear thrust with enough sheer force to send it flying from his enemy's hands, pressing the cold tip of his blade against the brat's throat. He warned Hall to never avert his gaze from a flame, or he just might end up getting badly burned. As the boy collapsed to his knees, Professor Ein declared the undisputed winner of the very first match. In a spectacular display of absolute dominance, Leo Plav had claimed the victory. His most devoted fan, Chelsea, felt her heart race with excitement as she cheered for Leo. Tide, having always believed in his close friend, knew with certainty that Leo would win this duel without breaking a sweat. Hall trudged back to his designated corner and finally accepted that Leo was simply built on another level, even when it came to real life-or-death combat. No wonder he's able to stand by Celia's side all the time. Much to his great surprise, a familiar voice praised his performance, even though he had just been miserably defeated. Looking up, he saw Celia smiling warmly from her seat. She was celebrating his impressive and cool technique, despite the fact that he lost. Hall just received a compliment from the girl he's been desperately chasing, so perhaps the outcome wasn't so bad after all. He will cherish that precious compliment for the rest of his days. Moving on to the very next scheduled match. The professor called Class 5's Eliana Layden to the stage, leaping directly into the arena with her signature fiery energy. Eliana immediately demanded to know who her opponent would be. When Professor Ein summoned Chun Xia of Class 10 to the front, Eliana's hyped-up energy was instantly extinguished. She was so incredibly eager to unleash some pain, but she had drawn the absolute shortest straw. And now, she had to face one of the night department's top 3 students. The two ladies assumed their positions, standing directly opposite one another as they awaited the start signal. With a warm smile, Chen Xiao wished her opponent good luck with a graceful bow. Even her simple politeness felt incredibly powerful. Nevertheless, Eliana is not the type of person to ever back down, even when the overwhelming odds are stacked against her. She returned the polite gesture with her own determined smile. As soon as the signal to begin the match sounded, Chun Xia's hand moved with fluid grace to summon her powerful water aura. The shimmering waves danced around her body like a calm, serene ocean. In stark contrast to her opponent's vibe, Eliana's fiery will manifested as a raging wildfire as she brandished a deadly rapier in her hand, relying on the innate strength of her elegant blade. Eliana pushed her speed to its absolute limit with a powerful step. Chun Xia calmly prepared to receive the incoming attack by enveloping herself within a solid water sphere. Watching intently from the spectator's stands, Leo could tell that tanking that powerful rapier would hurt immensely, but so would charging at full speed and colliding with a solid shield made entirely of water aura. Eliana had been far too rash. She tried to end the bout in a single attack and was punished quite severely for her recklessness. Chun Xia's water sphere was not merely a purely defensive ability. It could also boil her enemies from the inside out. For the second match, her calm and serene power easily claimed the victory. Eliana pushed herself back to her feet and brushed off the pain of getting completely dominated in one exchange. Despite the truly embarrassing and swift loss, she still believed that she had not performed too badly. Leo had already foreseen this particular result. It was a truly terrible matchup for her from the very start. Still, the battle could have endured for much longer and gone far better for Eliana, if only she had fought with a calm and level head. For the day's third match, Professor Ein summoned the night department's most prominent figure, Celia Zerdinger of the legendary Class 1. To everyone's absolute astonishment, the third match would be a blockbuster confrontation that no one had anticipated seeing so early. Celia's opponent would be none other than the formidable Duran Moira, the boy destined to be eternally in second place within Class 1. Celia gazed at her perpetually grumpy classmate and let out a smile. She could already sense that this fight was going to be thrilling. Contrary to her confident and warm smile, you could tell that Duran was approaching this duel with the utmost gravity. Back in the stands, Tide somehow managed to acquire a pair of 3D glasses while getting high on his own delicious popcorn supply. He shoved the entire popcorn bucket towards his seatmate, Leo, to share. Every single person's gaze was now glued to the stage. It's not every single day that you get to witness a true clash of titans. The atmosphere absolutely did not disappoint. The entire stage began to heat up as the energy became truly electric. Both of their offensively oriented auras roared to life as both blades were drawn. The legendary battle to determine the de facto top student of the entire night studies department was about to finally commence. The instant the starting signal sounded, the perpetually grumpy Duran executed the first move. With his signature, lightning-fast first step, his entire body and his powerful sword seemed to have melded together into a single, thundering form. But Celia is an incredibly talented swordmaster in her own right. She possessed fast enough reflexes to easily parry the first few strikes without any issue. To most of the assembled first-year students, this was their very first time witnessing the top scorer's true combat power. Completely captivated by the nail-biting battle unfolding on the stage, Tide asked Leo who he was placing his bet on, casually shoveling massive handfuls of popcorn into his mouth. Leo predicted that Celia would ultimately lose if the duel continued at this pace. Tide was genuinely surprised by Leo's seemingly callous remark. Still, he was not ready to count his own cousin out just yet. Even from all the way up in the stands, he could clearly see the calm and composed look in her burning eyes. He reckoned that this girl must be hiding a trump card up her sleeve and was just waiting for the perfect moment to completely dazzle everyone. Suddenly increasing the pace, Duran elevated his speed to another level and continued his truly relentless assault. Caught completely off guard, Celia was nearly struck in the neck if her instincts hadn't taken over and moved her ever so slightly to the side. Confident that he could finally begin to overwhelm Celia, Duran initiated a close-quarters combat showdown with his #1 rival. That was a grave and fatal mistake. Celia raised her ornate blade and summoned a raging flame that eclipsed any blaze seen thus far today. It burned so wildly and so brightly that the arena's protective magical barrier began to flicker and fail, struggling to contain her immense power. Most of the freshmen had never witnessed a fight of this incredible caliber before. Leo praised Celia's incredible patience and her perfect time in executing such a brilliant maneuver so flawlessly. Tide was completely confused, so Leo began to elaborate. You see, the freshman sparring field is quite small and very contained. Celia must have realized that since she can't possibly match Duran's raw, unadulterated speed, she could simply transform the entire field into her own personal burning stage, leveling the playing field with a massive home court advantage. She had essentially backed Duran into an impossible corner, forcing him to be far more cautious with his every movement, unless he wanted to be incinerated by the raging inferno. On top of that, the intense heat would naturally make it much harder to see. Celia was already an incredibly powerful fighter, but she had become even stronger and far more cunning in using her abilities. This legendary lady just unleashed her own domain expansion, with the intense heat slowly roasting the grumpy blonde boy. Celia took full advantage of the growing lapses in his defense, and seemingly teleported directly behind Duran. Her fiery, devastating slash could have ended the fight. The first trial for all new students is the Summon Creature race. Our commentator is Rumbates, a renowned third-year scholar from Lumen's summoning department, who will narrate this grand spectacle as it unfolds live. Witnessing the pageantry, Celia questioned her student council president brother, asking if this truly qualified as an exam. He revealed that the Summoned Creature race was a cherished and ancient tradition within the summoning department. Furthermore, it's a premier event in the interdepartmental exchange, always generating a massive buzz among the students. Where there's a crowd, Carr always senses an opportunity for profit and new customers. Thus, he had once again established his popcorn and soda business. The competition hadn't even commenced, yet his goods were flying off the shelves. The audience roared with excitement and amusement, a stark contrast to the heavy, nerve-wracking silence on the stage below, where the competitors stood assembled. The freshmen from the summoning department were already feeling immense pressure, and the thunderous cheers from the spectators only amplified their anxiety. Meanwhile, the undisputed titans of this race, Leo, the silver-haired maiden, the white-maned challenger, and the formidable Chun Xia, were intensely focused on the trial ahead. Eliza Herjin, the silver-haired lady, hailed from the North's legendary summoner hero lineage. She approached Leo, commending his incredible performance during the night studies. Practical evaluation. Then, she questioned his readiness for this summoned creature race, her tone laced with skepticism about his abilities. Her doubt was not entirely unfounded. For a person who professed to be thoroughly prepared, she had not seen him even once. Attending the mandatory group practice sessions, hearing Leo challenged, the sycophants instantly joined in, echoing her doubts about his commitment. They demanded that Leo withdraw if he refused to approach summoning with proper respect. Not a single one of them had ever witnessed him genuinely connect with a summoned beast before. Tide attempted to pacify his classmates' baseless hostility, telling them to calm themselves. But the fools relentlessly continued their tirade, shouting at Tide to not defend the golden-haired prodigy, who was blatantly disrespecting their entire summoning department. Chun Xia grew concerned by the escalating tension just moments before the exam. Sun Lu, another summoning department freshman from Sia's eastern continent, approached her. He suggested that, since she had already secured excellent marks in her night studies exam, she should not exert herself or be concerned with summoning. Weary of the pointless bickering, the champion of the southern continent and the #1 ranked student of the summoning department, Walden Titan, emerged to silence all the incessant chatter. He declared that if they wished to debate the extent of their practice with their respective summoned creatures, they should conduct their argument elsewhere, far from his presence. Provoked by this arrogant pronouncement, Sen Leo's anger flooded violently. Walden only intensified his stance. He stated it was irritating to hear novices boast about merely writing summons as if it were some grand, notable achievement, still failing to grasp the situation. Sun Lu challenged the captain, asking if he felt any shame, considering he also had never attended taming practice. Well, Walden never bothered to appear, because, for him, such rudimentary training was an utter waste of his precious time. He is not some imbecile who requires practice to properly handle mirror griffins. Blinded by fury, the reckless Sun Lu lunged to strike the unflappable Walden. But in a flash, Leo intervened, his hand a vice on the fool's arm. He warned that a physical altercation before the exam would not result in a simple penalty, but immediate disqualification. This grave threat was sufficient to make the aggressor retreat. Tide approached Leo with a look of apology, deeply unsettled by the hostility brewing amongst the freshmen. He clarified that the Summoning Studies Department inherently possesses a vast skill disparity between its majors and minors, since Chun Xia and Leo, who do not solely major in summoning, were achieving such high rankings on the leaderboard. The second-year students had begun to lecture and chastised the freshmen for allowing this outcome. Combined with his absence from practice sessions, they perceived Leo as an arrogant, privileged heir, even though he harbored no intention of competing in the race with anything less than his full effort. From a distance, it appeared that some sinister forces were observing with great interest. A dark, ominous energy swirled around a cloaked figure. He seemed excessively fixated on this competition, or more accurately, on a single student. That student was none other than Sun Lu. An unnatural power emanated from deep within the fool, and he fully intended to unleash this power to inflict injury and possibly death, just to secure an absolute victory. Before the race could start, Runbatas delivered a concise summary of the regulations. First, the freshmen were permitted to use only their summoning abilities for the duration of the trial. This meant that even dual-class students were forbidden from utilizing aura or magic. When the signal is given, they must subdue a random griffin from the stables. They are then required to ascend to the heavens and navigate across the expansive island of summons. After traversing the island, they will use Silent Lake as their turning point before racing back towards the academy. Who will seize the glory in this first semester midterm challenge? Will it be the champion of the South or the hero of the East? Can Eliza honor her family's legendary heritage? Or will Sun Lu's concealed power alter the very fabric of this race? Or perhaps our protagonist, Leo Pla, will unleash yet another legendary, jaw-dropping performance to assert his dominance as the ultimate champion? Once again, all competitors assembled at the starting line, awaiting the signal to begin their flight. Miss Yura addressed her pupils with fiery passion. She commanded them to cast aside their anxieties and rely solely on what they had practiced. Anyone who succumbs to panic and falters will be left behind after this. Her powerful message to conquer their nerves, ironically, just inflicted even more apprehension upon the racers. Miss Yura then instructed them to take their marks and prepare. With a thunderous shout that echoed throughout the entire arena, she officially commenced the annual summoned creature race. While the majority of students rushed toward the Griffin stables, a specific faction began the race by unleashing their summon creature abilities, wielding various elemental powers without a shred of forewarning. The group launched their attacks directly at Walden and Leo. Even the commentator was stunned by the sudden opening assault. The summoning students are betraying the clear crowd favorites. Leo shouted to Tide, telling him not to be concerned for him and to proceed and concentrate on the exam itself. Heeding his command, Tide soared ahead atop his tamed griffin, leaving the class representative. The spectators loudly voiced their disapproval. They declared it was a cowardly tactic for the summoning department members to target the perceived leading contenders. Leo was aware these fools had never favored him, but he never imagined they would resort to such measures to disrupt him. Rumbates announced that while the audience was protesting, this could still be considered a technically valid strategic maneuver. Moreover, Walden effortlessly neutralized the elemental magic with raw power in a matter of mere seconds. With remnants of elemental energy still swirling around his form, he calmly proceeded toward the Griffin stables. He swiftly subdued one with minimal effort and ascended onto the beast. He glanced back at Leo, offering assistance if he was facing difficulties. Leo coolly rejected his proposition, knowing this childish obstruction was hardly a significant obstacle. Without exchanging another syllable, Walden ascended into the air with his powerful new steed, accelerating into the heavens faster than any other participant. Leo now remained the sole competitor still trapped on the stage. Instead of soaring through the skies, Celia watched as her champion was surrounded and ensnared by the chaotic elemental magic. Her gaze filled with profound worry. Miss Yura observed the field with a deeply furrowed brow. It appeared the division among the freshmen ran deeper than she had ever imagined. They resorted to openly conspiring against the top-ranked student. From what she understood, Leo's primary talents were not in spirits, but in summons. Escaping this trap would be exceedingly difficult, but her assessment was mistaken. A brilliant light erupted in the arena, capturing the attention of every single spectator. Leo closed his eyes, steadily incanting a rhythmic, ancient script to summon elemental spirits to shatter his magical bonds and forge a path onward. Instantly, sylphs from various elemental domains answered his summons. In this era, it is exceptionally rare to know even a few words of the ancient spirit tongue, let alone recite an entire chant with such perfect fluency. The enigma known as Leo Plav, a gift of endless surprises, continued to deliver. Miss Yura stared at the young man's unwavering gaze and exhaled a quiet sigh of immense relief. She had been concerned for absolutely nothing. A single, resolute thought formed in her mind. She must secure this prodigy for the summoning department at all costs. While Leo was still delayed at the starting position, the other racers had already established a considerable lead. The cowards who had ensnared Leo and Walden cackled, exchanging derogatory remarks about their intended victims, certain that the champion of the South would now finish in last place. When the conspirators asked Eliza for her opinion, she contended that she could have defeated both Leo Plav and Walden Titan without resorting to such dishonorable tactics. She also expressed concern for the public reputation of the summoning class. The conspirators only wished for the so-called geniuses to experience a taste of true humiliation. Finished with their foolish chatter, Eliza surged forward and cautioned the fools to deliberate before they act in the future. Sun Lu detected her self-righteous tone, and his rage began to simmer. At the race's current velocity, securing second place behind Eliza should not pose a challenge for Lu. Besides her, he was the most skilled at maneuvering aerial summons. As he was absorbed in this thought, a rapidly advancing griffin sliced through the group of conspirators. Mounted on its back was the astonishing Chun Xia. Instead of simply riding, surfing might be a more fitting term for her unique style. Whatever her method, it was undeniably effective. Her velocity was unmatched, even without channeling soul energy to empower the summon. Threatened by Xia's sudden appearance, the group of fools, led by Sun Lu, redirected their aggression toward the eastern representative. A girl conjured a spirit of light and launched it directly at Xia. The aerial virtuoso perceived the incoming danger and adjusted her stance, moving forward, balancing precariously on one of the griffin's wings. When a light spirit drew sufficiently close, Chun Xia vaulted into the air, executing a stunning, graceful flip in the sky. The hapless novices who witnessed her acrobatic evasion were utterly astonished. After she completed her landing, Chun Xia's leg coiled as tight as a bowstring before she propelled herself away from her mount. Her target was the very girl who assailed her with a light spear. Using her own velocity and body mass, she delivered a devastating, staggering kick. The girl plummeted from her griffin, frantically crying out that Chun Xia must have violated the rules. She was merely foolish. Chun Xia had not used a single drop of aura. She had attacked utilizing pure, unadulterated martial arts. After neutralizing the immediate threat, she refocused on the race and accelerated, greeting San Lu as she passed. They originated from the same homeland, and thus were previously acquainted. He replied to her greeting with sheer animosity, proclaiming that making an enemy of him was a grave error. While it is factual that Xia is at a slight disadvantage in true aerial warfare, Sun Lu now faced more significant problems to confront. She could feel that an individual enraged by the starting line. Deception was rapidly approaching with immense force. Suddenly, a colossal, fiery explosion seared the sky a burning crimson. Walden was incinerating his opponents mid-flight with his terrifying spear. Manipulation. It seems he is the type to exact retribution completely, with compounding interest. He systematically eradicated the cowards who enacted the childish scheme in a futile attempt to impede his progress. This aerial devastation was just a minor retaliation he had concocted, witnessing their allies fall one after another. The remaining fools dispersed like panicked animals, but Walden was relentless and supremely skillful. Every incantation he unleashed claimed another griffin, thereby disqualifying each of their riders. The heavens themselves burned. Back at the starting area, the announcer carried on, directing his focus to Leo's effort to regain ground on the rest of the class. The first-year representative, is in grave danger of suffering a disastrous race performance. Having freed himself from the spiritual prison, it was now time to tame the final remaining griffin within the stables. If he should falter in this task, it would be over. Leo gave the creature a single, thorough examination and discovered a grievous wound upon its left wing. Given how recent and intentional it appeared, it was simple to deduce the fools who trapped him also did this. For would-be heroes to employ such cruel stratagems is unconscionable. Leo seized the reins, and the griffin immediately began to thrash violently. It is common knowledge that it's highly unwise to forcibly board a defensive griffin in this state without first establishing a bond of trust. Deserting her siblings observed from their seats in the stands. She was deeply worried, while he was intrigued to see Leo's strategy. It seems the young man is simply going to use brute force to conquer the taming and mounting procedure. While he understood the rage and terror the griffin must be feeling, he was forced to accelerate the process as quickly as possible. He met the rampaging creature's eyes and struck terror into its heart. With an icy, commanding glare, Leo ordered the griffin to kneel, sensing its very life was now in jeopardy. The beast ceased its struggle completely. The griffin became visibly subdued as the rider and his mount officially forged their bond for the race. Leo extended his hand toward the creature's left wing and extracted the shard embedded within the wound. With a single, practiced motion, he swung himself into the saddle and prepared to finally begin. He expertly guided the colossal bird to leave the stables and surge forward, focusing the view on the last student remaining at the start line. Everyone in the grandstands could see the injured wing. The announcer began to entertain the possibility that the esteemed first-year representative might indeed fit plastered across the Fafner's scaled high, just as it charged its next terrifying laser assault. Walden had masterfully positioned his explosive charges on its vital points, and with a single command, triggered a simultaneous cataclysmic explosion. With his part of the strategy done, the stage was now set for Leo Plav to unleash his own power. As the dust from the detonation began to settle, Leo surged forward, erasing the distance to Sun Lu in an instant. Faster than sight, he seized the possessed fool by his hair and delivered a powerful, bone-shattering kick straight to his face. The blow nearly sent Sun Lu plummeting from the Fafner, but a sinister entity had already seized complete control of the boy. The being, whatever it was, that now controlled Sen Lu, mockingly praised Leo's brilliant plan to separate the boy from the demon. But it was a futile effort. Having found a perfect vessel, the entity was now fully in command. Realizing the escalating peril, Leo found himself trapped as the demonic beast violently launched them both into the heavens. Walden and Eliza were stranded helplessly on the ground below. The possessed boy sneered, asking if Leo was finally beginning to feel true terror. He responded simply by identifying his foe, the spirit of a demonic beast, handler from Tartaros, whose consciousness now puppeteered Sanlu's form. The handler was utterly stunned by this revelation. Never before had anyone managed to pierce his disguise. Leo's unnerving composure amidst the swirling chaos strongly echoed the legendary heroes of a bygone, ancient era. Naturally, this also meant that he could not allow Leo to grow and evolve any further. He was far too great a threat, channeling a more sophisticated spirit technique. The handler viciously struck Leo with immense ferocity. He was unable to regain his proper balance and was cast from the beast, beginning his long plummet from the heavens. Yet, he stayed completely calm and summoned Fiore to rescue him. The sacred phoenix flame danced across the skies as Leo effortlessly manipulated a brilliant orb of fire. This entire ordeal brought back memories of his past life. He was Kyle, the legendary hero of Genesis, but he would be the first to concede that he was proficient in everything, yet never a true master of any single discipline. A master of all trades, but a true master of none. When it came to Aura, Aaron and Dueno surpassed him by a massive margin. In the realm of magic, he was admittedly weaker than Luna. And as for summoning, Lucina's was on an entirely different plane of existence. However, being a versatile prodigy enabled him to fuse different abilities and pioneer concepts that had never been conceived of before. Utilizing his aura, his magic, his sacred bond with Fiore, and his vast knowledge of summoned beasts, Leo began to weave a truly powerful spell. Aura, magic, and soul energy are all separate, boundless paths to power. However, when they're intricately combined together, they can achieve unbelievably overpowered results. Fiore, the tiny fledgling, had vanished, and in her place stood an adolescent phoenix, majestic and graceful, her blazing feathers illuminating the world. She descended and caught Leo within her powerful talons. Witnessing this divine transformation, the demonic beast reacted to the phoenix's energy with raw agitation. The handler's tone grew graver as he demanded to know who Leo truly was. He nonchalantly replied that they could simply exchange identities. All he wanted was to know where son Lu acquired the Fafner. But this anomalous student was far too knowledgeable about the ancient age of despair, a person who absolutely could not be permitted to live. Anticipating the Fafner's imminent assault, Leo unsheathed his sword and channeled the phoenix flame, concentrating it at the blade's tip. Fortuitously for Leo, the Zerdinger's secret sword art is perfectly designed for phoenix breath. Consequently, his ultimate technique, prominence, could now ascend to a new realm. The Fafner's murderous laser beam and Leo's sacred fire clashed violently, a battle of truly epic proportions. Leo stood his ground firmly, not yielding for a single moment. Sun Lu, on the other hand, appeared as if his mind was being fried by the possession. The Fafner faltered in midair, howling in agony and knocking the handler off balance for an instant. Leo did not waste a chance to press his brutal assault. Sensing that the demonic beast's soul energy was beginning to diminish, he roared, unleashing every ounce of power he had stored to completely overwhelm his adversary. All the handler could manage was to curse the young hero. The phoenix flames surged into the Fafner's body, wreaking havoc and incinerating the demon from within, until the fire erupted from its every orifice. Leo had claimed victory in an explosively brutal fashion. He praised Fiore for her critical assistance as he gasped for breath. It was now time to return. But the phoenix transformation had reached its absolute limit. Leo recognized that he must have made a critical miscalculation and was now on a trajectory to fall to his own death, screaming, as he plummeted down from thousands of feet in the air. The true body of the demonic beast handler for Tartaros continued his dark meditation, concealed deep within the forest, just as he prepared to unleash another despicable attack. A brilliant, blinding light enveloped the entire forest. Then came an immense, overwhelming pressure that forced the handler down onto his knees. Professor Sijin had finally arrived and successfully neutralized the perpetrator's movements. At his side stood Professor Edmund, who radiated a deep darkness from his entire body. The handler instantly recognized the two great pillars of Lumen, realizing he was completely outmatched by their power. The handler tore open a rift in space and bid them a final farewell. It was a disappointment that he had failed, but he would have to wait for the next opportunity to spread chaos once again. From the dimensional tear, a creature of pure smoke, with countless eyes and maws filled with razor-sharp teeth, erupted forth. The creature turned towards the man who conjured it and slammed its impossibly heavy body against the handler. Once the smoke had cleared, the rift in space and the handler had both vanished, leaving behind only a few scattered stones and some noxious vapor. The professors feared that the sinister forces lurking in the shadows were beginning to make their move in earnest. Now, Sijin collected some of the remains for a closer examination. The two great pillars of Lumina understood better than anyone that the Academy itself might no longer be a truly safe haven. Back with Leo, he is still plummeting towards his certain death. Clutching the tiny phoenix, he urged Fiore to retreat to the realm of summons, rather than joining him in this fatal descent. Thankfully, a great-scaled beast intercepted Leo before he became a meat. Paste splattered across the earth below. Seated upon the black wyvern saddle was none other than Miss Yura. The smile of pure relief on her face was absolutely glorious. She gave thanks to the heavens that she had arrived just in time. They gently descended onto a wide prairie, the black wyvern still holding Leo gently like a newborn cub. The demonic beast handler had fled to a cave in some unknown location, the headquarters where he conducts all manner of depraved experiments. His superior loomed over him, his eyes filled with utter disgust and immense embarrassment. This fool had been defeated by a pathetic hero in training. The handler, clutching at his injuries, protested that the one he faced was no ordinary hero candidate. Upon learning that the boy possessed a phoenix as his contracted beast, the supervisor's interest was suddenly and sharply piqued. But upon hearing that the boy knew of the Fafner's true nature, that interest quickly transformed into extreme caution. With a sinister smile, the handler's supervisor licked his lips, eagerly anticipating what that intriguing hero candidate had in store for their organization. Back at Lumen, the practical summoning midterm race was officially canceled due to an unforeseen and tragic incident. Son, Lu, the unfortunate boy, had his mind so shattered that he ultimately perished. The new students were beginning to comprehend the immense gravity of attending Lumini Academy. Following the entire catastrophe, it was only natural that everyone was desperate to know what truly transpired with Son, Lu. But under Miss Yura's strict command, the 4 students directly involved agreed to tell the cover story of a rogue, Black Wyvern. Today, Leo had to set aside the tangled web of conspiracies for now. It was the day of the magic class practical examination. After all, Professor Lenz stood before his class, waiting as everyone filed into the grand lecture hall. Car and Celio were already seated inside. Gazing towards the entrance, they noticed Chloe enter. Her hair was a complete mess, and judging by the dark circles under her eyes, it looked as if she hadn't slept for many days. Following just a few steps behind her was Leo. He, too, observed Chloe's exhausted physical state. After a few more moments for everyone to finally arrive, Professor Len at last began to speak. His serious demeanor made the reality of the situation sink in. This particular exam would not be a simple trial. The professor anticipated that everyone would present their own original magic and showcase their unique personality. He considered it a shame to be the sole witness to the incredible magic of the coming generation, so he had requested some assistance. Professor Lin asked 3 special guests to join their class today. These 3 were esteemed seniors who had graduated from the magic department 3 years prior. They had since made legendary names for themselves in numerous different fields of magic. The sharp-witted Rilda Pedney, the hardy Edmund Slack, and the perpetually cheerful Sean Hooge. They would be the ones to evaluate the freshman's exam today. The 3 warmly extended greetings to their juniors, instantly raising everyone's morale. Carr was feeling incredibly fortunate. He believed the judges were the generous type who awarded high scores. With the introductions now complete, Professor Lin summoned the first student forward. Eliana Layden was called to the front. With a radiant, optimistic smile, Eliana sprang into action. She confidently took her place upon the stage, with her head held high, dialing her cuteness factor up to 100. Her eyes glittered brightly like stars as she offered a very formal greeting to her seniors. Hearing her introduce herself like a perfectly charmed, prim and proper young noblewoman nearly made Carr retch in disgust. He knew this girl was simply playing a calculated role. Proceeding with her demonstration, Eliana conjured a magnificent light show inside the lecture hall. She could create something this brilliant due to her rare, natural affinity for the light attribute. But this light show was merely the initial stage. She theorized that incorporating the flame attribute would yield some rather interesting results. As the fire and light began to fuse, Eliana was enveloped by a swirling current of scorching energy. By combining 2 of her strongest elements, she could generate a powerful thermal ray magic. Sean Hooge observed the display with fascination. Then, she remarked that this thermal ray magic was not different from the fundamental laser-type magic that practically anyone could learn. Eliana believed her presentation was proceeding excellently, but the judges had already begun to record her final grade. Without asking any further questions, the 3 meticulously considered the criteria for judgment to determine an appropriate final score. After a very brief deliberation, they passed their final assessment to Professor Lin. Hooge and Rilda awarded Eliana a C-, while Slack was slightly more lenient with a C, resulting in an overall score of C-. Seeing that Eliana Layden's impressive display received such a low grade, the students grew increasingly tense one by one. Magic department students were summoned to the front, only to be disheartened that their diligent efforts merely earned a C or a C-. There were some notable exceptions, however. Surprisingly, Carr Thomas achieved a grade of B+, thanks to his remarkable display of manipulating both metal and gold. As was expected, Celia Llewellyn earned the highest score so far. She received an A for her absolutely breathtaking wind magic. The fox and the cat celebrated their consecutive victories together. They were immensely relieved that the exam had been a great success. Unbeknownst to the freshmen, however, the judges were actually quite underwhelmed by all of the performances. Professor Lin had enticed them to participate in this exam with the promise of seeing truly remarkable students. But so far, no one had managed to stand out from the crowd. Glancing at the stack of papers, there were only 3 students remaining to be evaluated. Edmund Slack could sense that these 3 were the genuine article, the absolute best of the best that the professor had saved for last. Next to take the stage was Abad Lulin. Celia's older brother. The very instant he stepped forward, the young ladies in the audience couldn't contain themselves. If they were the ones judging, they would have given him an A+ for his handsome face alone. In stark contrast to those who had preceded him, Abad did not commence with a dazzling performance. Instead, he delved deep into the intricate theory behind the spell he had created. After establishing the entire theoretical foundation, he formally announced the name of his original magic, the Tempest. Professor Lin was visibly pleased, and the judges were completely captivated by Abad's explanation. The magic prodigy asserted that once it was perfected, his Tempest would achieve an estimated rank of the highest class. You see, Abad had been preparing for this very exam for some time. Back in the Lulin family's ancestral territory, he conducted innumerable experiments, ceaselessly refining his powerful Tempest. He was forced to request the aid of family elders to establish a powerful protective barrier in the event that something went awry. With intense, unwavering concentration, the Lulin family magicians held their ground. At the center of this protective barrier, Abad was free to manipulate and unleash the terrifying power within him, launching himself from the ground and gently floating in the air. The initial manifestations of Tempest revealed itself with a ferocious roar. He channeled every ounce of power in his being to dominate the wind, forcing it into complete submission. The untamed winds eventually converged into a destructive vortex, capable of erasing anything in its path. The Tempest contained so much raw power that even the protective field, maintained by 4 highly capable magicians, could not fully contain it. When Abad opened his eyes, he saw the Tempest lifting an innocent animal up towards the heavens. He began to panic. He refused to let his lack of control endanger an innocent life. The fervent desire to rescue that small animal provided the final impetus to completely bend the will of the storm to his own command. Abad is a truly admirable man, perhaps the most suitable hero candidate aside from certain someone. Returning to the lecture hall, Abad demonstrated a compressed version of his Tempest for the judges. Unleashing its full power might decimate a portion of the academy. After all, a magic that amplifies the wind's power to its absolute zenith. It seems simple, but the judges understood that it was rooted in a difficult system of high sorcery to use. As a result, Abad Lulin returned to his seat with the first unanimous A+ score of the day, the highest score thus far. Celia, quietly and with immense pride, boasted that her older brother is simply on another level. Speaking of another level, Professor Lin's face completely lit up at the thought of the next student. It was his turn to showcase his talents. Of course, it was none other than the golden-haired prodigy, Leo Plav. Our hero stood and spoke with deep conviction as he faced the judges. The high sorcery he was about to present is a revolutionary no-attribute sorcery system. He wouldn't dare say it aloud, but it was the very same system he once used back when he stood at the pinnacle of the world as the hero of Genesis. Leo stood upon the stage and announced his no-attribute high sorcery system. The panel of judges had never heard of such a concept. Deeply intrigued, they requested that he elaborate further. Leo gladly expounded on his theory. It is universal knowledge that every single fundamental magic spell possesses a base attribute. It is an essential requirement for any and all types of spells. His thesis was straightforward. He designed a high sorcery system that would streamline the entire spell casting process to a far superior level. Hearing this, the panelists had a deeply divided reaction. Some were deeply skeptical, while others were utterly shocked. Seeking clarification, they questioned him, asking if he truly intended to create a brand new system for spellcasting. While the 3 seniors were hesitant to believe such a preposterous idea, Professor Lin was practically beaming from ear to ear, his eyes gleaming like precious diamonds. He was overcome with the desire to recruit Leo as an exclusive mage. Edmund Slack assumed Leo was simply bluffing and was disappointed. They were here to evaluate magic based on sound, logical theory, not to listen to some wild, fantastical tales. In stark contrast to his colleagues' bitterness, Professor Lin couldn't restrain himself and interjected, pleading with Leo to write down the system's core theory. Since the professor himself was so enthusiastically eager to witness this through, the judges had no alternative but to maintain an open mind. Leo Plav picked up a piece of chalk and began inscribing his theory upon the large board. For a long moment, the room was completely and utterly silent, save for the sound of chalk tapping and sliding across the board. Rilda Pedney stated that only a single mage in the entirety of history has ever employed an entirely new casting system as their primary high sorcery. Leo casually confirmed that he was very much aware of this fact. Only the poet of the stars, the legendary Luna, had ever achieved such a monumental feat. Sean Hooge was displeased that this young freshman was essentially implying that he was attempting to stand on the same level as one of the most revered and celebrated heroes in history. Leo humbly refuted that notion. Of course, he had no intention of doing that. He could never truly compare to Luna when it came to magic. He clarified that one does not need to be a monstrous genius like her to create an entirely new spell-casting system. All the panel of judges needed to do was observe what he had written on the board, and to their profound astonishment, every single line of his spell theory appeared to be flawless. The kid wasn't just inventing things to appear impressive. From what the spell construction suggested, it was a system capable of using any magic attribute without any penalties. Celia, who was quite confident in her own theoretical expertise, could not even begin to decipher what Leo had inscribed. On the other hand, Carr had abandoned any attempt to read what Leo had written. Since the very first line, throughout the entire process, Chloe never once took her sunken eyes off her greatest rival. Now that the judges had a rough understanding of Leo's genius, they asked him what his motivation was for developing such a magic system. The answer he gave was quite simple. He simply wants to be able to freely wield any magic in existence. Edmund's disbelief had now shifted to a keen interest in this bizarre freshman. Now he finally understood why the professor insisted that this year's class was truly special. When questioned about what this system's name would be, Leo grinned, raised his hand, and summoned an incandescent thread of pure mana that illuminated the entire lecture hall. The incandescent mana began to coalesce and form an unfathomable sphere of pure, raw magic. Leo named this revolutionary system the Bible. Sean Hooge was completely taken aback. Searching through her extensive knowledge, she knew of only one individual in all of history who had ever used that term, the supposedly fictional and legendary hero, Kyle. She was eager to see what Leo would accomplish in the future. Perhaps this young boy would finally prove that Kyle had truly existed. After the most brief deliberation of the entire day, the panel of judges presented their scores to the professor to announce. As soon as Professor Lenz saw what was written on the cards, he smiled, just as he had expected. Leo Plav received a perfect A+. Walking back to his seat, Leo recalled his failure to complete this magic system during his long years as Kyle. This time, however, things would be different. He would ensure its completion. Finally, the final student to present their personal magic rose from her seat. It was now Chloe's turn to astonish the judges, especially after Leo had completely blown their minds before returning to his own seat. A concerned Leo asked if the hyper-focused Chloe was all right. She certainly did not appear to be okay. Chloe Muller stood on the stage with her back perfectly straight and solid. The panel of judges had been notified beforehand that Chloe was the currently reigning top student of this year's entire magic class. They held exceptionally high hopes for her performance today. As soon as Chloe began her presentation, her entire demeanor shifted. She announced her success in forging an imperishable flame. In her hand, a crimson fire blazed, dancing with aggressive energy. Her classmates were left completely baffled. As far as any of them knew, Chloe was an ice attribute mage, to choose the polar opposite of her highest affinity attribute, as her high sorcery seemed entirely counterintuitive, inefficient, and, frankly, utterly insane. As she stood unmoving upon the stage, the panel of judges felt a pang of disappointment. Compared to the two previous performances from Abad and Leo, her flame appeared dreadfully ordinary. If that was all she had to present for this exam, and there was nothing more to be seen, she was destined to score horribly. So, Chloe initiated the true display of how valuable this magic really is by summoning water to dance gracefully in the air. With a mere flick of her finger, she made the water cascade down like a waterfall, a torrent that would extinguish any normal flame. But this was no ordinary flame. Abad was stunned, and Leo felt a dark premonition. There was an emptiness behind Chloe's eyes as she explained how she had imbued permanence into the fire. Unless she consciously wills it to cease, it will burn for all eternity. She concluded her performance by doing just that, extinguishing an inextinguishable flame. Chloe picked up a piece of chalk and wrote down the theory behind her groundbreaking discovery. In this world, all spells adhere to a common law. Without a direct supply of mana, any spell will eventually dissipate. Throughout the entire process of explaining her theory, her peers' jaws were on the floor. She had essentially crafted a spell that defied a fundamental rule that had existed since the very genesis of magic itself. It was too bizarre, and even the expert panelists found it difficult to comprehend her grand, revolutionary ideas. Chloe Muller named her high sorcery the Eternal Flame. Out of everyone present in the room, Leo was the only one absolutely certain that this should be impossible. Still, her theoretical foundation appeared sound enough, and her demonstration left an incredibly powerful image in everyone's minds. For that, she earned the same grade as Leo, a perfect A+. But Leo wasn't convinced. Something was deeply wrong here. Creating an undying flame was a paradox that even the great Luna had failed to solve. As far as he knew, only one being had ever wielded such a flame. The Cataclysm himself, Erebus. The moment the exams were finally over, Leo immediately tried to find Chloe, but she had already returned to her dorm to finally sleep. That girl hadn't slept a wink since the test was announced days ago. Her exam preparation had been absolutely insane. Leo kept his questions to himself for now, allowing Chloe to get some much-needed rest. Celia then voiced some concerns of her own. Over the past several days, she had noticed Chloe becoming more and more irritable. She had gotten into arguments with several kids in their class multiple times. Celia also mentioned hearing rumors that she's been associating with some of the delinquents from the Magic Studies program. Deep in contemplation, Leo returned to the now empty lecture hall. He summoned Fiore for the first time since the summoning race. She was back in her adorable phoenix chick form now. The mythical creature and her tamer were both delighted to see each other once again. However, Leo also summoned someone else to consult regarding his growing suspicions. From the center of his swirling firestorm, a beautiful woman appeared, embodying the very essence of flame. She was none other than Fiore Mother, the guardian phoenix, Miss Farina, the very embodiment of fiery grace and power, seated with regal and immense poise. Miss Farina instructed Leo to get straight to the point, inquiring why he had summoned her through her daughter, Fiore. Leo curiously inquired why she had been residing at Lumini for such an extended period. Given that the Phoenix stands as the polar opposite of all demonic beasts, there had to be a much deeper reason for her continued presence. At the Academy, Miss Farina confessed that 5 years ago, there was a horrifying terrorist attack at Lumini Academy. 2 students and 3 faculty members perished in the incident, and the culprits were never officially identified, let alone apprehended. In the end, a desperate headmaster, Caden Elbasian, called in a great favor and tasked the Phoenix with searching the school grounds for any clues. Ever since then, Miss Farina has been searching for any trace of the attackers. If that was the case, she must have learned of the demonic beast handler, who appeared during the recent summoning examination, which resulted in the death of yet another young student. When he asked if she suspected Tartaros was involved, Miss Farina regretfully became tight-lipped. She harbored suspicions about the evil organization, but that was all the information she could give Leo for now. Since he wasn't going to get any new intel from her, Leo simply left her with a tip to relay to Headmaster Caden. He presented the grave possibility that Sun, Lou may not be the only student Tartaros has managed to influence. The following day arrived, and the gauntlet of exams persisted. This time, every freshman assembled for the Heroics and Combat Studies joint practical examination. Overseeing the exam was none other than a laid-back professor, Edmund. Since every student was now present, he delegated the task of explaining the exam's contents to the class representative, who was of course Leo. Leo eagerly stepped forward and informed his peers about this. Heroics and Combat Studies joint practical examination. The battlefield they would conquer was the notorious Chedmer incident. The moment that dreaded name was uttered, a wave of paralyzing terror swept through every single student. The only one completely oblivious to the Chedmer incident was Eliana, despite it being a key part of the written examination. Sensing the rising chaos within the joint class, Professor Edmund's thunderous voice erupted, silencing his pupils. He demanded that they show the proper respect and grant their full attention to what Leo had to declare. Leo continued, outlining the harrowing details of their upcoming trial. Everyone would be transported into a hero's world from 30 years prior. It was a catastrophe involving a group of first-year Lumini students who embarked on a mission deep into the central Chedmer forest. There, they were ambushed by the sinister forces of Tartaros. Professor Albi, the sorcerer of the magic eye, who was merely a second-year student at the time, was immediately dispatched with a dedicated rescue team. It was thanks to his heroic intervention that a total massacre was averted. The objective of this exam is to rescue all the injured students and completely annihilate the the hostile demonic beasts, all while supporting the phantom image of the second-year Professor Albie. Professor Edmund added that this was no ordinary midterm evaluation. They would be forced to learn to be far more cautious and vigilant, to remain razor-sharp at every single moment. Anyone judged to possess no true heroic potential by the end of this trial will face immediate and permanent expulsion. Hearing such a brutal punishment for failure deeply unsettled those who were not entirely confident in their practical combat skills, his expression softening at the sight of his anxious students. The professor reassured them that they had all come so far and had grown strong enough to face this immense challenge. They simply needed to have faith in themselves. He may appear to be a slacker, but Professor Edmund truly understood how and when to wield both punishment and encouragement. Moving forward with the exam, it was time to commence team organization. Everyone was instructed to come forward individually, beginning with the students from Class 1. It became clear they were not choosing their own teams. They could be forced to work with people they had never even met. A completely random draw would decide if you landed on a God-tier team, or a truly disastrous one. When it was finally Leo's turn to draw, he pulled out the number 11, the very last team in this examination. With the teams now formed and acquainted, Team 1 was summoned to stand before the dimensional portal, led by both Celia Zerdinger and Celia Lulin. Team 1 appeared to be a perfectly balanced powerhouse. It was time to demonstrate to all the other nobles the true might of the glorious Lorraine Empire. Making this entire ordeal possible was, of course, the knockoff Gojo himself. Professor Albie, the sorcerer of the magic eye, with a single wave of his hand, he tore open the Albie's World prologue chapter, the Chetmer Incident. A sweeping torrent of brilliant magic consumed Team 1 entirely, transporting them into a phantom vision of the past. A colossal magical screen materialized on the field. As a recording device, tracked the team's every single move for all the spectators to witness. Everyone was deeply impressed. Even though Team 1 had only just entered, they were already blazing a trail through the hero's world. With Celia Lulin's magic and Celia Zerdinger's tenacious swordplay, they were effectively speedrunning this entire examination. The children from prestigious hero lineages are truly built on a different level. Sitting beside Professor Edmund was his eternally bothersome rival, Professor Sijuan. Since Celia is Sijuan's own prize student, he naturally promoted her as Team 1's ultimate X-Factor. Edmund countered that Celia Lulin's actions were even more impactful. The two great pillars of Lumen simply cannot resist their rivalry, clashing at every single opportunity, interrupting their squabble. The headmaster himself made his grand entrance. While praising Team 1's truly outstanding pace, he declared they were genuinely worthy of being called rising stars. The headmaster must have anticipated that the two pillars were going to bicker like children, so he conjured a chair directly between them. He simply wanted to witness how much the first years had truly grown. Turning his attention to Professor Albie, the wizened old man apologized for using such a painful memory for this exam year after year. Albie countered that he should be thanking Headmaster Caden instead. He had sworn to never forget the tragedy of this incident, and he required this yearly reminder to keep himself on the right path. Finally, Team 1's raid concluded in a swift and bloody victory, as Celia and Celia tag-teamed a final ferocious beast. The headmaster made a special note of the Zerdinger and Lulin girls. They collaborated with impeccable synergy, despite how fiercely competitive they usually are. They are truly the pride of their entire nation. Team 2's performance was not particularly impressive. Meanwhile, Team 3 blitzed through the hero's world in a dominating fashion. They allowed the two most powerful first-year students, Abad and Durin, to lead the charge, while the remainder of the team executed support roles perfectly. The headmaster approved of their swift and highly efficient strategy, which led them to a decisive victory. Team 4 surprisingly entered the upper echelon too. Nella Carvent's healing aura is undeniably special, but what truly carried the team was Chinxia's otherworldly movement. The headmaster made a mental note of the prodigy from the east. Team 7, led by two of the most promising summoners, also made short work of the Heroes World Challenge. Headmaster Caden and the professors could not tear their eyes from the live broadcast, while there were a great number of exceptional students who demonstrated what they were truly capable of. The most promising one of all had yet to take his turn. Finally, Team 11 was summoned to come forward. Besides Leo Plav, there was another very familiar face in the final squad, Chloe Muller. Headmaster Caden was lost deep in thought. Watching the boy made him feel nostalgic for his own glory days, back when he was a young and truly valiant hero, undertaking missions with Miss Farina herself. Team 11 stood upon the shimmering magic circle. Leo and Chloe locked eyes with an unspoken intensity. Professor Albie flicked his enchanted book open and unleashed his hero's world for the 11th and final time. Albie's world, prologue chapter, the Chedmer incident loaded. No one noticed a faint trace of darkness fall upon the magic circle, corrupting its intricate, glowing etchings. As the light swallowed Team 11 whole, Leo's powerful instincts screamed at him that something was terribly wrong. Unlike all the previous heroes' world activations, the light seemed to surge with a violent aggression. Much to everyone's absolute shock, only 2 individuals were transported from the field, aside from Leo and Chloe. The remainder of Team 11 was left standing exactly where they were. When a magical circle's light finally faded, Professor Sijuan shot up from his seat, deeply alarmed by what was unfolding. Headmaster Caden Elbasian demanded an answer from Albie as to what had just happened, with a trace of terror in his voice. Albie insisted that the examinations be halted at once. The hero's page within his grimoire, depicting the Chedmer incident, had been corrupted by a foreign power. What should have been impossible had just occurred. This was an unsanctioned hero dungeon manifestation. Leo was left equally stunned as a strange system window appeared, instead of the standard quest interface. He realized with dawning horror they'd been cast into a real hero dungeon. Chloe gazed around in utter confusion, since there were no lost pages involved. And it's unheard of for a page from the Akashic records to glitch like this. Leo frantically tried to contact the professors, but there was no response. Chloe started to break down, praying that the professors would come save them. But Leo forcefully brought her back to reality and stated that if they could have done anything to help, they would have already intervened by now. So they were left with only one choice. The hero dungeon was calling their names, and they had to answer. Shaken, Chloe questioned if he had completely lost his sanity, since barely anyone survived the last time people were summoned here, and they were just walking straight into Tartarus's trap with a death wish. Her knees buckled beneath her, and she mentally collapsed as her final shreds of hope disintegrated. But our hero remained perfectly calm. He reminded her she was still the most brilliant mind in their entire class. With the unbeatable power of their teamwork, there was absolutely no way they were going to lose. The brat bit her lip hard, clearly envious of how Mr. Perfect could maintain his composure, even in a situation this dire. She forced herself to regain control and demanded to hear his so-called brilliant plan. Leo explained that they had 2 primary objectives: rescue the other freshmen and ensure they all escape safely. To achieve that, they first needed to become stronger. Chloe immediately dismissed that idea, pointing out they couldn't power up without any access to the outside. But Leo nonchalantly reminded her that they weren't the only students trapped within this forest. This made Chloe pause, as she remembered others should be here too. Then, without even batting an eye, he looked at her and commanded, "You're riding on my back." Chloe nearly imploded from sheer embarrassment at his audacity. But Leo stood his ground like a true alpha. They could not allow their seniors to confront Tartarus first, and mages like her seriously lacked physical stamina. Therefore, there was truly no other option available. Simultaneously, deep within the forest, a demon named Chubarn spied on the students through his creepy little magical surveillance orbs. He seemed slightly surprised to see just a duo sent in as the official rescue team, but he wasn't concerned. He was utterly confident that he would annihilate these wannabe hero candidates with 0 difficulty. That is, until his head whipped around and his entire mood shifted. He spotted that one of the rescuers possessed an all-class trait, and his arrogant smirk immediately vanished. His primary target switched instantly from the party of 4 to the guy who was a literal one-man army, giving a piggyback ride to his designated mage. Meanwhile, Leo noticed his own vision beginning to dim. The deeper they ventured into the treacherous woods. So, he decided it was time to activate Aaron's legendary aura farming technique. By completely enveloping his body in raw aura, he forced his senses to their absolute maximum, heightening every instinct. As they pushed further, he warned Chloe there was a pack of orcs ahead, but she was already on it. She waved her wand just once and sent a deadly volley of icicles straight into the pack, dropping them like a set of bowling pins. Or so she believed. One of them survived and pulled out a horn to summon reinforcements, nearly giving her a full-blown heart attack. But our hero stepped in and sliced the creature down before she could even react. Chloe witnessed that and instantly felt the vast chasm in their power levels, wondering if she would ever truly be able to surpass him. After that, the 2 of them stumbled upon a horde of demons, surrounding a desperate party of 4 other students. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo dove into the chaos and yelled for Chloe to provide support, like a good and proper mage. The girl at the front scrambled to complete her incantation, but the huge demon easily outpaced her and was mere seconds from ripping her in half like wet tissue paper. Before she could even let out a scream, Leo materialized directly in front of her and sliced the beast cleanly, leaving the rest of the demons completely frozen in shock. The other students just stood there, gaping like stunned goldfish, while Leo struck a cool pose after single-handedly saving the day. Deeply impressed, the girl he rescued asked if he was there to save them, and Leo responded with a simple yes, while shifting his focus to another demon in the rear. This one was already charging up its most powerful spell and roared about getting vengeance for its fallen brothers. Suddenly, a storm of disgusting, fleshy leech demons rained down from the sky above. But our hero didn't even flinch. He turned around like some kind of bootleg Dialect from Genshin, wreathed his blade in flames, and turned the parasites into grilled meat skewers. Once again, the students were left utterly speechless at just how absurdly cool this guy was. But Leo didn't allow them to slack off for a moment. He immediately commanded the female student to use her spell. She charged up her arc ray and fired it off to completely erase the demon from existence, not leaving even a single pixel of it behind. Chloe stared at her in utter disbelief and instantly recognized who she was from her unique magic alone. As the sun began to set, the girl thanked Leo profusely over and over for saving her life. But Chloe didn't even spare her a glance. She simply said that there was something far more important to discuss with her partner. The girl glared daggers at her for this audacious move, but Chloe completely ignored her and leaned in close to Leo to whisper that the girl was Alia Zarin, the younger sister of the famous Professor Albie Zarin, who had tragically died in this incident 3 decades ago. And then Chloe revealed the part that was truly unsettling her. Since this party belongs to Alia, it is destined to meet the exact same tragic end within this dungeon, no matter what they do. Chloe shared that Chubarn, a knight-ranked demon from the organization Tartarus, launched an attack here 30 years ago, and that Alia's party was the very first one to be completely annihilated. After all, the core objective behind that operation was to wipe out Alia, a genius amongst the hero candidates, which led to her name being permanently sealed in the hero records. She told Leo they should be focusing on their own survival now and fulfilling the dungeon conditions with an entirely different part. Leo asked if she really intended to just abandon them here, and Chloe fired back that she saw no other logical option. This is a hero dungeon, and no matter how tragic it becomes, the dead cannot be brought back from their fate. Still, our hero refused to yield, saying he would not abandon them. This immediately got on Chloe's last nerve. She screamed at him with such fury that even Alia's group watched on, looking like they were just caught in the middle of their mom and dad's latest epic meltdown. See, a sight that sends absolute panic through Leo's mind. He screams at her to extinguish it before everything goes sideways, but she completely refuses, insisting that scum like Chubarn gets no mercy and deserves to suffer immensely. Seeing that she's now fully committed to her villain arc, Leo charges forward and smacks the cursed grimoire right out of her grasp, like it was some forbidden contraband his mother found under his bed. A short time later, Chloe finally snaps back to her senses. So, Leo calmly asks her to be completely honest. Did she really forge that eternal flame magic herself, or did she obtain it from somewhere else? She admits she's no true prodigy, and confesses the spell came directly from that forbidden book, confirming his darkest suspicions, that it is a direct copy of the flame of Erebus. Just then, Chubarn begins regenerating from within the flames. So Leo urgently informs Chloe that the spell she used is black magic, and the book is, in fact, a disguised sorcery machine. The revelation makes her feel physically sick over what she has done. With a heartbroken expression, she whispers that she's far too corrupted now to ever be called a hero. But Leo forcefully pulls her out of that despairing spiral. He explains that even he didn't realize Chubarn had the Void Curse until this very moment, which means the demon must have used it during his battle with Alia and her friends all those years ago. They were just students who were outmatched in an unwinnable fight, but still, they refused to ever back down. He reminds her that their academy's core motto is to push ever further, beyond all limits like a super scion. And that's when it finally clicks. Chloe realizes she doesn't resent Leo for always being so far ahead. Instead, she deeply admires him, because he has way too much charisma to even be in the same league. After that, Alia steps forward, telling Chloe she believes in her, giving the blonde the final surge of confidence she desperately needs. With the dreaded Void Curse finally gone, Leo prepares to finish this battle once and for all. Just before that, he feels a tremendous surge of raw magic, and it turns out to be from Chloe, who is finally shattering her limits. to become someone who can stand proudly beside him without ever feeling like just a shadow, supported by a potential new best girl. Leo's memories of his previous life come flooding back to him as he instantly recognizes her unique magic, which reminds him of the legendary allies he once fought alongside. The familiar, brilliant light fills him with a fresh surge of courage. Chubarn suddenly lunges forward, smashing Leo with a devastating finisher, and Leo manages to block the first hit. But the demon slips in a second strike that shatters his guard and sends him flying straight into a nearby tree. As he struggles back to his feet, Chubarn strolls toward him. The microphone somehow ends up in the hands of the spirit-possessed girl, once again, who excitedly asks the crowd how they're enjoying the party. Car immediately turns pale upon seeing her again, though thankfully, some students yell out that they're having a great time, which thankfully keeps her from completely snapping. She stays surprisingly calm and says that she's glad to hear that, but then casually drops a complete bombshell announcement that she's about to reveal the midterm exam results right here, right now. The energy in the entire hall dies instantly, and Carr mutters that dinner is now officially and completely ruined. The girl says she completely expected that reaction and explains that the faculty decided to only announce the top 3 students from each respective major tonight, while everyone else would get their results through their homeroom teachers tomorrow. The students seem immensely relieved and cheer a little bit when she adds that the professors from each major will be the ones making the big announcements. Ian steps up to the stage next, and Eliana quietly comments that he's looking especially handsome tonight. The sword professor wastes absolutely no time as he praises everyone's effort and begins listing the top names. In the night major, a hologram appears, showing Celia at the top, followed by Duran and Sean. Celia looks completely puzzled, clearly expecting Leo's name to be at the very top. Leo seems to notice it too. The professor from the magic major comes up next and announces above Celia and Emio as the top 3. Celia looks very uneasy now that Leo's name still hasn't appeared, but Leo reassures her that things like this happen and she shouldn't worry about it too much. Carr adds that it's extremely odd that Leo's name hasn't appeared even once, and notices that Chloe's name is also missing from the list. Chloe tenses up for a second, but then manages a small smile. The professor recalls that although he had to fail Chloe for using a forbidden spell book, her sheer passion and skill as a magician were seriously impressive. Sejuan is also of the same opinion and stands up like a proud father, but Harold smirks and tells him to sit down while Celia quietly comforts Chloe. Then, the real star of the entire evening, Yura, takes the stage to announce the summoning major results, and the simps in the crowd immediately yell out to be her summoned pet. She begins calling out the names, and once again, Leo's name is conspicuously missing from the list. Celia starts to get genuinely worried, while others also begin to whisper about how incredibly strange it is that he hasn't ranked even once. The mic ends up back in the hands of the same chaotic announcer girl, who asks if everyone is still having a good time, and immediately announces that it's now time to reveal the top scorer, who will represent the Academy in the coming year. Letting the tension simmer for the maximum dramatic effect, she finally announces the name, Leo Pla. This sends his classmates into a full-blown celebration mode as they hype him up. The applause is short-lived, however, as a student suddenly speaks up, lodging an objection. Emio questions how Leo could possibly be the top scorer when he didn't even rank in any of the individual majors, saying that the entire thing seems highly suspicious. Leo admits that he's just as surprised and turns to the announcer, who now begins to fumble awkwardly over her own words, try to piece together some kind of coherent justification. Then she snaps as her other personality kicks in and takes full control and begins screaming at the students, hurling insults that would get anyone expelled under normal circumstances. She growls that she is only going to explain this one time, so they had better listen up carefully and stop all their yapping. Harold watches on, amused, and wonders if she's being possessed again, and Sejuan nods in agreement, saying he finds this highly entertaining, too. She launches into a full-on rant, explaining that students with dual majors don't count in the specific major rankings, because their stats are distributed between different classes. She uses a prime example, saying a magical knight has a weaker aura than a pure knight, and weaker magic than a true magician. But their combined strength is still far more powerful than either one alone. She adds that Leo's joint practical exam scores were higher than anyone else's, though Emio still mutters something under his breath about the others having better theoretical examination marks. She roasts him mercilessly and reveals that Leo had completed the mission in the hero's world, going so far as to completely exterminate Shoebar, which leaves everyone stunned into complete and utter silence. Meanwhile, Leo tries his best to act completely chill and continues to aura farm like it's absolutely nothing. The other students just stare at Leo in stunned silence, while Eliana and Carr both blurt out, "How in the world did he manage to clear that entire dungeon with only one other person?" Leo stays perfectly composed and doesn't even bother to respond, as the announcer girl slips back into her awkward, shy personality and begins stuttering over her words again. Though Sejuan casually mentions that her part is now done anyway, she ends her speech by telling everyone to enjoy the rest of the party, which immediately shifts the mood as lively gossip fills the room. Yura takes a short break from her meal and turns to Lin, asking what the rankings would have looked like if the dual-class students had been included in the major scores. Lin answers without a moment of hesitation that the entire result board would have seen a massive shakeup. He calmly states that everyone's individual ranks would have dropped by 1, and when Yura asks if that means Leo would have placed first, the magic professor confirms that it was indeed our boy. Yura is visibly and deeply surprised and states that it would have been the same for the summoning major, while Ian also confirms that it applies to his own department as well. Yura tries to wrap her mind around it, though Ian mentions that Leo's all-class goals suddenly seem far more realistic now. Now, Lin cuts in again and declares that regardless of all of this, Leo's future path will undoubtedly be in sorcery. Yura doesn't take that quietly and insists that she wants Leo in the summoning major instead. Meanwhile, the Glacial Knight listens to their incessant yap and calmly declares that Leo seems like a natural-born swordsman, making them yell out profanities at each other, while the assistant professors exchange a very concerned glance. In the background, the very next morning, Carr is completely wiped out from overdrinking, and Celia mentions that she's never seen anyone chug 2 entire liters of orange juice before. Professor Harold walks into the classroom and tells everyone to quiet themselves down. He brings up a massive world map and announces the destination for their upcoming class trip, revealing that they're heading to the fabled land of the elves. The students instantly light up, knowing that this trip lets them choose where they want to go, and they begin fantasizing about various exciting destinations. But Harold quickly points to the map and announces that they are going to Elsilvaquia, which instantly and completely crushes all their enthusiasm. The place is infamously frigid, so it is no surprise that everyone immediately starts complaining. He shuts them all down by revealing that the decision was made by the class representative, which catches everyone completely and totally off guard. However, Leo wears his most innocent and angelic face, while Carr turns to him and demands to know why he picked such a hostile location. Leo simply tells them all to quit their whining and start packing already, so they'd better buy their necessary supplies quickly. Eliana dramatically sobs and declares she's buying a new pair of gloves, while Celia is just excited to try out all of her winter coats. Meanwhile, Leo dives deep into thought and recalls that while most people believe Elsilvaquia is nothing special, it's actually the hidden, secret home of the fairies. He gets a bit nostalgic as he wonders how his old friend Sylphid has been doing all this time. When they finally arrive in the city, Leo tells Nella he'll take care of getting all the food and equipment, while she should handle procuring the potions. After a bit of some intense bargaining, he finally scores a solid deal and sets off with all the supplies. Leo is completely worn out from running all the errands, but just then, he snaps to full attention when he senses something completely off in a nearby alleyway. He realizes this is the infamous 13th block and heads towards one specific building, recognizing it as the same place where Sun, Lou, and Chloe had purchased their cursed sorcery machines. Dropping his heavy bag, Leo steps inside and finds the shop completely bare, aside from one cute little teddy bear sitting awkwardly right in the middle of the floor. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, which makes perfect sense if the investigation team has already swept the place. But something feels deeply wrong. His mind catches up a moment later as he realizes that the teddy bear should not be there at all, because Lumen should have confiscated everything, and the shop itself had been sealed. He immediately moves to slash it, but the bear suddenly spins around in midair and spits out some disgusting black goo that Leo instantly recognizes as a demonic entity. This one isn't a standard demon either, as it's dripping with high-level curses and incredibly foul energy, as the twisted lump of pure darkness begins solidifying into a form. It attempts to speak. Leo narrows his eyes, as the voice seems strangely familiar. The demon mocks his sharp senses for having caught the curse so quickly and locks its eyes with him, and he finally recognizes that it is the witch queen, Salatna, who is one of the 3 legion commanders that the heroes had failed to eliminate all those years ago. However, this physical body is not her real one. The demon questions whether he's a magical knight and taunts him that his heightened senses will now lead to his own downfall. It lunges forward, and Leo barely manages to dodge the attack as it grazes his arm. Our hero realizes that he doesn't stand a chance against her like this, while she slowly slithers forward and thanks him for such a delicious and tempting offer. Just as she prepares to finally finish him off, Leo cracks a sly smirk as a brilliant flash of light erupts behind it. A holy blast of energy slams into the demonic creature, knocking it back into the ground with immense force. As it tries to crawl away, it shrieks out the name of the sorcerer of the magic eye, while Professor Albie just stands there at the entrance, looking like he is some kind of legendary anime protagonist. The demon hisses in pure frustration, but decides that this is actually even better, claiming that having an audience always makes things more fun. But when it tries to sneak up on Leo again, Albie's already one step ahead, as he throws out verbal abuse like it's confetti and activates a massive, glowing spell circle, calling the demon nothing but a steaming pile of cursed trash. Huge beams of pure light blast out, slicing the giant demon's head clean off its body. As she gets called demon trash, it tries to lunge at the golden boy and hisses about how it will devour those juicy fairy eyes. But he snaps back that he's not into some knockoff clone garbage like her, and yells for her to just die already, while firing off a massive, devastating beam of light. The thing gets obliterated into nothing but scattered teddy bear stuff. Meanwhile, Leo remembers that Professor Albie's other name is the Decimator of Tartarus. Rumor has it that he only became a Lumen Professor to get clearance beyond the borders, so that he could hunt down more demons. Leo takes a breath of relief and feels truly thankful to this Era's hero. But Albie just stares him down and asks, "What the hell just happened here?" Leo explains that the demon appeared during his personal investigation and that it was hiding inside of the teddy bear, using a very high-level curse. Albie grabs the teddy's head and says, the investigation department is definitely going to take the blame for this entire mess. He turns back and says that he'll let the solo investigation slide just this once, but tells Leo to ask for backup next time if he ever needs it, since he still owes him big time for what he did. That catches Leo completely off guard, and he picks up his now-recovered supply bag as he quietly thinks that house, Zarin, is one of the 3 great families, so he might just lean on Albie to access the Forbidden Royal Library. Heading back, he finally spots Nella, who looks absolutely thrilled to see him, only to instantly panic when she notices that he's injured. She hurries over and casts her healing magic while asking what went down. However, Leo is lost deep in thought that this incident pretty much confirms Salatna is the one behind the demonic beast and that cursed book of sorcery. But he still can't figure out what their ultimate endgame is. A week passes and the students gather before a massive gateway portal as Leo goes over the final checklist with his class to make sure that they have all the essentials. Celia strolls over and asks why his group is headed to El Salvacquia, and he tells her it's like a summer vacation to escape the intense heat. She grins and says that she hates the cold, then tells him to have fun before leaving with her own class. He sees her off, and then turns back as he tells the students it's finally time to move. Celia looks fired up, while Carr groans that he hates the cold too. Leo turns around to check if everything is finally set. The gateway into the mystical elven domain, simultaneously at the prestigious Siren Academy. 2 arrogant elves corner another student, their faces twisted with disdain, sneering at his humble attire, and questioning how someone of his lowly status could dare attend the great siren. They spit the insult, half-blood, a venomous slur in their world, while the targeted boy can only bow his head, shame burning his cheeks. But then, a fierce voice cuts through the tension, telling them to cease their pathetic bullying and to conduct themselves like actual students. The bullies, however, attempt to twist her words and ask if she isn't bothered by a half-breed dressing so poorly. But she has reached her limit and starts unleashing fiery curses upon them. She roars that if they have a problem with his clothes, they could just strip down and give him their own damn clothes. The 2 are aghast at her language, demanding she act with more dignity. But she fires right back at them, asking if they feel no shame ganging up on one single, innocent kid. She then commands them to get lost. As they retreat, grumbling about her acting like a rabid dog. Her fury fading, she turns to the boy, asking why he's dressed so thinly. He says someone had stolen all his clothes, and formally introduces himself as Luca Inaris. Rinia instantly seethes with rage at the cowardly guys, while Luca, flustered, tries to return the scarf she gave him. Feeling a bit shy, he insists, but she just brushes it off, telling him not to worry. He then notices she seems strangely ecstatic, and she admits that her contracted beast has finally hatched. Luca's face brightens as he congratulates her enthusiastically, and she flashes a triumphant grin before dashing off on her way. Rinia sprints directly to her father's stately office, who immediately reminds her not to call him that while at the academy. Her father seems to be sweating nervously as he confirms that Fernia's legendary child has indeed hatched. This news makes her light up just like a kid on their birthday. But he then confesses there is a grave problem. A contract with the beast has already been forged. This revelation drains all the joyous energy right from her face. He says he is already investigating it, but she slams her fist down hard on the desk and furiously demands to know who in the hell stole her contractor. Meanwhile, Class 5 manages to reach the designated academy safely, and everyone immediately begins complaining about freezing to death. But Leo simply tells them to suck it up. Herod cuts through the ensuing noise, tells them to form a line, and asks if anyone knows this place's history. To which, of course, Celia raises her hand. She explains that the capital city, Velkia, was named after a legendary fairy knight who was a disciple of Luna, the famed poet of the stars. Leo recalls it a bit differently. That Velkia was more like the extremely bratty disciple of both Luna and Aaron, and he jokes that for all of his terrible attitude, the guy still managed to earn the title of fairy knight. Professor Harold confirms that she is correct, and adds that House Ezra are the ones in charge here now, since they are the direct descendants of the legendary fairy knights. Just then, a mysterious figure begins to approach them from afar, which Harold notices as the entire group starts to come into view. Carr immediately panics and asks if they're about to be robbed, and the professor says bad people can be lurking anywhere. But even he's caught off guard when a familiar voice greets him and asks how he has been doing. A squad of elves finally steps out of the fog, led by a sharp-looking individual with brilliant white hair, and the girls in the class start fangirling like they've just seen a celebrity. The white-haired elf steps forward, saying he's been expecting them. He turns out to be none other than Juan Ezra, the esteemed chair member of the council. Harold nods and remarks that he's just the same as he's always been, while the girls practically melt on the spot, claiming that they have finally met their future soulmate. As the thirst levels in the group are hitting the absolute roof, Leo interrupts their happy fangirling moment and asks if age really doesn't matter to them at all. Eliana immediately starts nudging him and asks if he's feeling jealous, but he stays cool, pointing out that elves live long lives and barely age. He then flips it back on her, asking how old she thinks Luan actually is. The two adults catch on to their chatter and comment that this current batch is a very lively one, unlike the previous student groups who were a lot more disciplined. Harold just excuses them as first years having some innocent fun. Eliana steps forward and boldly asks Luan for his name and age. He apologizes for the late introduction and states his name, while dropping the bombshell that he is 97 years old. Eliana's entire fantasy crumbles into dust instantly, and Carr casually shoves the now frozen girl right aside and asks if he is perhaps their assigned trip guide. Juan extends a hand and states he is the council's chair member. Carr awkwardly shakes it while he's completely dying on the inside, as Professor Harold mutters that they'll need to have a talk later. A while later, they find themselves inside a dusty, ancient building, and right on cue, a small mouse scurries by their feet. The students immediately freak out and demand to know if they're seriously staying in this complete dump. Leo just shrugs and offers him a backup spot to crash, and Eliana immediately begins to butter him up, addressing him as their respected and great class leader. Leo offers them the large tent he has already set up outside, but Carr suddenly changes his mind and loudly announces that they have a lot of unpacking to do inside, after cleaning the place up just a little bit. Some of the boys sneak towards the staircase, as Carr gets a mischievous grin and says that the best part of any school trip is sneaking peeks at the girls. But at the top of the stairs, they freeze, because Celia is already standing there, looking beyond completely pissed. She doesn't waste a single precious second, and launches a gust of wind magic that blows them right off their feet as they all scream for some mercy. Leo watches in amusement and says, it seems like everyone's enjoying the trip, and he figures he might as well look around, too. Before he can get very far, a voice refers to him as Lord Leo. As he turns around, he sees an elf in full uniform, who informs him that the head of the house wishes to speak with him. Moments later, Leo steps into Juan's massive office, and the chair member barely even glances up from a mountain of paperwork and simply tells him to come inside. He apologizes for the long wait and asks if he can hold on a bit longer. But instead, Leo asks if he can look around, as the office seems to have some rather interesting items, which Luan is more than happy to allow him to do. Leo walks over to the legendary weapons mounted on the wall and notes that they all look quite ancient. His eyes narrow when he spots one in particular, Urquhart. The name instantly draws a very strong reaction. Luan looks extremely surprised and asks how Leo could possibly know about it, since its entire history is only passed down to the heads of House Ezra. Leo begins sweating, but plays it off casually by saying that he read about it in the ancient library of Lumia, which Luan eats up completely without a single question. As Leo touches the ancient blade, he senses the infusion of stellar mana, but quickly realizes that it is not the original and is just a copy. His thoughts drift into a distant flashback from his past life as the hero Kyle. His companions had been hyping up a new weapon back then, and Luna had proudly showed it off to Kyle as she asked for his opinion. But he had roasted her instead, saying that she looked like a goblin thief, which had set her off almost instantly. The real Urquhart had originally belonged to the hero Luna, but it was later handed down to her student, Velkia. However, it was tragically lost before the expedition to Tartarus. Luan comes up from behind him and explains that Urquhart was retrieved by his own ancestor, who had conquered Velkia's personal hero world. But weapons recovered from hero worlds can't be used by anyone, except for their original conqueror. That finally clicks for Leo that no wonder it felt like an empty shell, and Luan gestures for him to take a seat. He says that Harold told him Leo is a powerful all-class student and is also the first-year representative, which Leo confirms. Luan then says he has a very odd request, that he wants Leo to speak with his own granddaughter. She's a top-tier student at the esteemed Siwarn Academy, but ever since she first entered school, she's lost all of her motivation. Luan figures that someone like Leo, being of a different race, might be able to shake her up a little. Leo walks up to her closed room, questioning if it was really okay for Luan to just hand him the key, but he still knocks on the door and enters, only to be met with what he can only call the mother of all messes. He coughs and comments that the room is as dusty as hell, then starts to notice all the posters and figures that she must be a massive fan of the great heroes. He's seen other kids collect this sort of stuff before, but this is truly some next-level obsession. He spots a uniform hanging up and guesses it belongs to Siwarn Academy, but just then, the girl walks out and assumes it's her grandfather inside her room. She immediately starts ranting about how it is not okay to barge into a grown girl's room, only to freeze in pure, utter shock when she sees Leo standing there instead. Her face turns bright red as she screams that there is a human inside her room, and she immediately dives under her covers. Leo introduces himself and says her grandfather had wanted him to meet her, but she stays completely silent, wrapped up like a burrito in her blanket. Not getting any response, Leo casually picks up a nearby book and comments that she has collected almost as many books on Hero Kyle as he has, and he's quite curious how the elves have portrayed him. As he begins to flip through the pages, he's genuinely impressed by how neatly she has organized all her notes, and he praises her for understanding Kyle's achievements so incredibly well. Finally, she peeks her head out from her blanket and asks softly if he likes Hero Kyle, too. She then asks him about the legendary Battle of Darnos, and he explains it was where the demon Tevelka was finally defeated, and it was the very first battle where all the heroes fought side by side. Her eyes immediately light up as she quickly follows up, asking if he knows where Commander Zerga's forces were finally crushed, to which he answers without a pause that it was at Advalak. She nearly bounces up and down with excitement, as she is incredibly impressed that he knows what most people tend to overlook about the great heroes. In her eyes, Leo suddenly shines like a true knight in shining armor, and she looks down shyly as she finally introduces herself as Aaron, and asks if her nerdy rambling might have scared him off. But Leo warmly reassures her and says that the great heroes would be absolutely thrilled to know someone out there is still enjoying their legendary stories. She continues on, saying that she believes Kyle is an undocumented fifth hero. Leo agrees, and says that he believes Kyle is a true hero, too, and even plans to join a new club that researches his vast legacy. That immediately perks her up, until the mere mention of school sinks in and her mood dips once again. Leo notices her quiet and much more reserved nature, and gently asks her why she doesn't want to go back to school. She admits she doesn't think she belongs in a place like Siren Academy, as everyone there's aiming to become a legendary hero, and someone just like her, with such a weak heart, doesn't deserve to stand among them. Leo notices that her school uniform is very well maintained, and figures out that deep down, she still very much wants to go. He tells her he's not the only human around, and that his own classmates would probably love to meet her and hear all her interesting thoughts. She is surprised, but he adds that other schools that train heroes from different races also exist. He tells her with a warm smile that if she's curious, she should definitely come and see for herself. And with that, he finally takes his leave. As soon as he steps back outside, Luan is waiting for him with starry eyes, and the sudden appearance startles Leo. But Luan leans in close and excitedly whispers if he was really just talking to Aaron this whole time. He then wipes a very dramatic tear, overwhelmed that Aaron managed to hold a full conversation for once, and now wants to reward him with a powerful magic item. Leo agrees, since it would be extremely rude to reject such a gift, and Luan leads him into the family treasury, telling him to choose absolutely anything he likes. Nothing really jumps out at him at first, but then Leo spots something incredibly odd. He picks it up, and Luan casually says it's just a simple jewel imbued with fairy power, though he thinks of it more as purely decorative. Leo simply says that it's fine and that he wants this one, to which Luan agrees without any hesitation. However, our hero realizes that he's certain the fairy inside is not just carved and is actually alive. Later, Class 5 stands assembled in the hall as Professor Harold explains their brand new schedule. Starting tomorrow, they're waking up at 6 a.m. for personal training, followed by rigorous mission practice in the afternoon. Eliana tries to object and points out they already train nonstop back at the academy, but Harold shuts it down, saying that this trip is not a vacation. Instead, it is meant to sharpen all of their weak points. Then he casually drops the massive bomb that this entire schedule was planned by their very own class rep, and instantly, everyone glares at Leo with looks of pure, utter betrayal. But Leo beams and says this place is perfect for some combat training, to which Eliana gaslights herself into believing. He must have some very noble intentions. Harold wraps up the entire meeting, telling them to enjoy this final day of peace, because it'll be their very last bit of free time. Later that night, Leo sits alone in his room, carefully studying the precious jewel, and he comes to the conclusion that it contains the Fairy King's magic. This makes it understandable why Luan regarded it as just a simple decoration. After all, the Fairy King's contractor vanished after the ancient age of calamity, and absolutely no one has used that magic since. But Leo knows all too well that this is Sylphid's powerful magic. He pours his own magic directly into the jewel, which immediately causes it to glow brightly. It is finally time to activate the pledge of the Fairy King that he received all those years before. And with that, the jewel begins to crack and slowly open up. A small voice stirs, asking if Father has broken the ancient seal at last. But when the small fairy spots Leo, complete confusion takes over, as he demands to know why some random human is just standing there, to which Leo simply asks who in the world he's supposed to be. The fairy gets highly offended and declares that he is Kalen, the firstborn son of the great fairy King Sylphid. He starts ranting like some kind of royalty, but Leo calmly preps his fingers into a tight flick, as Kalen smugly says his own name. Leo flicks him directly on the forehead. Kalen freezes as he tries to process this human's absolute audacity, but Leo's entire expression shifts, and he says that even the great Sylphid treated him with immense respect, making him wonder who the hell this little brat thinks he is. Kalen gets completely enraged and starts hurling some racial slurs, but as he just keeps going, Leo keeps on flicking his head one after another, like an angry mother. Eventually, Kalen summons some manners and stares at Leo in absolute awe, realizing that he must be the pledged one his father had spoken of. Leo leans in close and warns him again that if he's got a problem, he should speak up now. But Kalen immediately backs down, deciding that a pledge with a mere human might not be so bad after all. Leo pats his head very casually, noting that for Sylphid to take all 6 of Kalen's wings, the kid must have been a true royal pain. Kalen is surprised that Leo knows that, but before he can say anything more, Leo tells him to go ahead and summon Sylphid. Already, Kalen looks extremely smug again, saying he can only summon his father after reclaiming all 6 of his wings, and adds that the first one is located nearby in this very forest. Leo smiles, calling it fate that they have finally crossed paths, but then gives him another light flick just for good measure. The next day, the class heads into the forest under the icy winds. As they push onward, they all freeze up once again, this time in complete shock, as Celia just got wiped out by wind magic. Leo helps her back to her feet, and just smirks as he tells her she'd better train much harder if she wants to keep up. A few minutes ago, Eliana had completely blown up when Leo claimed she can't harmonize her swordplay with her own magic, which is why she assumes he's off training completely solo. Leo doesn't even bother to answer that part, and instead shifts his focus and tells the duo their summoning skills need some serious work, which completely sets them off, since that's the one thing they thought they actually had down. Then Celia jumps right in, saying he had told her something very similar during the entrance exam, that she lacks a proper and true understanding of wind magic. Drawing her weapon with a confident smile, she challenges him to see what he's really got, and Leo gladly accepts. She thinks his performance so far has gone way above and beyond, and she's curious what else he has been hiding from them. But she doesn't give him a single chance to prepare anything, as she fires off her windbreaker spell without any warning, sending a massive gust of wind roaring right toward him. Leo doesn't even blink and casts his own windbreaker in response, which completely cancels out her spell, leaving her utterly stunned. Eliana is shocked to her very core, since high-speed casting was supposed to be Celia's ultimate edge. But Leo had just matched her rapid pace exactly. Celia keeps pushing and activates her wind chain spell, but Leo only sighs and reminds her that when they had first met, he had warned her not to use her wind magic in that way. Then he fires off his wind bolt, an absolute monster of a spell that rips straight through hers and barrels directly toward her, catching her completely wide open. The sheer impact sends her flying straight into a tree, and like clockwork, adding insult to injury, a massive pile of snow falls right on her head. Right after, Leo walks up and points his sword directly at her, as he calmly and coolly declares his victory. Celia still looks completely dazed as she questions if that was real wind magic. Carr throws in that he didn't expect her to actually lose, and Eliana can't wrap her mind around how their own class wrecked. That's so strong. Professor Harold gives his 2 cents that while Celia isn't any weaker in terms of raw power, the real gap between them lies in their understanding and control of wind magic. Leo pats the now grumpy cat's head as the professor continues, explaining that even as they learn new skills in the higher grades, they shouldn't ever neglect perfecting what they already know. He wraps things up by telling everyone to sharpen their own abilities under the class rep's direct lead, which immediately triggers a whole new bunch of complaints about the freezing cold. Later on, Leo walks completely alone through the snowy forest, gathering herbs for a mission. He remembers how all the others completely tapped out and promised they would do their own missions later, and smirks, thinking that they're probably still passed out. Back at their inn, completely out of nowhere, Kalen zips in and very proudly announces that he's collected a huge stash of rare herbs. Leo gives him a solid pat on the back for doing some good work, which has the little guy all puffed up and glowing in his tiny, insufferable fairy pride. With that, Leo decides their haul is enough and stashes the bag safely away. He starts wondering if it's time to get really serious about investigating this mysterious forest, and he states that the hunt for Kalen's wings officially begins now. As they move ahead, he suddenly stops and asks when Kalen was first exiled, to which the fairy answers that it was around 100 years ago. Leo narrows his eyes, telling him to look much more closely, because there is illusion magic at play here, which Kalen quickly picks up on and then confirms is the Fairy King's powerful magic, but it's not his father's. Leo pieces it together and figures the spell belongs to Sylphid's own father, the Fairy King during the ancient Calamity era. It's been an entire century since the magic was activated, so judging by the strange timing, the energy that's fueling the spell must be Kalen's own wings, as he's somehow been repurposed into an ancient formula. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, saying that he heard that something very valuable is hidden nearby. Both of them go on high alert as a nasty, dark aura floods the area. The stranger steps much closer and asks why humans are just wandering around in sacred elf territory. But Leo flips it right back on him, saying it's much weirder that the undead are just hanging around here. The nasty-looking skeleton then roars that this land has long been under Tartarus's complete influence. But Kalen shoots back and shouts that this place is a sacred fairy sanctuary. The skeleton laughs and then mocks him, that how could a weakling like Kalen even dare to call himself a fairy? That gets right under Kalen's skin as his magic flares violently, and he charges at the skeleton without any hesitation. The thing barely has a chance to react in time before Kalen blasts a hole clean right through its chest and reduces it to a massive pile of bones. Kalen mutters that it crumbled far too easily for something that was so loud and full of itself. Leo just raises an eyebrow and asks why a fairy is fighting just like a raging barbarian. Kalen stretches and says that it all worked out since fairy and undead powers naturally cancel each other out. But then he freezes as the skeleton starts to speak once again, admitting that while Kalen may be quite low level, he's still a fairy, and it begins to reform right in front of them. Kalen holds his nose at the rank stench and charges in once again, vowing to crush the thing completely and properly this time. But mid-attack, something feels terribly wrong, and Leo yells at him to get out of the way. The skeleton slams its sword deep into the ground, releasing powerful waves of that foul aura. Kalen dodges at the very last second and crashes straight into Leo. Our hero steadies the now-dazed fairy, who asks what in the world that thing actually is. He answers that it's an ancient monster from Tartarus, known only as the Death Knight. The skeleton stands tall and finally introduces itself as Calgar. It declares its undying loyalty to the Lich King. And just like that, it lunges straight toward them again. Leo steps up and tries to counter with his own blade. But Calgar vanishes and then reappears right behind him, like some kind of Houdini. The Death Knight lifts his sword and coldly announces that he's here to lead Leo straight to his demise. Thinking quickly, Leo activates his spectral form and forms a strong barrier, just in time to completely block the Death Knight's strike. The clash of their weapons echoes through the eerie silence of the forest. The monster then steps forward and is surprised that a human could pull off an aura shield in such a short amount of time, then gives a crooked smirk and swings again. However, this time, Leo successfully blocks the powerful attack. The Death Knight mocks his efforts and calls them completely futile as he begins to press Leo back with his overwhelming brute strength. Kalen panics and rushes in to try and help, but gets blasted into the ground without any real effort. Groaning as he rubs his now sore forehead, he mutters that he is already completely drained of all his power and bitterly wishes that he had his magnificent wings back. Without wasting another precious second, Leo begins chanting and is soon engulfed in brilliant red flames, which catches the Death Knight completely off guard. Suddenly, majestic phoenix wings burst from his back, and their sheer brilliance lights up the dark, ominous woods. Kalen watches in absolute awe as he realizes Leo must also be a contractor. Our hero then delivers a swift and extremely precise strike that slices the powerful Death Knight clean in two. The tiny phoenix then lands proudly right on Leo's shoulder, followed closely by Kalen, who immediately starts fussing over the little fiery fluff ball. Kalen tries to shoo it away, and the annoyed bird puffs up its chest. But before their squabble can truly escalate, the Death Knight's booming voice bellows out once again, as he swears that none of them will ever leave this place alive. He drives his sword deep into the ground, unleashing a dark curse that opens up a dark, gaping pit and summons an entire army of undead from the depths below. One by one, skeletal warriors begin to rise with their weapons drawn, and Leo realizes it's a terrifying curse that endlessly revives the dead. He then lowers his shield, which makes Kalen extremely alert, who asks him if he's actually giving up. But Leo only smirks back in response, as he strikes an incredibly confident pose and says that he's finally gotten a hold of Kyle's powerful mana. Without hesitating, he casts the spell Earth Ripple, which sends powerful shock, waves bursting outwards, and causes the undead to lose all their balance. Leo then charges forward as he slices through them with ruthless efficiency, using his vortex slash, and completely ignores the Death Knight entirely. The monster roars in complete frustration and demands that Leo face him properly, like a true warrior. But our hero simply calls him out for hiding behind his summon horde. Using a powerful jump boost, he propels himself high up into the air, while the Death Knight screams furiously after him. Eventually, Leo stops running and figures he's gotten far enough away, though he can't shake the strange feeling that something is very off about a powerful Death Knight just showing up in a fairy forest. As he tries to make any sense of it, a lone skeleton stumbles out from behind the trees. He readies his blade and assumes that it's just a straggler. But before he can even act, the creature is shredded into tiny pieces. An elf then appears, who raises his sword towards Leo and demands to know if Leo was the one who summoned the creature. Leo calmly explains that he's just a Lemurian student and has no involvement whatsoever. Leo identifies him as a Siren student as he recalls Aaron's uniform, but the elf doesn't believe it and lashes out wildly. Leo sidesteps his attack with complete ease and knocks him down using just the base of his sword. A voice then interrupts and asks him to please stop, as a red-haired elf steps in and apologizes for the other's extreme rudeness. She introduces herself to him as Runia and assures Leo that not all of the Siren students behave like that. Complete trash bag. He accepts her apology and asks what brings her here, to which she replies she is on special field training, while Leo explains that his own class is here on a school field trip. He excuses himself to go report the incident to his professor, and Runia sees him off, though he pauses for a brief moment as he tries to remember why her name sounds so incredibly familiar. Meanwhile, she's already yelling at one of her students for messing up and calls her an idiot's sandwich. Back at the academy, Luan seems suspicious about the whole Death Knight situation and says that while monsters have been appearing, things have not yet gotten that extreme. Professor Harold backs up Leo, saying that he wouldn't lie about something this serious. Just then, someone else calls out to them and states that misunderstandings can often be caused by simple ignorance. A dark-haired elf then steps out and scoffs at the very idea that a first-year candidate met a Death Knight. He then introduces himself as Professor Heredia, and Luan motions for him to continue speaking. For a legendary Death Knight, since a genuine article would have annihilated him on the spot. He openly challenges if Harold truly buys into such a ridiculous fairy tale, but Harold firmly replies that he absolutely does, because Leo is the reigning all-class representative. This revelation visibly stuns Heredia, who now considers that Leo might actually be worth keeping an eye on, if he can really reshape how the Siren students perceive the world. He then asks Leo if he happens to be skilled in magic as well, and formally proposes a joint class between Lemurn and Siren. Sometime later, all the students are reveling in a grand party. While Carr marvels at how magnificent this entire event is, Celia adds that it all makes perfect sense, considering the Emperor himself is hosting the celebration. Eliana and Donella are buzzing with excitement at the thought of experiencing Siren's teachings firsthand, though Leo remains a bit suspicious. He figures that Heridium is the type of man who only believes what he sees with his own eyes. His thoughts are cut short when Runia herself appears again and boldly asks him if he would like to dance. They move in perfect synchronization, as if they've done this for years. She is absolutely thrilled to learn that he knows the traditional elven dance, to which Leo simply tells her that he learned it a very long time ago. She realizes that she never even asked for his name and asks what to call him. The very moment he introduces himself, her entire demeanor completely transforms. She seizes him by the collar and viciously yells that he is the one who stole her fated contractor. Her grip tightens on his collar as she fiercely declares that she's going to obliterate him right here on the spot, though Leo doesn't even flinch in the slightest. Just then, our hero recalls what the Phoenix Lady had told him about someone else being originally chosen to become Fiori Pact Bearer before him, and figures that Runia is that very person. Her entire body starts to tremble with pure rage as she glares at him and calls him a shameless, pathetic thief. But Leo only smiles and tells her that Fiori is doing exceptionally well, which pushes her even further over the edge. She screams at him to die and lunges forward without another thought. Sometime later, Runia lowers her head and apologizes for her wild outburst, while Leo doesn't make a big deal out of it at all and forgives her on the spot before walking off with Professor Harold. Meanwhile, Heridium immediately begins to scold Runia and warns her to never make such a careless, foolish mistake again, especially since she is the first-year representative. Runia looks dejected and nods, saying that she understands. But the professor continues his tirade that they now have to prove Siren's absolute superiority over Lemur, and starts shaking her like a human blender. He roars with fanatical zeal that they must rise above all other hero academies, but then suddenly panics, thinking that maybe he overdid. However, Runia starts yelling with a renewed, burning fire in her eyes that she will absolutely crush that nasty, detestable thief for the sake of Siren's immense pride. The very next day, the joint class finally begins, and Professor Harold introduces himself to all the students from Siren, while explaining that today they will get a first-hand taste of how things are truly done at Lemur Academy, which instantly sparks their intense curiosity. He then calls on Carr, Eliana, and Thad to step forward and instructs them to lead the entire class, which clearly and utterly surprises the trio. Harold calmly explains that they are among the top-ranking students who have managed to survive so far, and that it is now their turn to show what they have learned, which practically melts all of their hearts. Celia quickly realizes that one student from each individual department has been chosen to teach, while Leo just suspects the professor is trying to avoid doing any work again. The three chosen students begin teaching, sharing everything they know about their respective magics. And their sheer enthusiasm easily captures the attention of the elf students. While Professor Heridium smiles, just faintly, and notes that exposure to other different races can sometimes unlock entirely new and revolutionary approaches to magic. However, he quietly wonders to himself why the esteemed class representative has not stepped forward just yet. Celia cheers them on as they all take a bow, and the elf professor compliments their impressive efforts, saying that he can sense how much intense devotion each one of them has poured into their training. Picking up a piece of chalk, he begins explaining that it's Siren. They follow a very different teaching methodology, and though elves naturally use magic as their foundation, they make sure not to rely on it solely in order to maintain perfect balance. Leo immediately calls him out on that in his mind, because even though they pretend to teach everything equally, the entire curriculum is still completely soaked in magic. He thinks that elves have always been extremely pretentious, and that nothing has really ever changed. As the professor starts explaining a complex spell theory, Leo can barely contain a yawn from the sheer boredom, and Heridium silently notes that. Not only did the boy claim to have fought a death knight, but now his attitude in class is also absolute trash, deciding to suddenly switch gears. He abandons the theory and forms a glowing, golden star in his palm, which he calls the very essence of Siren magic. And even Leo begins to finally show some interest. He continues, explaining that elves are a race born from pure magic, and then sends the radiant star up into the air, where it explodes into countless smaller stars that scatter down towards the mesmerized students, who react with absolute wonder. Celia's eyes sparkle brightly as she yells out that this must be the legendary star magic, which is an original spell system developed by the ancient elves. The professor proudly nods and says that this is the very core of their magic. He then draws on the board a spell that is directly derived from the great Luna's sacred legacy, and it forms the very foundation of all star magic and includes countless different variations. He smiles and asks the class if it is not beautiful, but then he pauses as a hand goes up and he allows the class rep to speak. Leo thinks to himself he doesn't really care about star magic, but he calmly states that their interpretation of the spell is completely wrong, and that single statement immediately turns the entire room ice cold. The professor looks as though he's about to burst a vein, while Leo explains that the magic, as written, simply will not activate. Everyone stares at him like he just kicked a sacred, holy relic, and the professor tries to recover his composure by saying that it's obvious that it won't, since the spell itself is incomplete. He explains that their ancestors deciphered the progenitor's ancient records and managed to restore the spell to its current version over time. Leo quickly pieces it together that this is one of Luna's long-lost spells, and figures that most people would never know that, because Luna had originally created this magic exclusively for Kyle, back when she first developed the star magic system. The professor does not take this comment lightly, and he throws down a direct challenge, asking Leo to demonstrate exactly where their interpretation went wrong. Professor Harold tries to step in and diffuse the escalating situation, but freezes when Leo actually walks boldly forward. Meanwhile, Leo is already thinking that the magic the elves are using now is just a watered-down, pathetic replica, because he had received the complete version directly from Luna herself, but had died before he ever got the chance to pass it on. He stares at the board and wonders if fate brought them back together. Just like this, Harold starts sweating absolute bullets, since he knows how important star magic is to the ancient elves, and tampering with the progenitor's sacred legacy could be a total disaster. However, Leo moves without a single ounce of hesitation and begins rewriting the entire formula using his own powerful magic, while the elf students whisper in utter confusion, since none of them have ever seen anything remotely like this. After a few short moments, Leo announces that it is finally ready, and the newly formed magical formula begins to glow with an intense light. The professor stares at the beautiful pattern with teary, emotional eyes, softly asking what kind of spell this is, and if Leo has used it before. Leo is suddenly pulled back into a distant flashback as he stands once again on the edge of a cliff, where Luna calls out to him and proudly says that she has finally completed the magic. She smiles warmly and tells Kyle that she will now teach him this brand new spell, one that can make flowers bloom. As he stands there, holding a glowing golden flower in his hands, Leo repeats the magic that Luna had once taught him and releases a brilliant wave of glowing flowers all across the lecture hall, instantly lighting up the entire room. As the students grow even more excited, Eliana Tarnstunella and wonders if their class rep has just pulled off something wild again. And Nella nods her head without saying a single word. What grabs Rinia's attention even more is the professor's completely stunned reaction, and she starts to question if Leo really just cracked the founder's sacred legacy in front of absolutely everyone. The professor drops to his knees in disbelief as he holds a single golden flower in his trembling hand and mutters that he cannot believe. The powerful magic they have all been using is just a simple flower. Blooming spell. Leo calmly corrects him and says, "That's not quite that simple." He explains how flowers had nearly vanished during the Age of Calamity and suggests that they probably meant something very important to the founder of the nebula. Back then, as Kyle, he remembered once telling Luna that this kind of useless magic would not help them to survive their battles. But she had told him that flowers were truly beautiful and that someday she wanted to see a world completely blooming with them. The professor agrees that the founder must have embedded a much deeper truth within this spell. And as the golden flowers begin to fade away, the students all begin to whisper as they try to figure out who this mysterious guy even is. Leo quietly tells the professor that he learned the magic on his own through some very ancient texts, and that he's a dual class, natural-born mage, but that he has absolutely no elf blood. Professor Harold steps in to apologize for Leo's unusual behavior and offers to end the joint class for the day. He reasons that it is still far too early to judge Leo without having any official stance. But before he can even finish, Professor Heridium interrupts and grabs his hands completely out of nowhere. He asks directly if Leo can be transferred to Siren Academy, completely catching Harold off guard as the entire class erupts in chaos. Later on, they all return to their lodgings, where Celia proudly serves up a mysterious-looking soup that looks more like a one-way ticket to the actual afterlife, while Eliana presents a risotto that looks just as absolutely lethal. The boys immediately start to weigh which dish will end them faster. But Eliana doesn't wait and force-feeds Car a massive spoonful. He freezes for a brief second before barfing it all up with no hesitation. Juan walks in and finds the whole entire thing absolutely hilarious. But Harold doesn't waste any time and pulls Leo aside for a private talk. Juan informs him that the Grand Assembly has finally reached a decision regarding the Death Knight incident. Meanwhile, Nella sneaks off to try and eavesdrop, as Juan reveals that there have now been multiple sightings of undead creatures, and even a Death Knight within the sacred fairy forest. He says a formal investigation is currently being planned, and a joint search party will soon be formed. As the others all secretly listen in, Juan adds that the mission will be far too dangerous for mere first years, so they will be teamed up with some of Siren's own seniors. But Leo then asks if that is the only reason Juan has shown up. Juan shakes his head and says he actually came here for Leo, since his own granddaughter wanted to see him. Erin then steps forward, shyly asks how he's been, and says she came because he said that she could. Leo turns to introduce her properly to the others, but the girls immediately dive right in and start fangirling over just how completely adorable she is. Erin gets completely overwhelmed and runs away upstairs while apologizing profusely to everyone. The girls wonder if they had somehow messed up, and Luan informs Leo that he is now counting on it. Without saying another word, Leo heads upstairs and finds Erin curled up silently on the balcony. He gently puts his jacket around her, which surprises her, and she quickly tries to hand it back, but he just tells her not to worry about it. He asks her why she left Siren Academy, and she answers that she had done it because she thought she was not suited to ever become a hero, which Leo was already getting incredibly tired of hearing. She explains that when she was struggling, she met someone who shone brightly like the sun, and then states with deep admiration that it was Rinia, who seemed like a true and genuine hero in every sense of the word. From that moment on, she began watching her from afar and realized that Rinia was everything that she was not. So she decided to follow in her footsteps. She even managed to make it to the top of her class. But something must have gone terribly wrong during their dual assessment, because after that, Rinia started to completely hate her. Leo finds that a bit strange, since Rinia doesn't come off like that at all. So he decides that he will ask her about it later. He thinks Erin reminds him a lot of Velkia and asks if she knows her story. She immediately perks up, since it is her own ancestor's tale. So Leo tells her that Velkia followed in the path of her great hero, mentors, and that is how she ultimately became a true hero. He reassures her not to worry about what others may think, and that she should walk her own unique path, which instantly lifts up her entire mood. With a warm smile, he invites her to come back down with him and assures her that his own class is filled with kind and fun people. Sometime later, as everyone gathers for the big expedition, Rinia storms up and demands to know how Leo had won Aaron over like that. Leo simply answers that he just told Aaron that there was no need to be afraid of Rinia, which clearly and completely throws her off. He adds that Aaron had told him Rinia had given her a terrifying look, which had made her believe that she was truly hated. Rinia says she was just incredibly focused since Aaron is genuinely talented, and Leo tells her to look out for the girl because she probably really needs her. Just then, Professor Heridium calls out to someone, which grabs their attention. As a group of third-year students approaches, Loudier steps up to greet him, and the professor says he's very impressed with the work Loudier had submitted. Before Leo glances over at Rinia and asks who that guy is, and she says that he is her senior, who had suddenly jumped from a zero to a hero just this year, which Leo finds a little bit suspicious. Professor Harold then gathers everyone together and announces that it is time to assign the teams. He says that each team will have 3 individual members, and right after, Heridium reveals that the first team will be Leo, Rinia, and Loudier, which doesn't feel like much of a coincidence at all. Rinia starts to complain the moment that they leave, as she grumbles about the professor's recent suggestion to use this as a chance for them to grow closer. Leo throws in a quick jab about the thief comment, which instantly sets her off once again, as she snaps that she still has not acknowledged him. But he just completely ignores her, like he's tuning out some background noise instead. She looks around and wonders where Loudier has gone, since they're supposed to be moving together in teams. And Leo recalls that Loudier said he would go on separately, guessing he must have something else entirely in mind. Placing his hand down on the ground, Leo suddenly senses that something feels completely off, and Rinia comments that for all the ground they have covered, they haven't seen a single undead creature just yet. But Leo is caught up with something else entirely, as he notices that the surface around them doesn't seem any different than before, and remembers the conversation that he had with Kalen. There's a curse of the dead laid over this entire land, but only someone just like him, who had lived through the age of catastrophe, can truly feel it. The Death King, Hellkaiser, was Erebus's most loyal follower and a legion commander of Tartarus. Leo doubts that he came here personally and believes that instead he had sent Calgar, the fearsome Death Knight, as his personal agent. Standing up, Leo figures out that beyond this point lies something inside the fairy forest that Sylphid is desperately trying to guard. Rinia looks at him in confusion and asks if he has sensed something. But before he can even answer, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence, as they realize that someone is heading directly their way. Leo instinctively points his sword forward, only to be met by Loudier, who casually asks how their investigation is currently going. He checks to see if they've run into any undead, which they deny. And then he asks if Leo was the one who had first reported the presence of a Death Knight. Leo confirms it and shakes his hand, though he notices something very strange about the black ring Loudier is wearing. Loudier then claims Leo may have jumped to some conclusions and suggests that he might have just gotten too hyped up as a first-year student. He asks if they're aware that high-level undead like Death Knights can't stay summoned without a necromancer feeding them constant mana, which is why demonic summoners usually have to accompany them. Rinia then realizes that if that's true, there must be a demon hidden somewhere within this very forest. But Loudier argues back that this is the capital of El Silvaquia and reminds her that, as a Siren student, she should know about the star magic that completely surrounds Velkia. Rinia agrees, but Leo cuts in with a firm and steady tone and says that there is no rule that states the necromancer must be a demon. Other races are fully capable of using powerful dark magic, including the elves. Loudier laughs and fires back that elves are way too prideful to ever stoop that low. He then drops the argument there and tells them to just go finish their investigation, though Leo can tell that he is searching for something. Even Rinia starts to pick up on how completely off his behavior feels. Later that very evening, the students all gather to compare notes, and everyone agrees that they didn't even spot a single undead creature, let alone a legendary Death Knight. Celia immediately finds it suspicious how everything just mysteriously disappeared the second they started investigating. Carr tries to dip out of there early and pretends that he's going to bed, but Celia drags him back into the room anyway, Meanwhile, a certain someone who clearly has nothing good planned jumps out of his dorm room window and lands without making a sound. Leo makes his way over to the academy dorms and slips into Loudyear's room. Like a complete professional, he had already guessed that Loudyear would sneak out. But once he is inside, he spots a very strange map with the entrance to the fabled fairyland clearly marked on it. Just then, Runia barges into the room and shouts at Leo as she demands to know what the hell he is doing in here. Leo immediately clamps his hand over her mouth until she finally calms down and explains that he is here for the very same reason that she is, though Loudyear has already departed. Before they can even argue about it, more voices echo from outside, asking if Loudyear is currently asleep, and Leo grabs Runia without any prior warning. As he jumps straight out of the open window, Aaron hears a sudden noise and peeks her head out, just in time to see Leo holding Runia closely in his arms. Her face turns completely crimson and she drops her book in a panic, as her brain immediately fills in every possible romance scenario. Meanwhile, the two of them disappear deep into the woods, and Leo finally asks how long Runia plans to keep tailing him. Runia demands to know if he still believes Loudyear is actually involved, especially since he had only arrived that very morning, and Leo had seen the Death Knight several days ago. Her thoughts get cut short when someone else's voice joins them, as Aaron turns up, having been chasing after them this entire time. Runia looks like she is about to completely short-circuit and asks how long she has been following them, while Leo casually admits that he already knew about it. With a bright red, flustered face, she suddenly yells that dating is strictly forbidden between the students, which catches both of them completely and totally off guard. She nervously explains that she saw them sneak out of the dormitory and starts rambling about how beautiful and cool they both are, but that this is still very wrong. Leo holds his head and mutters that she has got it all completely wrong. Then he asks Runia to help him clear up this massive misunderstanding. But Runia is just as red-faced and barely manages to stutter out that it isn't what she actually thinks. Just then, Leo freezes as he senses something incredibly dangerous, and a decaying hand bursts forth from the cold earth. As one by one, the undead legions begin to rise. Leo doesn't hesitate and draws his sword out immediately as a chilling voice greets them with a slow, drawn-out welcome to the fairy forest. As the dead all begin to rise, Leo pulls out his weapon and warns the others to stay extremely sharp, since they're now facing high-ranking undead knights. He calls out behind him to check if Runia is actually ready, and she slams her hand directly onto the ground, summoning powerful flames in immediate response. She activates her Firestorm spell and lights up the entire area, grinning proudly as she asks him how she did, while being completely unaware that a knight is still charging straight towards her. Leo notices just too late to stop, but Aaron suddenly jumps in and blocks the powerful attack, like a true Amazonian warrior princess, making our hero realize that she is wearing animus armor. She wastes no time at all and cuts straight through the skeleton, and turns it into another helpless victim of sudden head loss syndrome. Runia cheers on a now shy elf, who starts to blush very hard, while Leo casually adds that she looked just like the hero Velkia, which pretty much sends her straight to heaven. But then the shy elf switches gears and now asks what they were even doing here all alone. Runia finally starts speaking clearly, as she explains that they were just sneaking into the third-year dorm to investigate something. She then gets all flustered again and declares that any sort of love drama would only get in the way of her studies, making Leo do a solid deadpan bro moment. Aaron doesn't let that one slide and says that Miss Runia will always be the #1 student because she is going to be a true hero. That statement hits Runia hard, as she realizes Aaron had always seen her that way. Her mind then drifts back to the duel that they had, where Aaron had barely blocked her attack using a simple mana shield. Runia had smirked back in response, as she realized that only Aaron is strong enough to be her true rival. So she decided to go all out while channeling a powerful fire spell. However, Runia's angry face had terrified Aaron, who then dropped her guard. But by then, it was already far too late, as the powerful fire spell went off and collided into her in an explosion. And now, she finally realizes what Aaron's look had actually meant. She lets out a soft sigh as she realizes it was her own fault that Aaron had stopped showing up, to which she tells Aaron that she wants her to come back to school because she is her dear friend. The shy elf looks unsure, but Runia hits her with full, unwavering confidence, saying that they are absolutely friends, and that she wants her to keep competing against her as a true rival. Right after that, Eren suddenly hesitates once again and asks if Rinnia is really, truly sure that they're not a couple, which makes Leo completely deadpan on the spot. Rinnia gets completely flustered and shuts that idea down fast, while Leo just acts like a wise old grandpa and calls them both kids. Meanwhile, in some unknown, dark place, the Death Knight growls that the mage has finally hit his limit, as intruders are now crawling all over the sacred place. But the cloaked mage snaps back that it's the knight's problem and not his. The hood then comes off, and the person is revealed to be none other than Loud-Ear, who the skeleton simply calls a brat. Getting extremely annoyed, the skeleton steps forward and demands to know why he is being treated like some low-tier servant, despite being a Death Knight of the great and powerful Lich. Loud-Ear doesn't even flinch and just flashes his mysterious ring, as he taunts that the great Lich had chosen him instead. As he then walks away, he casually adds that once the summoning circle is finally finished, there will be no more need for Tartarus anymore. And he says that he's counting on the knight until then. The skeleton just lets out a very mocking laugh and agrees to do exactly as he says, and is definitely not planning to backstab him at all. Back with the true hero squad, Eren says that she still can't believe their senior Loud-Ear would team up with demons, and Rinnia shares her exact same disbelief. But then Eren starts complaining that it suddenly feels much colder, and even the red-haired elf begins to notice that something's off, while Leo stays completely quiet as he picks up on something. He whips out a few magic circles like he's flipping open a new phone, and says that they should get ready before they head any deeper into the forest. He then summons his two trusty spirit beasts, and Rinnia instantly loses her entire mind when she sees the red, fluffy chunk of a bird, and immediately goes in for the full-on squish. While Eren asks who in the world they are, Leo introduces both Fiori and Kalen, which makes Eren even more deeply impressed. But he quickly refocuses and says that is enough, and it's now time to head into the forest dark core. They then step into the ominous darkness, as Leo states that things are about to get extremely rough. As soon as they finally enter, the trio immediately starts running and clashes with the monsters, and Rinnia finishes things off with a massive fireball. But right after that, the charred corpses begin to leak dark, foul energy, and the undead all rise once again, making Rinnia realize that there's probably a necromancer hidden nearby. Anyways, Leo starts swinging his sword and completely decimates the skeletons, and then answers that there is no summoner nearby at all. But Rinnia doesn't really buy that at all. He explains that what they're actually seeing is a curse of the undead, which catches both of them completely and totally off guard. Rinnia admits she has never heard of anything remotely like that, but then Eren steps in, explaining that it's a powerful curse, which constantly summons undead throughout an entire region, turning the very land itself into a place of certain death. Leo then finishes her thought, as he adds that the spell can only be cast by Tartarus's fearsome general, Hellkaiser, the infamous Lich King. Rinnia starts to panic hard after she hears that dreaded name, and says that they should report it to their professor right away. But just then, a sudden blast of immense cold smacks them, like they opened a freezer door. A sinister voice then welcomes the hero candidates to the land of the dead, and the Death Knight makes another dramatic appearance, as he rushes in and violently clashes swords with Leo. It starts laughing like a complete lunatic, while claiming there is no way out. But Leo doesn't even bother to give a reply,